welcome to our day to see if we can get this budget behind us and in front of us. At this time, I'd like to, do we have any comments from anybody? Jennifer? Thank you. Okay, City Manager Chris Hillman, if you would, please.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Everybody ready? This is the best day of the year. Is it not? I can just see all the excitement on everybody's face. Dennis, I think you said you had a thought.
I can't because my person that was going to second it has left.
Oh, okay.
I was going to make a motion to approve the budget and have no more discussion. But David was supposed to second it. Now
I'm just going to rule these out of order, so let's just go on.
Very good. All right. Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. It's good to be with you. Thank you so much for being here with us. As you know, this is our annual budget retreat. This is where we do a walkthrough of the city manager's proposed budget. Right up front, Mayor and Council, you can see here two very large books in front of you. This is some light reading for you over the next month and a half as we walk through with you what the proposed fiscal year 27 budget is. There is a lot of hard work, and I know each of you know this, but I just want to recognize just how much work goes into preparing this budget. And if I can, could I please have the budget and strategic services team and our finance team stand up? These are the folks that help make this a reality each and every year. So thank you very much for all the great work. Lauren and Brett do a great job in leading and guiding and directing both of these teams. And it is with their guidance, with their inputs, with their recommendations that what you have in front of you is a proposed budget that is a structurally balanced budget, that is a responsible budget, and I would also say is a very transparent budget. And here for the next few minutes, Mayor and Council, what I'd like to do is just walk you through what these books are and what it is showing, not only you as a council, but most importantly for our residents, so our residents can know and see in black and white and in full color in a lot of pages exactly how their tax dollars are being spent, for what purposes, and why they're being spent as they are being spent. First couple of items right up front. The agenda is in front of you. You all are very familiar with this agenda. This is pretty much the same format that we use each and every year during this meeting. This August meeting is always to walk through the proposed budget. The May meeting is what we call our budget and strategic plan review. That's where we talk a lot about our strategic focus, what your priorities are as a council that help inform not only myself, but all of staff and the department directors as to what your priorities are, what's important for you in terms of service level, service expectation, and focus areas for the investments of our residents' tax dollars. For the agenda, we're going to be, I'll be talking a little bit about what the budget goals are and be walking through this book just to give you an orientation on the books so you can know and understand what's in here. It is a lot of pages, but right up front there's some excellent summaries that help really provide a good overview of how the budget is set up and what is included in it. We'll be talking about the budget goals, and I want to just take a few moments. I think it's always important to stop and just reflect on the successes that we have had as a city over the last year and what we can look forward to coming up in this next year. So for the agenda, we're going to be walking through a general fund overview. We'll be walking through all the compensation and benefits. We'll then be going through our enterprise funds with water and sewer, our MDU, and our solid waste. We'll walk through our internal service funds, which is fleets, IT, and our CIP. Later this afternoon, we anticipate having the chambers come in to talk about their contracts and their budgets. We're also going to have a discussion on the economic development funds that Philip will be leading. And then per charter, we always want to ensure that each of the charter organizations have an opportunity to present their budgets to you. Their budgets are exactly that. They are their budgets. Some of those charter organizations have boards, the ICVB and the Arts, so those boards and those directors work together for months to put together their budget, and by charter, those budgets are reviewed by you as a council and directly approved by you over to those charter organizations. I include them as part of the city manager's recommended budget, so that way you have it all in one singular document. And I just want to say thank you to all the charter organizations. They are very accommodating and working with me. They sit down and walk through the same process that we go through with all the other departments, from the future and focus, the line item review. They help me know and understand what their needs are. If there are needs, specifically resource needs, and in particular general fund resource needs, what I do as the city manager is I set the capacity aside to pay for those resource requests that those charter organizations are requesting. And then when they have their budget presentation and conversations with you, they then can have those conversations, and you know that the resources are there if y'all decide to move forward with those resource requests. I just want to make sure that those resources are always set aside, which gives you the ability to have those conversations with those charter organizations and make your determination individually for each. We will then be looking at the cost of municipal services benchmarks. We always try and look at how we compare with what other cities are charging, not only for their utility fees, but their property taxes and what an average assessed valuation is for each one of their residential homes, and how that plays out for an overall cost of services on average for property taxes as well as utility fees. And then at the very end, for our future and focus, we don't have any direct presentations on that, but that's just a way for us to capture all of our strategic components. So if there are any other additional discussions or any of the additional focus areas that you as a council have that we have not addressed in the budget, we wanted to make sure that we captured that on the agenda that would enable you to have those conversations and tell us what you're all looking for. At the very end, there are going to be a couple resolutions that we would request that you consider and take action on, specifically the tax rate, and as well as there is a long-term care facilities and a child care and a food establishment ordinance that will be part of your discussions as well. So Mayor and Council, right up front, if we could have the budget goals put up, please. Thank you. The budget goals were pretty simple, but very important right up front, as we always have. And as we always will do, we are presenting to you a structurally balanced budget, which means our expenses are matching in our operations funds, the revenues coming in, so we are not using fund balance to pay for operations, we're not using reserves, so we want to make sure that our budget is appropriately scaled to whatever revenues we have coming in, and that's for our utilities as well as for our general fund. We also want to make sure that we take care of our existing employees, and we continue to fund our STEP, our COLA, and our market, as we have discussed before. Our employee programs, our public safety are on a STEP program. They're on a 5% STEP. For our general government, they have a merit STEP program. That's at 3.5. Once any employee moves through their steps, they are then held at the top step. There are then opportunities based upon markets, which is what we do as a study each year for our civil service, our public safety employees. We do a market study each year, and then we make adjustments to their pay per position based upon what we're seeing in the market. For the general government positions, we do not do a market study each year. We do a COLA, and that COLA provides an increase to help pay for those cost of living increases, but it also helps us keep up with what other adjustments cities are making to general government employees in their STEP programs. So it's a way for us to stay competitive and to make sure that we have the best and the brightest, which we do have here in the city of Irving, and that definitely helps play to the fact that we have a very steady, workforce. Again, we had, I believe, the lowest turnover rate of any of our comparable cities in the Metroplex this last year. So with the culture that we have and with the pay programs that we have, we are able to provide a very stable culture and one that provides opportunities for personal and professional growth for our employees. We also wanted to make sure that we're implementing the final allocation for our Let's Play Irving. We had already set those dollars aside. They were going into non-bond CIP. Those dollars are now not going to be going into non-bond CIP this next year. They are now going to be moving forward to help pay for the new positions that we will be needing when we open up Mustang and when we open up Center Park later on this fiscal year. So we're very excited about those two opportunities. Again, we set those dollars aside years ago. We've been using them for one-time purposes. Now we're going to be pulling those out, bringing them into the operational side, and helping to pay for the new positions for the opening of those two new facilities. We also want to make sure that we're funding capital projects to maintain city-owned facilities. Mayor and council, as you know, a lot of our facilities were built decades ago, and we have been very focused on improving and upgrading a lot of those facilities. Our fleet facility is a great example. The fleet facility was built, I believe, in the 1940s, and we finally are tearing that down and rebuilding a brand new fleet facility. But we're seeing that all over city in many different ways, and we're going to continue to focus in on those capital facilities. City Hall, as you know, is a continuing and ongoing conversation, which we'll continue to talk to you about over the next several months with what those costs are and what we're seeing, and again, some different options there. The future in focus for our operational enhancements, we are going to be funding the second year of our police staffing plan. Again, we had set those dollars aside as well. They've been going into non-bond CIP, and now they will be moved forward to help pay for the year 2 of the police staffing costs. We also have some unfunded mandates. Although it says unfunded, funded mandates, it's really just unfunded because they're not funded. The traffic paint reflective striping, the magistration, which we'll be talking a little bit about here in a few presentations from now, and some cancer screenings that state law has identified. We're also going to be strategically utilizing the DART GMP funds. We're going to be using those for VIA. As you know, we have our contract with VIA to provide our 225, our 255, and our circulator routes. But we're also going to be setting aside, for the lack of a better term, I haven't worked with my communications team yet on an appropriate name for this, but right now we're just going to call it Sidewalks to the Future. I'm sure April's going to have a much better descriptive program name than what I came up with. But we're going to be setting aside $2 million for our Sidewalks to the Future program, so it'll be a good kickoff. And I think Dan is very excited about having some of those dollars to be able to start fixing some of our sidewalks around the city, as well as some additional dollars for our streets using the GMP. So we're going to be funding the VIA, our Sidewalks to the Future, and a few extra dollars as well for our streets. And again, those have to be used in a way that helps benefit mass transit here in the city of Irving. And we're also going to make sure that we're funding our collective bargaining agreement with the fire for year 2. There's also some service enhancements that we wanted to address relative to the community priorities. And those are, and most of these we've already talked to council about, and you've already approved us moving forward with these programs, the short-term rental inspections program, the risk-based health inspection program. We're also looking at building 2 new pickleball courts up at the Cimarron area, some economic development programs in downtown markets and placemaking for the Heritage District, and other supplementals, which we'll be getting to here in a minute. If I can, what I'd like to do next, before I do a walkthrough of the actual budget book, let's just take a moment, and we have a video prepared that walks through our future and focus accomplishments for this last fiscal year.
Serves as the city's organizational framework, fostering a culture of strategic planning and data-informed decision-making. Let's look at some of the city's highlights from fiscal year 2026 through the 5 pillars of Future in Focus. Vibrant economy. Wells Fargo opened a sleek new corporate campus across from Toyota Music Factory, with office space for more than 4,500 employees. Irving also welcomed a true Texas icon, with H-E-B opening its first store in Dallas County along 635. The H-E-B family also opened its budget-friendly brand, Jovi's Smart Shop, in South Irving. The city continued its commitment to redevelopment initiatives in the Heritage District, with Experience Main Street bringing thousands of visitors to the area. The city's Enhancement Incentive Program helped small businesses in downtown Irving, with Alma's Cafe bringing a new flavor to the Heritage District, and JPT Graphics unveiling a creative new mural to its building. Infrastructure investment. Year 9 of Road to the Future continued, like the MacArthur Boulevard project. Drainage Solutions for a Better Tomorrow projects also continued, with the city receiving more than $35 million in state funding for the next phases of the North Delaware Creek project. Sense of community. Parks and Recreation hosted more than 50,000 visitors at special events, including a record crowd for Irving Sparks and Stripes. More than $2 million of a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant was awarded to enhance the Campion Trail. And Lynott Spurlock Park opened, providing a peaceful recreation option in South Irving. Government sustainability. The city maintained the property tax rate at a 58.91 cent per $100 valuation, balancing the budget with $343.5 million in the general fund. And the city issued $38 million in general obligation bonds, funding a number of projects, like the Conflans Road extension between State Highway 161 and Valley View Lane, an improved facility for fleet services at Briary Yard, and upgrades for IT's transition to the EFJ radio system. The city also launched the Irving Connector by VIA, restoring routes 225 and 255, and introducing the Loop at Las Colinas, after successful negotiations with DART resulted in the city receiving a portion of the sales tax allocation to be dedicated towards general mobility programs. Safe and beautiful city. The FY26 budget included enhancements to public safety staffing, adding 12 fire department and 11 police department personnel. The Irving Police Department opened the new Tactical Training Center, ensuring Irving PD officers are trained with the most modern techniques. And the Irving Fire Department opened the new Fire Station 8 on Riverside Drive, serving an area that has seen a 50% increase in calls in recent years. Code Enforcement's Keep It Clean initiative helped beautify neighborhoods, keeping residents informed of potential code violations. As Irving prepares for the FY27 budget year, Future in Focus ensures the city prioritizes what matters most, delivering exceptional services and promoting a high quality of life.
My thanks to April and the ICTN team for creating that video. Yes, Mayor.
Abdul, did you have something?
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned $2 million for the sidewalks and streets. That is from the GMP
Yes, sir.
money?
Yes, sir.
And what would be the total which we are going to spend on sidewalks and streets?
Right now, we have $2 million set aside for sidewalks and another $1 million from the GMP dollars in streets.
In addition to whatever regular?
In addition to our Road to the Future that we already have planned. Now, we don't have any other dollars for sidewalks that we've been setting aside, so this is the beginning of a new program.
So this year is going to be 3 million more than last year?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Let me follow up on that. Thank you, Abdul. Chris, in the past, we have done some work on sidewalks. I know that Dan's very familiar with it, both in HOAs and some of our communities. And one of the ways we did it through a grant program. Are we continuing that process?
No, sir. We don't have a grant program for private sidewalks or private streets. We cannot use public dollars for those private areas.
That's not my understanding what we did before. But okay, let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have here in front of you, Mayor and Council, two very large books entitled Book 1 and Book 2, sort of like Thing 1 and Thing 2 from Cat in the Hat. What I want to do is do a very quick walkthrough of Book 1. And I think through this walkthrough, you'll be able to see and know and understand how the budget book itself is set up and structured. And if you just open the front cover, you're going to see right up front in the first section a message from myself. It walks through sort of a very, very high-level approach of what we did with the budget. As you keep going, you're going to see the organizational chart for the city. And there are a lot of terms that are in the budget book that may not be understood. For those that aren't daily working inside of a municipal budget, most of our residents may not understand what some of these nuanced terms are. So we wanted to make sure that as they're looking at the information in the budget, they know and understand what the categorization is and what those terms are. So you're seeing a glossary of terms that talks about the original budget, projections for any one particular year, 2023 or in 2026 or 2025 in this case, or 2026 in this case. It walks through each one of those. It then walks through a report description so you can see and know and understand each of the different areas of what is being described in the budget, the revenue and expenditure line item summary, fund summary, the next year budget detail report, talks about the supplemental request forms and how we use those. It then talks about, in terms of a budget in brief, it helps our residents know and understand how our property tax is established and set up, and what those values are and how they interact with the exemptions, with the total taxable value, and what our tax rate is, which is set by council. You're then going to get some summary slides and graphs of how those property taxes are broken out by category, whether it's commercial, residential, and business personal property. It then walks through how the entire property tax bill is divided out between the city, the school districts, and the county. It walks you through a discussion of our tax rate, which in this budget is at 58.35. I'm not going to get ahead of Brett, but I will say this, there is going to be one change, at least, to this budget. I'm happy to report that Brett was able to work with the county and set up a process where he will be letting you know that we will be able to maintain the current tax rate as we had it this year, based upon Brett working with some of the debt service calculations with the county. I'm not going to get ahead of him, but we just learned that Friday afternoon. So we'll be walking through that in detail and what that means to this budget. And we'll be talking about some recommendations for that. The city sales taxes, as you can see, that is broken out. Shannon will be going through the details of what those numbers are, but I will just take my 30 seconds to get on my soapbox here one more time. The city collects, as you can see, about 12% of the total sales tax rate. If you take every dime of property tax that we collect here in the city of Irving, every dime, that's business, that's residential, that's business personal property, and you take every dime of sales tax that we create and that we collect, take that full amount, double it, and that's almost the amount that the state collects just in sales tax, based upon the products and services that we collect sales tax on. What that doesn't include are the products or services that the state charges sales tax on that we are not allowed to. The prime example of that is automobiles. Any car that's purchased at any one of the number of dealerships that we have here in the city of Irving, the state collects their portions of the sales tax, but we do not collect any sales tax on that. So the state is collecting more than double of every dime of property and every dime of sales tax that we collect. A state that has a $32 billion surplus previously and a $25 billion surplus previously. If our residents want to know who the tax and spend problem is, it's not the city. It's the state. And I will say that over and over again. And I encourage our residents to call their state reps and talk to them about that. Because the state is constantly looking at the revenues that we collect as cities that don't impact their revenues and are looking to significantly decrease or even to stop some of our expenses. While they have the dollars coming in more so than obviously what we do as a city. And if you take every dime of property tax that we collect that goes to our general fund, so that's taking out what we set aside for our debt service of property taxes, it's taking out what we set aside to our PIDs and our economic development agreements. If you take every dime of those property taxes, it is not enough to cover just our police and fire. Of the almost $120 million that we're collecting in sales tax, we need to take another $40 million of our sales taxes just to make up for what we are spending in police and fire that property taxes don't make up for. So all the remainder of the sales tax and the other revenues that we have pays for every other city service that we have. So as we constantly hear from the states that municipalities are mismanaging their funds, that our property taxes are out of control, and as a city, we will always try to make sure that our property taxes are reasonable, that our property taxes are appropriate. We know and understand that we need to keep them as low as possible, but still provide the services that our residents are asking for, that they've elected you to provide. Again, every dime of property tax that goes in the general fund doesn't even cover police and fire. And we need 1/3 of our sales taxes just to complete those two budgets. That's how important it is to maintain those revenue sources that we have in order to maintain the basic services that we have here in the city with police and fire. As you go through the summary, you see the sales tax collection history, how that has increased. You can see the general fund revenues, where they each come from property taxes, sales taxes, et cetera. That's to the general fund. It walks through the water and sewer, the MDU, and the solid waste. If I could direct your attention, please, over to the budget overview, which is on page 16 of the budget overview. We call this the Rick Stover one-pager. It's now turned into two-pagers. And what this does is this is a line-by-line walkthrough of the general fund, where it starts out, here are the new revenues that we are anticipating, revenues that are going to go up, revenues that are going to go down for the general fund. And it walks through those increases and those decreases. And then it gives you a net total change of general fund revenue. So for the fiscal year 27, what we see coming up is for the general fund, we see in new revenues, $18.417 million. And then what we do is you can see the expenses, and you can see line item by line item in summary form how that 18.417 increase is being absorbed through the various increases that we have already talked about and that we will be talking about, from the STEP programs for general government, police, and fire, the police staffing year 2, the Let's Play Irving year 2. You can see the pensions. It just goes through line item by line item. So you can see what is coming in and then how it's going out of those increases. And we'll be walking through in detail each one of those during this day. You then get a summary sheet of the revenues, a summary table of the revenues. And then on page 23, you get all the different departments and what the revenues are and the expenses are by department. You then get on page 24, the budget overview, the position walk forward, and then the position change summary on page 25. As you can see, most of those positions are positions that we've already anticipated and discussed with you. That is the fire collective bargaining agreement, the police staffing plan year 2, the Parks and Rec Let's Play Irving initiative. And then we've also talked about the code enforcement, and we've talked about the inspections as well. And then there's a few other positions which we'll be walking through as well that have been added as part of the supplemental process. So you can see the increases there. Most of all that is in public safety. You can then see the supplementals. These are the additions or the service enhancements that we're anticipating that are in the proposed budget. The general fund is in green on pages 26 and 27. And I apologize, on 28. And then the special funds, whether that's the special revenue funds, the court fines, the police seizure funds, et cetera. There are different funds that we have along with the utilities as well. So that is the summary. Then, if I may, I'd like to walk through how the actual budget itself is set up. And last year, we picked on the finance department. So this year, we're going to pick on the code enforcement department. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate that. So if I can invite you in your budget books to turn to page, or section, I should say, 22, labeled code enforcement. Code enforcement is a good example of revenues that do come in to a department. So we can identify each one of those revenues, and then I'd like to walk through how all those expenses are detailed out. And the process that we go through over the last 3 to 4 months of literally going through line item by line item. So if you go to section 22, which is code enforcement, and each of the departments are set up in a similar fashion, but code enforcement is a good example of, again, having revenues come in. There's a service enhancement with the inspections that we've already talked about, the user council has directed us to move forward with. All of that is captured here. So on the first page is the revenue. Oh, my apologies. Thank you. I'm just going to move the keyboard. Thank you, sir. My apologies. The first page is the revenue summary. So you can see that revenues do come in through the code enforcement office, specifically with multifamily licensing fees, swimming pool permits, et cetera. You can see that it's anticipated that there's going to be about $1.6 million of revenue coming in to help pay for some of our code enforcement efforts broken down. And then you have all of the actuals from 2023, 2024, 2025. You have the actuals year to date for 2026. You have the projection for 2026. If there are any changes from a budgetary perspective for 2026 as well. To the budget, you have the original budget. So it gives you a very detailed history of what's gone on in the past for each one of these revenues. It'll be the same for the expenses as well as what we're projecting ahead. Then you see the proposed budget. You can see the percentage increase or decrease of that revenue or that expense, and then a summary description of why that is either going up or going down. So that's with the revenues. If you flip the page, you then get the expenses, and you can see it's broken out through salaries, personnel, benefits. Again, the same columns starting back in 2023 actuals, going all the way over to the 2027 proposed budget. You can see the percentage change of each one of those different line item expenses. And then you see a summary description of why that either went up or went down for each one of those. And you can flip through and you can see in the end that their total expenses are $3.4 million. And it's a 13% increase because we are enhancing those services. We are increasing those inspections based upon the program that we had talked to you about. That state statute is requiring us to move forward with. And then you have, from the summary sheets, a very detailed line item by line item run through of all the revenues and the expenses again. So you can see for the revenues, why those revenues are going up and how those revenues were estimated. For example, for the first line item, 430-200, we are adding budget scenarios. The current fee is $300, which is going to bring in $67,000, and it walks through how that is going to change with an increase of $40,000. So you go through each one of those revenues, and then you get to the expenses. And that begins with the personnel. And again, you can see how they are going up or going down and what those costs are. And I will reference you to, for example, some of the details. If you go to page 9 of the detail report for code enforcement, instruments, this is a charge that fleet charges over to each of the different departments. You can see what the fleet charge is. We talk about the toll tag costs, what those are. Oh, I'm sorry. We are in section 22 for code enforcement of book 1.
Okay, I'm going to stop this right now. I've got 3 books this size, and I got to tell you something. I'm lost right now what you're doing. So if I got to go up to my office and get the other 2 books, I'm going to do it. So please tell me where we are.
Mayor and council, you are in book 1. It says book 1.
Hey, you didn't bring it down. It's upstairs. You can, I got it right here if you want to look at mine. I'm not sure which.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So if I can reference you to page 10 of their budget detail. These are just examples of the details that we go through for each line item to show you the thought process of how each one of those line item numbers was created.
I don't know if you.
Because if we're going to
Pissed.
be putting numbers down in this budget, we want to make sure that we detail how we came up with that number.
Got 3 fucking big books.
And you can see, for example, on page 10, how for professional services, what went up for mosquito spraying, the annual agreement with Dallas County at $82,000, lien recordings at $12,000. You can even go down to travel and training on page 11. And it details each of the different conferences broken out by airfare, hotel, registration, membership certifications, et cetera. So we really want to make sure, this is just an example, that when we ask our departments to put together line items and we review those line items, that our residents and that you as a council can see exactly how those numbers were created. It is a very detailed, very thorough, and very exhaustive budget, which is by design and it is on purpose. Because if we are going to be spending our taxpayer dollars, we believe that it's very important for our taxpayers to know exactly how each one of those dollars are being spent. So Mayor and Council, that is a simple brief summary of the books that you have in front of you. And again, you have 2 large books, Book 1 and Book 2, that walk through all of these different line items. Book 1 is the general fund. Book 2 are going to be your internal service funds, your enterprise funds, et cetera. So with that, Mayor and Council, that is the overview. That is what you have in front of you. We'd like to then spend the next little while with each other, walking through in more detail what's included at a higher summary level, but I wanted to let you know here's where all the detail is. If you have questions, let us know. If you don't understand a number, please let us know. We have great individuals that have been working on this for months. They can help answer any questions that you have. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and invite up Shannon, and we can start walking through the general fund. Is there any questions for me? All right, we good? All right, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Good morning, Shannon Phillips, Budget Manager. For a point of information, I do want to point out that the budget books, Books 1 and Book 2, as well as our budget presentations, they're on irvingtexas.gov/budget under the fiscal year 26-27. So for those watching online, those versions are available. I want to piggyback off of Chris a little bit and thank our Mayor and Council for your guidance on this budget, as well as our city executive team, our directors, our budget specialists. Those are our MVPs because they gather all the documentation for us. Our CIP team, Dorinda and Maddox, our compensation team, Addie and Ember, and then my staff. The budget fiscal friends, if you all would stand up one more time. We got Krista Segovia, our budget administrator. Frank Slaughter, our senior financial analyst, and Missy Moak, our budget analyst. And so today I'll be walking through the general fund revenues and expenditures. We'll go over the budget process. We'll look at the change from last year. That's the walkthrough of the one-pager. And then we'll look at our current year and our next year proposed. Our budget process, we start the budget in March. That's our kickoff. That's where we give all the departments their budget documents to begin working on. They work on those for about 30 days, and then we get those back early May. The budget and strategic planning meeting is May. That's where we get council's feedback on your priorities for the budget year. In June and July, that's the city manager's departmental line item review. And contrary to what you heard, they are not as intense as you may have heard. Excuse me, but we do go through the budget line item by line item. Public hearings on the budget in June. These are some informal budget hearings. These are not required by state law. Then in July 25th, that's when we get our certified tax roll, and that's the revenue that we base the budget on for the general fund. We're at budget retreat today. That's where we present the city manager's recommended budget to council. We have 2 required public hearings for truth and taxation. Those are August the 27th and September the 3rd. Then we adopt our budget on September the 10th. And then October the 1st begins fiscal year 26-27. Looking at our current year, the general fund revenue projected, our certified roll that we adopted was $45.2 billion. As of July 26, the value now is at $45 billion. Our protests and our lawsuits, these also lower our property tax revenues, and currently we're expected to end the year at $2.7 million. Sales taxes, again, projected to be above our current budget by a little over 7.2%. Our inflation is factored into this revenue. We are expecting a positive impact from World Cup. However, we won't get those revenue estimates until tomorrow. Increased revenue sharing with our businesses on the DFW airport. That's also contributing to the extra sales tax income. Other revenues that are projected to be above budget, some of our lease income for the acquiring the 909 Hidden Ridge property. And then in our Atmos Gas franchise free, they had a mid-rate increase in June, and so we're seeing an increase there. Looking at our expenditures for this year, we're projecting to be about $4.7 million below our adopted budget. The majority of this is our vacancy savings. As of May 31st, we have 79 vacancies. 44 of those are in police. We've been very aggressive hiring our police officers, but we've had some challenges with our detention officers, our animal services personnel, and then our 911 telecommunicators. Also, our public safety actual market came in lower than budget, so savings about $1.1 million. We budgeted 3.5%. However, as you can see, the actual average for the police was 2.84% and fire 1.39%. Any inflation of tariffs or supply chain costs that we've known about have been absorbed within the budget. Moving on to fiscal year 27, the proposed budget. This is the proposed budget summary. Our recruitment and retention of staff The budget includes a 1.5% cost of living adjustment for eligible general government employees, 3.5% civil service market for eligible civil service employees. We do have an insurance premium increase of 3%. We've budgeted fuel for this fiscal year at $4 per gallon. Any inflation and unfunded mandates that we known at the time, we have included those in the budget, counted for those in the budget. Our future and focus key needs, we have shifted to just maintaining our current service levels. The tax rate has been lowered to our adjusted voter approval rate at the 0.5836, and we have presented a structural balance budget. Changes from prior fiscal year. This is our the walkthrough. Starting with our revenues, what we do, we take our adopted property tax revenue from fiscal year 26, which was 158.1 million, and we compare that to the adjusted available revenue to fiscal year 26. Our valuation again was 45.52 billion at the 0.5836 rate. That will generate approximately $273.4 million. However, all of that revenue does not come into the general fund. We have to allocate portions to economic development incentives, and that's about 15.8 million. To our TIF combined, about 17 million. Our debt service at 64.3 million, and then our POB debt service 10.5, and then the change from our protest and penalty service, that's a reduction of an additional 240,000. So that brings our available property tax revenue to 165.6 million. Other changes from the prior fiscal year for revenues, we've got our available property tax increase from fiscal year 26 to 27. That's about 7.5 million additional dollars. We have our sales tax increase of 8.8. Again, that's due to the revenue sharing agreement and just higher pricing. You pay more for the cost of things purchased in Irving, so we're going to get additional revenue. Our interest income, we're holding that flat at 3.75%, so that's a reduction of a little over $80,000. Our cost of service contribution increase, these are the dollars that are used for general fund resources and other funds, and that's an increase of almost 649,000. Other revenues, we've got some new revenue sources, again, for the short-term rental enforcement program, our risk-based inspections in parks and recreation non-resident fees. And that brings us to our total adjusted change in revenues from fiscal year 26 of 18.4 million. Going to the expenditures, as you can see, almost 15.6 million of that eats up that 18.4. As Chris had mentioned when he originally was talking, we go through, we got our steps for our employees, and then pension increases and other benefit increases. But these all can be summarized into categories. Our prior year carry forwards are 3.5 million. That's our police staffing for year 2, and our Let's Play Irving initiatives. As in fiscal year 26, we did set aside funds to cover both of those initiatives. So now they are offset by the transfer to non-bond CIP that we use for one-time costs for these startup of these initiatives. And so you'll see an increase in salaries and benefits. However, when we get down to the end, or when you're looking at your budget book, you'll see a big reductions in the transfers out. Our current year base budget needs of 12.1 million, again, that's our steps and merit, the COLAs, the collective bargaining agreement, overtime increases, special incentive pays, health and life insurance increases, and then pension changes. And these are just attributable to increases in new personnel. And you'll hear more about compensation in presentation D1 a little later. Moving on to our operating expenses, that's an increase of 6.4 million. The main two drivers of our operations are structure and equipment maintenance of 2.2 million. That includes the $4 a gallon for our fuel, and then the cost of service allocation of the 1.5 million. That includes the increase for the increases in our vehicle and equipment replacements, as well as our IT replacements and IT operations. So that brings us down to a total change in operating expenditures of 22 million. Our other finances and uses, these are our transfers out. There's a reduction of the 5.3 million. Again, the majority of this is where we funded our Let's Play Irving and our police staffing of the almost 3.6 million. We did do a transfer to non-bond CIP in anticipation of the business personal property exemption change. So we anticipated a loss in revenue of 840,000. However, it came out to be 543,000. And so that gets us down to our adjusted operating expenditures of 16.7 million. So with that after that, we have almost 1.7 million left over. And so we funded some future and focused key needs. We have new positions and personnel reclasses. The magistration process, this is the staffing only, the unfunded mandate. The Irving Department of Arts and Culture preventive maintenance projects requests, some third-party custodial services, and our FTO paramedic pay. So that gets us down to total expenditures of $18.4 million, and the budget is structurally balanced.
So Mayor and Council, in sum, what you see here is with the new revenues we have coming in, once we take out the $12 million that we use to take care of our employees each and every year, that's just the annual cost increase, plus the additions of the service enhancements and the increases of just the operating costs, fuel costs, utility costs, et cetera. The amount of money that we had left over for new supplementals, new service increases is $1.7 million, which unfortunately doesn't take us very far. And again, that's what we've been highlighting over the last several meetings, is I'm beginning to see that number continuing to dwindle. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised with the impacts of SB2 that beginning next year, assuming that the legislature holds steady, which I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to continue to reduce our revenues, if not even limit our expenditure increases. But assuming all things being equal, I can see a potentiality that we will not have enough dollars to not only not have service expansions, but it may be eating into what we're paying in the basics of just for our employees, as well as what we're just seeing in operational increases of cost of goods, fuel, whatever it might be, just those inflationary impacts on our operations in the general fund. That's what I'm seeing in the future. Then add on top whatever the legislature may do. So as we set up this budget, and as we continue to look forward to future budgets, which some of the news that Brett will be sharing with us here in a little while, some good news, we need to be using those dollars to set aside for what we know is already coming from an expense perspective, at least on the public safety side, just for the staffing, let alone anything else that the legislature may be throwing at us in this next session. So 1.7 million, that's what we had left to do operational expansions.
Go ahead.
So when we're looking ahead to what the state's going to do as far as like restricting municipalities and revenue generation for taxing purposes, I think what we're going to be, I think all cities are going to be facing some budgetary constraints. And I know that, Chris, you talked about earlier, looking at what other cities are doing for pay and such. I would think there's going to be pressure on all cities as far as what's available for compensation, for COLA. And I guess in the future, we need to be looking ahead to see be aware of what that's going to do for us. Because on the one hand, like, we're having these increases, and as you said, our turnover rate is very low. So I think that we're above market, generally speaking, as far as compensation goes. And there's certainly benefits for that. You have employees that are happy to be here, and we love having them. And I mean, we don't have all these vacancies, so we have the personnel to actually move things forward. But I guess we need to be aware, I suppose, is what the market's going to hold in the future, especially as the state is clamping down on the ability for cities to tax.
I would agree. I think market adjustments, as cities continue to feel that tightening, it'll be interesting to see what those market studies show us and what other cities are doing. As I've been talking to other city managers, most cities still this year are anywhere from that 2 to 4% range. We're in the middle of that. We are keeping up with what other cities are doing. Our pay and benefits are competitive. There are definitely other cities that are higher. There's many other cities that are lower. That's why we're at the 80th percentile, is we want to be not at the very, very top, but we want to make sure we're very competitive, and that when you add in our culture and the work ethic that we have here, we are very attractive in employment opportunity, especially for the personal and professional growth opportunities. But as I've mentioned before, Mark, and I know you and I have talked about this, what is really helping us as a city right now, and what's helping us keep up with a lot of what we need to be doing, is the new growth that we're experiencing each and every year. We're getting, I think it was 600 million or 500 million in new growth valuation that came in this year, Brett and Brad, which is good. And our sales tax increases. Now, some of that is just inflationary. So sales taxes are increasing because costs are going up for our residents, but then again, we're receiving more revenue, but our costs are going up proportionally as well. So those are the two things that are helping us. If we stop growing and we don't see that new growth, I think that's when the tightening becomes even more felt. It's probably the best way to say that.
Hey, Chris, let me talk about TIF 1. And I thought the ratchet down ended at 640, 60%, 40%. Now we're looking at 50-50? Or are we going back? What are we doing?
No, sir, good question. We are still at the 60%.
Okay.
And what that is highlighting, Shannon, if you could go back to what that is highlighting is when we went from the 77.5%, which is what the first 20 years of the TIF was, we then went to 70%.
Correct.
Now we're at 60%. What we've been doing is we've been taking that ratchet down valuation that has moved from TIF 1 over into the general fund through that ratchet down. We're sending it over into two different buckets. One is over to economic development. So
Is that the EDA?
That is for the
380.
economic development
380.
incentives,
I got
yes, sir.
it.
So
Okay,
that's
that's
what
what
we
I thought it
use
was.
for the EDIAs for
Right.
incentive
Got it.
programs.
Okay.
That is, and Philip will be showing you what those numbers are here later this afternoon and what valuations we have there. So the good news is that ratchet down has occurred. We're taking half of the value of that ratchet down, putting it into economic development that we can use anywhere in the city. The other half of that has been going into non-bond CIP. That's just to help pay cash for projects in the general fund. What that is showing is in order to balance the budget, again, this is before we knew and understood what we now know and understand from Friday afternoon, we had to reduce the amount of what we're sending over into the non-bond CIP by half of what we had been doing. So we needed half of those dollars to help balance the operational side of the budget. So there's fewer dollars going into the non-bond CIP bucket of that ratchet down. We're holding the valuations for our economic development incentives the same. That's what that's explaining.
Great. I appreciate that, Chris, because I think we have a vehicle that can protect some of that
Yes.
tax that we've rolled into the TIP. But I'm really glad because at the end of the day, this makes a lot of sense what you just did. So I'm good with that.
Thank you. And our proposal is staff, and we still need to get that finalized through the TIF board and through you as a council, is we are going to propose that we hold steady at that 60%.
Thank you.
We still need to finalize that, but we're going to continue. We're still at 60% as planned for this next year. We're going to hold steady on that, but we're going to propose that we maintain that rate.
Appreciate it. Thank you. We're good.
Okay, this is a pie chart of our general fund revenues. Again, our general fund is at $341.9 million. Our two largest revenue sources are property tax at $165.6 million, or 48% of the budget, and then our sales tax at $113 million. Franchise fees is our third largest one at 19.3. This just some additional information on the two revenue sources. Again, the property taxes are up $7.5 million, or 4.7% from last year. Our sales tax are up $8.8 million, or 8.4% from last year. Together, these two make up 81% of the general fund budget, or $278.6 million, and that's an increase of 6.2% from last year. Our property tax year, we certified as of January 1, the value was $47.5 billion. Again, you'll hear more about property tax in C3 when our Chief Financial Officer, Brett Starr, comes up. That's a $2.3 billion increase from our prior year. Our new construction, it really should be for $570 million, and that's a 5.2% total increase from last year. Our property tax rate component is broken out into two components. We have our INS, or our debt service, that pays for our principal and interest, and then we have our M&O that funds our basic city services. Annual property tax for the city of Irving only is $1,815 annually for average single-family market home of $469,998. That includes the 20% homestead exemption, as well as a over 65 or disabled exemption of $65,000. So that's totals about $151 per month. Our total property tax allocation, it is broken out between the city, the school district, and the county. The city of Irving only receives 23% of those property tax revenue, with the school district receiving the largest percentage of 50%. And that 23% is what we use to fund our basic services like public safety, public works, our parks, and our libraries. We have 3 school districts in the city City of Irving, the largest being the Irving ISD. We have the Carrollton Foreman's Branch ISD, as well as Capel ISD.
Let me ask a question about on the school funding. Do we have a sense of the impact on voucher? Because it's still coming out of our tax base, because it subvents up to the state. So do we have a sense of that?
I don't have any sense of what the voucher impact is on the school district. I'm not sure if
I'm
the
looking
finance
at, Chris,
teams
I'm
are-
looking at the total amount.
Okay.
We know what that 50% looks like, but then if I'm not mistaken, the voucher is on top of that 50%, because it's going subventing from us up to the state, and then the state is doing the voucher. So I'm curious.
We'll see if we'll look into that, sir.
Would
and see
you?
what we
Because I
get.
think it's going to be more than 50% when we look at it, because that's a tax impact to our taxpayer. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Mark.
So for this chart, this breakdown, we know that the county is looking at a 12-cent tax increase, the school, Irving ISD, 12.5-cent tax increase. Any idea of how these percentages will change if a lot more tax revenue is going to the county and to the school district after November?
Not specifically. I think the breakout will probably still be the same, pretty proportional to it, but.
We'll do
have
that
to
analysis.
edit.
We'll just assume that both of those pass, and we'll set that up for you.
Yeah, I'd be curious how much with the percentages, how that changes this.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
That's a good question. That's interesting.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Going on to our sales tax, again, it's our largest general fund revenue source. We have a diversified sales tax collections. Again, we mentioned that about inflation being factored into that revenue growth, as well as the increases from our revenue sharing agreement. The sales tax allocation for the city of Irving is 8.25 cents. And again, this chart is referring to all the funds, not just the general fund. So 1 penny would go to Irving is about 126.1 million. The other 1% to DART. The remaining 6.25% or 788.1 million goes to the state of Texas. This is the sales tax collection history for the general fund only. Again, we've had a steady increase, but you can see between 2021 and 2022, that's where we had our largest increase, and that was mainly due to inflation. And so it's increased steadily since then. These are sales tax top 10 industries. Our 3 top 10 are retail trade, which is sales from business to consumer, our wholesale trade, which is business to business, and then our information data centers and other information type facilities. Those have been our top 3, and you can see during this period shown on the table, our collection history has been pretty stable, and it's weathered a lot of the economic downturns that we had during the pandemic, and also during just coming out of the pandemic. They still remain basically stable. People didn't stop shopping, they just changed the way that they shopped. Our other revenues account for 19% or $63.3 million of our general fund. These revenues include our franchise fees, fees and permits, our fines, our charges for service, interest income, and other miscellaneous revenues. Our 2 revenue sources that you've been presented with our short-term rental enforcement of $340,000. This will fund 3 full-time positions. And then our risk-based health inspection program of a little over $228,000, and that will fund 2 full-time positions. These are expenditures, again, the same as the general fund revenues at $341.9 million. It's broken out by our service type. You've got police at $120.1 million, fire at $86.6, and then Parks and Rec is the other largest department at $25.8 million. Non-departmental, this is our department where we put a lot of citywide expenditures. Is not attributable to just one department. So this is where we have our cost of service as well as our transfers for our IT and our VERF and the health insurance. We have our transfers for debt service and other ongoing one-time capital needs to non-bond CIP, as well as our economic development incentives to the Economic Development Incentive Fund. We have our transfer to our risk management fund for risk management. Citywide utilities are here as well. Our electric, our heat, and our water. Outside services, these are for our legal, actuarial, and other management type contracts. And then our other, that includes our bank charges, if we had a fuel reserve, any legislative travel, memberships, citywide printing, food, and other non-items that aren't classified in any of these other categories. And in fiscal year 26, we did have some charges for police and fire that were included in non-departmental. So you saw last year there was a big drop in non-departmental. So for transfers, cost of service, utilities, building maintenance, anything related to police and fire, we moved those charges into their individual departments. Expenditures by classification. We are a comprehensive service industry. All of our authorized positions provide a service. Salaries and benefits account for 72% of the general fund budget. We have a little over 2,100 authorized positions. We added 74 new positions this year. Those are in our parks and recreation, our police, fire, code enforcement, CIP, human resources, inspections, and transportation. In summary, we have reasonably underestimated our revenues. We provided additional property tax release. We increased that exemption to $65,000. Our future and focus is aimed at maintaining our current service levels. We've absorbed any current legislative or unfunded mandates that we've known about, and we have presented a structurally balanced recommended budget. Any questions?
Great, thank you. Any comments from anybody at this point? Let me, Chris, you and I have had this discussion. This is for you, John Block. The whole area of technology, it's not so undepartmental. It cuts across more and more. And I think we're going to have some challenges, basically what's going on at the state level vis-a-vis data centers and how that's being pretty much held up for a while, as well as this. So it's just something I want to kind of just put out there, I think, as a way that may be a very direct cost that's growing, not going down. So for whatever it's worth, John, you and our city manager may want to talk a little bit about it, because I'm concerned about that one area. Any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is coming to a committee near you soon, some of these discussions, but I think you're absolutely right. It's going to be an area that's continuing to grow. And our cost regarding the data center and what the state's doing there, it's frustrating because that's historically a very useful source of tax revenue for us. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to effect some good legislation down there and get some of these smaller data centers moving again. But we'll see. There are a lot of questions about resiliency in the grid that the state very rightly needs answered first. So, but in terms of the cost side of things, I think you're absolutely right, and it's something we should be looking at not just from the perspective of sustainability and being able to keep up with the increased costs, but also how do we do that while simultaneously using it as a tool to keep other costs down as well. So.
Great. Hey, Chris, it's just something out there, and we know that. And so let's hopefully we can figure out which way we're going to be able to move, because I have kind of a concern, but it's not something that's immediate, but it's something that's coming. So.
Yeah, we were able to have a couple conversations yesterday with some of our visiting legislators and just put that on the radar screen. Yeah. It's interesting to see where the state is either at or not at, depending on who you're talking with. Yeah. At this point in time, which may change after the election, we'll just have to see how all that plays out. But Mayor, you've nailed it. We're sort of in the middle of what the state is trying to do and what the feds are trying to do. And I think as more and more discussion occurs as to what data centers are and their impact and how they can be managed, hopefully we'll be able to get some good legislation that comes in through the state side. In the meantime, we are, I believe, very well set up here as a city to be able to allow for them in the uses in the areas that you as a council have identified. So
Great.
we're ready and prepared, but we just need to see what the state and the feds are going to do.
Great, thank you. Dennis?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, John. Yeah, yesterday we got a pretty good example from one of our legislators whose name I will not call, but as we was talking about data center, and this person had the wrong concept of what the data centers and how they affect, the grid and how the data centers is robbing all of the residents of electricity, and it made me realize that we've got to educate these legislators on the effects of these data centers, really, and not what they think in their minds. Because I saw that yesterday, and I was like, wow. So And it helps also as council members, you know, that we ourselves make sure we educate ourselves also, so that when our constituents are talking to us and they don't have accurate information, that we can kind of help steer them in the right directions to try to hopefully get them to help us with our efforts at the state legislature next year. So that's, I just wanted to say that because, you know, I thought about that when the comments was made about the data centers and, you know, we don't need them, we don't need them, we don't need them. Well, we definitely need them. But it's going to be crucial for us as council members, each of us, to educate ourselves, be part of making those network connections, like we did yesterday with some of the legislators that was with us on the tour. So I would encourage you, council members, every opportunity you get, connect with these state legislators and help them understand how they need to help us.
Thank you. Let me, I think you all stopped at cities, am I correct? Well, they've had a data center for a lot of years, and it's going to grow. And so these are the kinds of impacts that I think we need to be, and they're our largest employer, by the way, over 6,000 employees. I was very taken when I visited them, about a week ago. And the thing about where they're at, and they have over 20 acres to grow if they need to grow a major data center. And that's something we need to be, you know, kind of cognizant. But I want to say something. I've had feedback now in the last couple of weeks that we're now being looked at as kind of the example of a city that took on the data center, and we went with our ordinance over 2 years ago. So those of us that were part of this, and you remember that and so do you, Mark, we are now being looked at, you know, you guys took it on and you put the kind of wraps around it. And so I just think we ought to think about, you know, we did the right thing, but we're not done. And so, Chris, thank you for also taking it up. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
All right. Good morning, Lauren Hale, Director of Budget and Strategic Services. This presentation is going to go over the changes to the general fund departments from this current fiscal year to this next fiscal year. So in each of these slides, you'll see some funded and unfunded supplemental requests. Each year we get about $20 to $30 million worth of supplemental requests that we consider throughout the process. And these are the ones that we have approved to build into our general fund. So as Shannon mentioned, and you're going to hear throughout the rest of the presentations, as well as the one that has the personnel costs and increases, we've decreased a couple of our rates, our pension rates, our life insurance rates, maintained our cost of living adjustment and market adjustments for the civil service, and we've increased health insurance from 2% to 3%, which you'll hear all about on Letter D. And we have also increased our fuel price per gallon. Debbie will cover that in the update to the VERF fund. We've increased overtime and utilities as well. $400,000 of that utilities increase is related to the Let's Play Irving, which we had pre-budgeted in our transfers. So department by department, the first thing, arts and culture, that we've added is a supplemental. We built in the capacity for the preventative maintenance funding for recurring $250,000 for their preventative maintenance projects that you'll hear more about from Todd's presentation later this afternoon. In the city manager's office, this is one of the departments that when you're looking at last year's budget compared to this year's budget, the numbers are a little bit different in terms of just overall decrease versus increase, because this is one of the departments that was impacted in the organizational restructure. So IPO's office shifted to Department 18, which is a different tab, Budget and Strategic Services. And there's just been some minor operating increases, specifically due to ICMA conference being scheduled twice. Our training seems to be a little higher in this department. In terms of your budget book one, our magistration-related staffing supplemental is behind the city manager's office tab currently, because we've been holding all of the staffing in one bucket in our non-departmental. And this $519,000 covers the costs for one judge, some alternative judge hours, and then the PD overtime staffing, as well as our court clerks that would go into effect if this is approved. And between now and the approved budget, we will be shifting each of those staffing into the appropriate department. In the city attorney's office, we had no supplemental requests. Their primary cost increase was due to an IT project from the current fiscal year that was previously funded in our IT fund balance and shifted over to their line item. Our mayor and council budget, we reallocated $10,000 from your training and travel to the parks recreation travel for our youth council travel to the National Leagues of Cities. We're just shifting where it's being budgeted out of.
I got a quick question on that. Okay, so, and I don't know, Chris, and I guess need to wait till the mayor get here, because we actually gave a number, but then we found out that it's gonna cost more than the 10,000. So, and then Al and I talked, and Al had mentioned about possibly getting some private funding to help offset that difference. So I don't know if he mentioned that to you or not.
Yeah, I've not received that yet, and we can make whatever changes that you would like in your budget on this. And we can identify additional revenue if there's going to be some private funding, or if the council would like to transfer more out of its travel and training over to that, we can do that as well. So
Okay,
we're very flexible.
So I can give you the figure that was sent to us.
Sounds good, thank you.
And then we've added the membership for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. City Secretary's office, there's no supplemental requests, but we did increase in elections. So this line item has gone up by about $200,000. It's more in line with the actuals that we have been seeing, and Shanae can cover that in her budget presentation with y'all. But this line item projection matches with a 4-year average. Budget and Strategic Services, this is a new department that was created in the reorg, so it has the budget division that was shifted from finance, as well as the IPO innovation division that I just mentioned from CMO. There's no supplementals, but this year, instead of last year, we had about $40,000 in professional services. That's due to that resident survey, which comes every 2 years, so that one's been zeroed out. CIP, so like Shannon mentioned in her previous, we've shifted some of our operating expenses from CIP as well as our non-departmental to cover the utilities, the maintenance, and other appropriate costs related to public safety. So out of the CIP budget specifically, $545,000 were shifted out, and they're accounted for in the fire and the police budgets. The supplementals that have been approved, which include the horizontal CMART support and third-party custodial, and just some HVAC services technicians and things like that. They are all in support of the focus of ensuring proper care and maintenance for the new facilities, which City Manager Hillman mentioned in his budget goals.
Yeah, this is a good example of the focus and the priorities that we're looking at in maintaining our existing facilities, as well as we just added 260,000 square feet of office space, and we need to make sure that we're maintaining that as well. So that is why you see these increases here.
For code enforcement, the main changes are the short-term rental inspections programs that were discussed on the June 25th council meeting. You can see that we've also offset that with the expected revenues. In communications, one of the major changes that they're seeing is just a 10% postage rate increase. That's impacting our resident mailers, such as Spectrum and Neighborhood News. They also received a couple of reclasses, which just means that we've kind of adjusted the pay or salary or the title of the position to better align with the things that they're doing. Community and Economic Development, this one's a new Department 59 created in the reorg, where Economic Development has shifted from Department 55 and Housing and Redevelopment kind of shifted from 58 to combine. Their supplemental items are funded through the TIF and General Non-Bond CIP, and so you'll see those in the Economic Development presentations. Financial Services, they were amended during the reorg as well, so their risk team shifted from HR to finance, and then the budget from finance to budget. And so they also received a couple of reclasses. Fire department is seeing increases in special pays, their protective gear, their radios, headset replacements, also the cancer screenings that Chris mentioned is about $170,000 per year for those annual screenings, and just other operating costs. This is also another area where we moved a lot of those utilities that Shannon mentioned from non-departmental. And so in the budget this year, they're getting more money set aside to that bunker gear replacement so that we can start to meet our goal to be able to replace them, hopefully in the next couple of fiscal years. And then they've received an FTO paramedic program, as well as some VERF, some fire administration vehicles out of the VERF, and some payroll assistance. Fleet, they are an internal service fund, but the biggest change here is the change to how we have budgeted for gas. We were previously budgeting at $2.90 a gallon. We're budgeting at $4 a gallon, and that's about a $700,000 increase in the general fund. And Debbie will cover fuel changes in her presentation. HR, this department was additionally amended during the reorg because risk moved to the finance department. They've had some minor operational increases just due to legal expenses in their line items, but we've also added a third HR manager to better balance workload. IT, they had a $1 million increase in their transfer from the general fund. One of the bigger things that we're seeing in IT is just the increase for computer replacement and our increases in our software maintenance agreements. And so this year's strategy for computer replacements was to actually remove it out of our operating expenses and then fund them by tax notes. And so our projects that Chad's going to cover in his presentation are funded from fund balance. Inspections, their change includes 2 new staff and the operational redesign of the health inspections transition to risk-based. So we covered that in the 6/11 council work session meeting, and you have 2 action items on the council agenda today to adopt the ordinance that repeals their fees and replaces it with new ones in the consolidated fee schedule. Library, they actually saw an operational savings due to locking into their new library contract for their Polaris contract for 5 years, and they received 1 reclass. Municipal court has historically shifted one court marshal kind of back and forth between their court security fund and the general fund. We've also done some things where we've split it 50-50, but due to the balance in the court security fund this year, we've transitioned it over to the general fund so that that court security fund can regrow its reserves. Parks and Rec, this is just the accounting for the other additional $10,000 that we moved from your budget to Parks and Rec, but we can amend that between now and adoption. And then this is shifting in the $832,000 that we set aside for the final part of Let's Play Irving. So that goes live into salaries and operating expenses this year. Planning had minor operating increases, including legal fees and required public notice posting, and so we'll be amending their fees to recover some of that impacted costs. So when we do adopt our full consolidated fee schedule before budget, you will see that in there. The police department, so similar to how we did Let's Play Irving, we set aside the $2.7 million for year 2 in their staffing plan, and this year we've moved it out of the transfers and into their operating, their salaries and their benefits. This department as well, when you're looking at the comparator from last current year to this year, their building maintenance costs and their utilities have gone up because we moved them from non-departmental. This year, we've also kind of carried forward the practice of strategically utilizing our SEAS funds to allocate dollars to different equipment. And so in the next slide, you'll see that they had 14 requests, and those include patrol rifles, reality-based training simulations, refurbishing their dispatching consoles, training supplies, things like that. And so you'll see that they actually found some cost savings by eliminating a position, and then it covered their reclasses that they were looking for, as well as lead poison testing. And then that additional equipment at the bottom is the seized funds that we were able to use. Traffic and transportation, so they have another one of the unfunded mandates this year requiring retro reflectivity at a specific minimum. And so we're seeing an increase of additional paint and glass beads in their operating line of $75,000, as well as we added 2 new staff to be able to actually get the work done that's required. Oh, and then you'll also see that we have the ADA plan here for traffic and transportation. That's that $2 million for sidewalks that'll be utilized out of the DART fund. And that is the overall changes of the general fund.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Vaughn.
Yeah, that was just a old slide. Traffic. So this is a traffic intersection control just project that we were able to move up $3 million in GO bonds in the schedule so that we can identify the dollars. So traffic it's this kind of up near the Valley Ranch area. Traffic plans to kind of look over that project. Here comes Dan.
Dan's coming up to walk through that.
You're moving pretty quick then.
Yeah.
Dan Vedral, Traffic and Transportation Director. The Neighborhood Traffic Management Intersection Control, we're reviewing an intersection in the Valley Ranch area where we've received complaints over the years about speeding and difficulty crossing Valley Ranch Parkway east at Ranch Trail. We're focusing in on that one. That's it.
Sorry, so
Yes, sir, yeah.
the new sidewalk ADA plan progress, we spoke when we met, is that the one that's coming out of GMP funds?
It
for
is.
ADA compliant sidewalks? And does that also change the signal light or the crosswalk sign
What we're
to add
looking
the
at-
beeping?
And I have an exhibit I can distribute if y'all would like to have it. What we're looking at there is we're gonna look at those, our goal at this point is to look at the more old elementary schools in and around Irving where they do not have the proper sidewalks or ADA ramps. Start with the oldest first and start working around until we can get to all the different schools. We're gonna start on that first.
Do we have an ADA requirement to have, and I don't know what you call the crossing, crosswalk, like walk, don't walk sign?
We have those at all intersections.
Do we have the requirement to have it for folks that cannot see, like
Yes.
the beeping one?
Yes.
Is that a
it beeps.
requirement of ADA?
Yes, absolutely.
So is there a project to refresh our equipment for that?
Whenever we'll do that on an individual basis, but whenever we upgrade our signals or upgrade our pedestrian signals, we'll certainly add that as part of it.
Do we get any resident requests in certain areas? where they-
We have historically, and we'll actually work with that resident one-on-one.
Okay.
We have a number of them, residents throughout the community. We'll actually walk the path with them. We'll teach them how to utilize the system, so
Got
it's, yeah, we have that all over town.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, if I may, I know 2 million sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but in reality, when you go out there and you look at the intersections we're doing, we can probably do 25 of them, 25 to 50, and that's it for the 2 million. So when we did the ADA transitional plan like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I believe the overall cost was 147 million for all our sidewalks to come into compliance on our buildings. So the $2 million we're getting now from GMP and all the fundings that we continue to pump into it, we're meeting that transitional plan so we can meet the federal requirements. So we're on board where we should be. So we continue to eat away at it.
Yep. In these GMP dollars that'll be coming in from DART, now again, that's only for the next 5 years. That's all we have. Those are going to continue to increase. I think it was 48 million, 48, 50 million, somewhere around there total over the 5-year period that we're going to be receiving. Those are going to be the dollars that I'm going to focus in on using to really bolster up this sidewalk program. It has to be used within a certain distance of a transit stop. That's going to be most of the city. So we have in our city, as Dan always says, it's a target-rich environment out there.
Yes, sir, it is.
And so it's not going to be lacking of different projects. The dollars won't go as far as fixing all of them, but this is going to be a good way for us to get started and focus in on these one-time issues using these one-time dollars from DART to help really get this program going.
And Mr. Hillman, I have an exhibit that Lauren's or I'll pass out, if one of us.
I'll just make a quick comment if I may. There's a big ask in these areas of sidewalks and roads, and we have very limited constraint. And Dan, I think your department does a really good job balancing it, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah, let me also make a comment. The whole ADA isn't something we've been dealing with for a lot of years, and we'll continue. We get more and more, I think we're able to eliminate some of those impacts. But when you look at south of 183 and you want to see what you just brought up, Valley Ranch and Hackberry look really nice, okay? So the impact is huge across the city in the southern half. So at the end of the day, you know what? We're very aware, and I think that I'll just leave it to the pros to make sure that we can get it done on a timely basis. Okay, thank you. Dan?
Yeah, I was going to explain it.
All right.
If you look at your exhibit, I need to go look on, I need to get off of that real quick, if we can. I'll show you with the mouse where I want to go. Second. Agendas. Council committees. I think that one might be it. This is the map that you have in front of you. Everything that's hatched are opportunity zones for sidewalks and for ADA. Everything in these hatched areas right here. This is what's part of the GMP. It has to follow bus routes, which you see in blue, within a certain distance between the various rail stations. So what we'll be doing is looking at schools in these areas here, within these hatched areas. And I have a large exhibit over here that I'll bring out here later, where y'all can see where the actual schools are. And we're going to look in the south side of town first, because that's where the older schools are located. So that's how we plan to start it, and then just start working from the oldest to the newest.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. It's really important. That's why I brought it up, Todd, because I know your focus, and I think I know the district a little,
Okay.
and it's appropriate. But we've got a much bigger, ask, as you probably know, Luis, you're down there. Keep working with Dan. Thank you, Dan.
Yes, sir,
I
Mayor.
had a
Thank you
question.
very much.
Yes, go ahead,
Dan,
Marty.
the program we had at one point, like partnering with individual property owners to share the cost of sidewalk repair, we don't do that anymore? I can't
We've only
recall it.
done it on hazardous sidewalks. Yeah.
But it's still in play?
Yeah, it's not just yes, what we've done is this, we'll fix a hazardous sidewalk, and if there's a specific other part of the sidewalk where the resident isn't happy with it, we've assisted in that. But it was originally set up to do drive approaches, so
Okay, and there's funding in place for that program?
it's a half and half. So
Okay,
we'll give an estimate, and then the resident will come up with a half of the price, and then we'll come up with the other part.
okay. We have money in our budget for that 50% that's on us, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a critical point. It really points out what we call a public-private partnership, so that it's being shared. That's where I was going on that, okay? All right, thanks, Dan.
Yes, sir.
Real fast, and Mayor, I think what I was referring to is years ago, we used to provide sidewalk money for some of the private developments, and I think the most discussed one at the time was Hackberry. We no longer do that because those are pure private streets and pure private sidewalks. And
Yep.
we stopped that program. So I don't understand what you're saying, that 50-50 split is, yes, we
Yeah.
do that, but we don't provide any grant dollars over to private sidewalks in the gated communities that we used to.
Got it, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Brett Starr, Chief Financial Officer, here to talk about the tax rate. Before we get into what has changed since we met at Audit and Finance on the 30th of July, just to give a brief refresher for the general viewing audience, some tax rate terms. Maintenance and operations rate is the portion of the tax rate that funds the general fund. Interest and sinking rate is the portion that is allocated to debt service. Those two components add together for our total tax rate. There are three calculated rates that are required to be posted by state law. The no new revenue rate is the rate that provides the same amount of revenue on existing properties as in the previous year. It replaces what used to be known as the effective tax rate. The voter approval rate is the rate above which an election must be held to exceed that rate, and this replaces the old rollback rate. The rate is currently 3.5% above the no new revenue rate plus the current year's interest and sinking rate. Prior to 2017 Senate Bill 2, the rollback rate was 8%. The adjusted voter approval rate is the voter approval rate plus any unused increments from the prior 3 years. Just running through the tax appraisal calendar, the budget for fiscal 26-27 uses tax year 26. It is called that because it is the value of all property in the city as of January 1st of 2026. Running through where we've been to date, on April 15th, we received a preliminary estimate of value with little detail. Often when we get that early in the calendar year, there's no business personal property information or it's incomplete. On May 8th, we received the first estimated value report, or EVR, followed by May 25th, second estimated value report, which is the most complete estimate before property protests and lawsuits, and we use this rate for budget revenue estimates. On July 25th, 2026, we received the certified report. This is the final number used to calculate our tax rates and revenues. Many accounts are still under protest, but the number is low enough to provide useful revenue estimates, and we factor those protests into our ultimate revenue calculations. Many lawsuits are undecided at this point, or even will be undecided going into the next fiscal year. The 2026 certified roll was $47.52 billion. That is 7.17 below the preliminary estimate they gave us back in April, but also 5.17% above last year's certified roll of $45.18 billion. This estimate of the certified roll includes $570 million in new construction. And this year, commercial real estate plus business personal property values equal 68% of the total value. It's been as high as 71%, but we are seeing residential values increase and commercial business personal property not increase quite as much. And so the total impact is 68%. And this is still well above many of our peer cities in the Metroplex that we compare to, which are more of a bedroom community. Irving has a large corporate and manufacturing presence along Loop 12, 114. And so on. So there's a lot of businesses in Irving that have a significant impact on our property tax rate. So some of our current constraints on property tax revenues: Senate Bill 2 limits maintenance operation increases to 3.5% plus new growth. We do get a 3-year look back of the unused increment. The look back we've been using for tax year 2022 expired last year. That was 4.17 cents and allowed us to maintain a constant tax rate from 2023 to 2025. This year's unused increment from last year is only 0.71 cents. But however, the total tax rate for this year does not need to be lowered to meet this year's adjusted voter approval rate. If we did reduce the M&O revenue, it would primarily come out of the general fund, because TIF allocations, economic development incentive agreements are multi-year agreements, and debt service are all difficult to change in the short term. So changing the rate means changing the amount of dollars that go into the general fund. Looking at the mechanics of the adjusted voter approval rate, Senate Bill 2 allows cities to bank the unused increment if the adopted tax rate is below the voter approval rate for up to 3 years. For 26, I said the unused increment is 0.007099. We can apply this in whole or part to next year's budget or the next 2 years after that, to 28 and fiscal 28 and 29. The unused increment stays with the tax year, and it's not decreased if you use it in a future year calculation. You can see here that we have no unused increments for 24 or 23, so that is the only unused increment we have available to us over the last 3 years. So we presented Audit and Finance on the 30th, which was slightly less than a week after the tax roll came out, and the initial calculations from the Dallas County Tax Office received on the 28th had a no new revenue rate of 0.5138 and an adjusted voter approval rate of 0.5835. The tax rate calculation is 11 pages long, containing 83 calculations to determine the tax rates under state law. The county tax calculations determined that our calculated debt service rate was not the 0.1597 rate we had budgeted, but mathematically was only 0.1541, and that reduced our adjusted voter approval rate. In this case, the adjusted voter approval rate is the no new revenue rate plus 3.5%, plus any unused increments, plus this year's debt rate. Staff has adjusted the debt payment schedule for the upcoming 2026A tax notes to match the county calculations required to meet that 0.1597 debt service portion of the tax rate without increasing the total issuance. So what we did is we front-loaded the schedule of principal repayments for that tax note to match the calculation to get our debt service rate up to 1.597. And so now our revised adjusted voter approval rate is now 0.589174, or 74 100,000ths of a cent higher than the rate that we had, that we adopted last year. That's slightly above the current rate and the original proposed rate that we went into the budget this year.
So in sum, Mayor and councils, we've been on this roller coaster ride with the county of which rate we're actually using. I really appreciate Brett's going to talk with the county, trying to figure out how, because I think his question is, how did you come up with this number? It's based upon this debt service issue where we are appropriately conservative as we estimate what those assessed valuations are coming in. We want to make sure that as we're issuing debt, we don't issue more debt than what we have the ability to pay for. Unfortunately, under SB2, that can be penalized unless you issue more debt. So that's why we're using tax notes to be able to make some adjustments there. And that's what Brett was able to do. We now know and understand. So this next year, we're going to be able to adjust our schedule as well. But for this year, we're able to make the adjustments to be able to keep what we had originally thought and what my proposed budget was going to include of maintaining the tax rate. With the adjustments that we did receive last Friday, we are able to do that. So my recommendation is going to be is that you maintain the current tax rate for the next fiscal year. Now you have a budget that has been structurally balanced based upon a lower tax rate. For the general fund, that's going to be about $1.9 million that will be over and above in terms of revenue by maintaining that rate. There's going to be about $600,000-ish, I believe, over to the TIFs and economic development. But for the general fund, my recommendation is that we put those dollars into one-time non-bond CIP dollars. Next year, we already know that we're going to have increases in our police and our fire staffing plans. So at a minimum, those dollars will be able to be used for those purposes down the road. So that's going to be my recommendation, is that we hold that. This year, we'll put them into non-bond CIP, we'll use them for our facilities and get some one-time projects done. There's going to be a little bit less than that. We're going to be talking, you'll be talking with Judge Acuna here relative to magistration and some of the judges. There's going to be another change there. He'll be walking you through that. I would recommend we do take some of the extra needed dollars for a proposal that he has out of these additional funds to help cover what he's going to be looking for. Other than that, the rest would be going into that non-bond CIP and then helping us pay for those staffing plans that we know we have coming up next year. So again, I appreciate, Brett, thank you to you and your team going in there, talking with the county, figuring out what's up. It's a good news scenario that we can continue to maintain that rate, which is, again, an appropriate, as low as we can keep it, and still maintain the services that our residents are looking for, especially when it comes to public safety and having those increases that we have identified.
I will just say that we went into the certified roll this year not having a clear picture of where 4 of the data inputs came from the county tax office. I now understand 3 of them. And so the one that's still under doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to go back and visit with them after the crunch is over, and we don't have 50 entities screaming for their tax rate calculations at the same time. So we'll go back and meet with them after September and figure out how they're calculating the returns on prior year lawsuits and adjustments, because it doesn't match the numbers they gave us in May or in June. So really curious to see where they get their final numbers from.
Brett, I learned a lot with you, and I want to thank you. And I know Dennis and David in particular will be going through the same. So thank you. I appreciate it. But, it's something that does keep coming up, and I'm concerned that we're going to see it again because it's on the list that TML showed last year that was not passed, and that's that 3-year look back on our budget and what we can do going forward. And that's something I do think we need to be really cognizant of. That may come back, and so we may have to work that one.
Yes.
But thank you, Brett. You've done a great job. And thank you, Chris.
All right. So going forward, looking at the rates, as last year we proposed 58.91 with a split for maintenance operations of 0.4294, an interest and sinking rate of 0.1597. This year's no new revenue rate. This changes every year based on the calculations. We're now at a 0.5138. Our unadjusted voter approval rate without that 3-year look back is 0.5828. So that is 0.62 hundredths of a cent below the current tax rate. The adjusted voter approval rate is 5.89174 is 74 ten thousandths of a cent above our proposed rate of 58.91. So we're proposing the same rate as last year, 5.589100. Not going to 5.89174. We're forfeiting $36,000 in revenue. So as you saw back in audit and finance, I don't propose going up to the exact rate. I don't want anyone to come in and challenge that we missed a decimal point somewhere. So keeping the tax rate the same seems very appropriate. That's what we've been budgeting for all year long. And so now we have the constraints from Dallas County Tax Office to be able to do that.
David, do you want to jump in?
Yeah. Just for my, pardon me, just for my knowledge, how many decimal places is statutory that you could go to?
They go out 6.
6 is the number?
Is what we get from the county.
Okay,
And so you see a few cities go out 6.
okay, gotcha, thank you.
Yeah, Abdul and then Mark.
And I do wonder if
I'm
that's.
sorry, Adam, I missed you there. Go.
Oh, excuse me. Quick question on the, what is it, the 74 ten thousandths of a? Okay, do we get to bank that as a?
Yes,
as
we
part of
will.
the incre-
So next year, the rate, the bank will be 0.709974.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, actually, no, it'll be 7173 or something like that, 7173 out there. So yeah, we'll get to bank that.
Abdul.
Thank you, Mayor. But quick question on the slide prior to that, 2026 preliminary versus certified roll. The preliminary value versus certified value, and there is a difference
Yes.
from 51 to 47. That means that the valuation is going down, or?
Yes. So what happens is the county will propose this year's rates in April and May. You know, every property owner will get a notice of what their value is on their property, and they'll protest. They'll either file a lawsuit or they'll go to the county and go through the appraisal review process and get those lowered. And so as people protest their values throughout the summer, the preliminary number is reduced down to the certified value. And so that certified value represents the successful challenges from property owners against the original value the county appraisal district provided.
So that is almost $3.6 billion.
Yes, or 7% decrease from total, and that is typical. That we usually see.
Is that normal every year?
Yes, we usually see that between 6.5% to 7.5% each year drop. So we've gotten very good at estimating that when we get that preliminary value and figuring out where we're going to end up. And so you never budget off the preliminary value because it's too high. And so we've learned to adjust down about 7 to 7.5% every year, so we're not caught unawares when the values drop.
Thank you.
So, yeah, Chris, you were talking about, the, us being conservative and issuing the debt, but it's caused, some of these issues. Are you looking at being more willing to issue the debt in order so we don't run into these issues again next year? Because, we don't want to be in a position where it's such a close call. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and Brett, tell me if I'm wrong here, throw something at me. We're going to be strategically using short-term tax notes, and that's going to be 2-year or 3-year tax notes. So our cost of issuing the debt is going to be very low, but we can use that increment. So it'll be a slight interest cost. Tax notes aren't that expensive, and on such a short term, we can use any of that remaining increment to help balance that out and still move forward with our facility plans. Did I say that correct?
You did. Also add the timing. We're going in the past we've issued those short-term tax notes for say fire trucks and IT infrastructure at the same time we do our GO and water and sewer bonds. Based on this, it behooves us to shift that back about 3 months. And so what you're seeing with these 2026 As that will be coming forward in September, they're what was originally planned for fiscal 26-27. We're going to issue those at the beginning of the year to take advantage of this increment and front load the debt so that we can pay more into 2027 to maintain that 1597 tax rate. And so you'll see the tax notes come in early. And what we're able to do is we go out to the rating agencies in June, get our ratings, and that carries us forward so we don't have to go out and get a separate rating or a separate for the tax notes. So we can carry that rating forward for a couple of months. We're also probably going to do a private placement with a bank to get those tax notes placed. It's a little easier to get that done without a competitive sale at the recommendation of Hilltop, our financial advisors. And so we'll be adjusting the schedule of those tax notes, the repayment schedule, to match what we need to have to maintain our interest and sinking allocation.
You had mentioned before that there was like a 6-month period of time that mattered for when the debt issuance could
Yes.
be applied to. Can you explain that again? I'm sorry.
So say, for example, we waited until June of 27 to issue these tax notes. The first payments wouldn't come due until sometime in fiscal 28. And so that would not affect the calculations of how much debt we're paying in fiscal 27. So by issuing in this calendar year, we're able to schedule those first debt payments. So the first year's repayment for the money we're going to borrow in September will be next August. And so bondholders are not looking to buy bonds and have them repaid within a month. They like to have some duration on there. They're willing to invest their money for a longer term, and that gives us the ability, by selling at the beginning of the year, that gives us the ability to structure those debt payments so that they come due in the same fiscal year, in the next fiscal year, and that affects our calculation of the debt service rate.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Brett. Keep going.
All right, let's see. I'm pretty close to being done with this presentation. Oh, yeah. So our proposal is to maintain as Chris said, maintain the total tax rate of 58.91. Maintain the 1597 cents debt service rate allocation. This allows us to complete the 2021 bond program within 10 years. We have been seeing rising costs in construction and materials, increasing the cost estimates for major projects. And it also allocates the reduced rate for pension bonds back into the capital program, maintaining the total overall rate at 1597, and increasing the amount we're spending on street and sidewalk projects to $30 million per year in Road to the Future. It was at $20 million a few years ago. We've been ramping that up. 2 years ago it was $25 million. This year it was $27.5. And so for the proposed budget, it'll be $30 million in bonds for street projects. This is a look at how it breaks out using the 5891. $47.5 billion at a tax rate of 58.91 gets you $279.9 million to allocate. We apply a discount factor for collections that don't come in within the fiscal year of 98.5%. Leaves us with $275.7 million to allocate. 167.5 that will go to the general fund, 16.2 million to our economic development incentives, and 17.2 to all 6 of our TIF funds combined. Those top 3 numbers make up the M&O portion, or 72.89% of the tax rate. The remaining part of the tax rate, $64,289,000 goes to general debt service, while $10.45 million goes to the pension obligation bonds debt service. And those 2 numbers add up to the 1597. All told, that's about a $13.5 million increase from the prior year, or 5.1%, 7% up.
Mark?
We talked before about, the INS rate obviously has to be high enough to support the repayment of our debt.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and if the voters approve bonds and we sell those bonds, then we have to adjust the INS rate in order to cover that.
Yes.
That's a state calculation that's mandated?
Yes. Well, the INS rate is predicated on the debt service, principal and interest payments of all your outstanding debt for each year.
And then, so if you sell so many bonds, then you have to increase the INS rate, then you have to reduce the M&O rate in order to be within that 3.5%
Yes.
tax increase cap.
Yes.
Unless you go to the voters.
Unless you go to the voters.
Okay, thanks.
Brett, real fast, now the 3.5 is still just on the O&M side, is
Yes,
that correct?
that's correct,
So that's the no new revenue rate.
yeah.
But to Mark's point, that voter approval rate is what impacts the INS. So if we needed to go higher than that, and it's above the voter approval rate where we wanted to end up, we'd have to go out or then lower the M&O. Is that correct?
Yes, and one of the things that Senate Bill 2 does allow us to do is pay for our debt. The Senate Bill 2 does not want us to default on our debt. That looks bad. So they set it up so that that would not be an impact in the calculations. So we'd always have the rate to pay our debt.
David?
Thank you, Mayor. And this is kind of my point of the language on a ballot initiative, especially if we look at doing a bond committee next year, that if you vote for this, will be a 2-cent increase to your tax rate. Because they don't care about M&O or INS. It's what is my tax rate? And I think that's important for us to look at. You know, this year, we're going to be hit with a vote in November on 12 cents in our school tax, and whatever Dallas County comes in, we're going to not be on the ballot, thank goodness. But I think looking forward, as we've been talking about, not this year, but next year, with your bond committee, that when that's decided on, of that language of making sure that the voters know, if you vote for this, this is your rate. And I don't think that's going to be the same thing with the school district or the county. It's just going to be vote for 12 cents.
Mm-hmm. That is correct, and thank you, David. Traditionally and historically, the city has received authorization from the residents for what I call these large omnibus bond programs. And whatever old debt falls off and whatever assessed value increases we receive any given year, that's then the capacity we have to issue whatever debt we can issue. We have not historically raised the tax rate in order to ensure that we get those projects done. The challenge with that is at times it takes us 15, 18, 20 years to finish the projects that the voters have authorized us to do. The cost of those projects skyrockets in that interim time, and we usually don't have enough money through authorization to be able to complete those projects. What's more is with the SB2 complications, it limits it even more extensively and impacts the tax rate calculation, as you can see. So my recommendation is, as we look for this new bond authorization coming up and starting that bond process, that we limit it to, in time frame. This current authorization, we said we're going to do it in 10 years. That's a lot different than it has been in the 16, 18, and 20-year timeframes. But that we also, to your point, say, if you approve this, it will be a tax rate increase, because you, as the council, have to be able to go out there and get the projects done and not play games and mess with the 11-page monstrosity that is the tax rate calculation and how all this moves in and out based upon SB2. The residents just need to know, if you want this done, this is what it's going to take. And it may not be a full 2 cents or 1 cent, it may be half cent, whatever it is. We'll do that calculation, but whatever it takes to get those projects done in 5 years, this is what your tax rate is going to be. And it may not be these large omnibus. It may be needed, and I think it will be a much more targeted, specific, and identifiable bond program for very specific projects. And you do that every 5 years.
Yeah, and I think the real point of all of this is that, because I know what you had to do during the bond committee I was in, that was over 20 years ago, and then you look at where we are right now with the existing, and you're still having to massage it, I guess, to try to get it forward. And that's going to be critical, David, before we then go with a bond committee, because the minute we go that way, there's going to be some expectations. But I do want to say, I really appreciate what you guys have been doing, because I've sat here and figured out, I keep hearing structured budget, and I keep smiling and saying, okay, now it's very clear that it's tied to the tax rate, because if you can't tie it to that, you're in trouble. And so, thank you.
All right.
Keep going, please.
Okay.
We're going to take a break as soon as this section's done, okay?
All right. So just to give a comparison of what the general fund impact would be at the various rates, as I mentioned earlier, if we went up to the full voter approval rate of $58.91.74, that would get us a net $34,690. If we did not use our 0.71 cent increment, that would be a decrease of $2.9 million. And if we lowered the tax rate down to the no new revenue rate, it would be a $35 million decrease to the general fund. So we prudently propose the proposed tax rate. And again, 1 cent on the tax rate generates $4.68 million. This looks at the average residential market value of a property in Irving has increased from $440,550 last year to $469,998, and has, as Chris Hillman has pointed out in his adventures in real estate, you're never going to find a house in Irving for $469,998. It's going to either be much lower or much higher, but calculated, that's where the rate is according to the county. So the impact on the residents, if we go with the proposed tax rate at 58.91. It's the same tax rate as last year, but because of increases in the average property value, that'll be another $109.33 added to the residential tax rate. This factors in both the homestead exemption and the over 65 disabled exemption. You can see we've upped that from $60,000 to $65,000. The homestead exemption is capped at 20%. I'd like to see the legislature increase that cap. That would be lovely. But I don't see that happening. It's been at 20% for as long as I've been doing this, which is over 20 years. You can see the various rates. If we did the adjusted voter approval rate, that would be an increase of 23 cents on the tax above the $109.33. But going back down to the voter approval rate would be a savings of $20 over a year for the average market value of a residence. In conclusion, our proposed budget is proposing to maintain the prior year tax rate of 58.91. Operations and maintenance rates and debt service funding rates stay the same. We're shifting 0.14 of a cent in debt service from the pension obligation bonds to CIP. That's in my next presentation. And we are recommending that you will adopt a rate of 58.91 as the rate not to be exceeded for the fiscal year 26-27 budget. In discussing with KO, there was a word in here that said today. You don't have to do it today, but you do have to do it within the next week. So if we're going to call a special call meeting to adjust the tax rate, we'd have to take that rate at that meeting, or we can do it today if that's your pleasure. And this lays it out. Just to get you familiar with what would happen if we did call an increase in the tax rate that goes above the voter approval rate. We had the last day to have a special call meeting to call for an election would be Monday, August the 17th. We would have to take action. You would have to take action today to call that meeting to allow for 3 business days for that meeting to be posted. So today, either we set an amount not to exceed on the tax rate. That's one of the agenda items, or we call a meeting for next Monday to potentially adopt a rate or set a rate that does not a rate not to exceed that is above the voter approval rate, in which case we'd have to call a special election.
Thanks for all the good news.
You're welcome. Any questions?
Okay.
All right.
Let's move on.
All right. And really, this one shouldn't take as long. So, talking about projects and debt service, as I've been talking about, the 15.97 cents will generate $74.75 million in revenue for debt service. We're allocating 13.74 cents to capital program debt and 2.23 cents to pension obligation bond debt. Policy direction has been consistent from council in the past, is that we substantially complete the bond program for 2021 within 10 years. The 2026 bonds, as Chris mentioned, it took quite a while to get that done. It was substantially complete in 22-23, with one proposition still having some unallocated or unissued balance. 1 cent on the tax rate equals $4.68 million. You can see here the pension obligation bonds debt projection. When we set these bonds up, we kept the payments equal rather than escalating. And so as the value of the tax base grows, the amount of tax cents we need to cover our debt decreases. We started at 2.97 cents back in 23, and each year it has gone down for total decreases of 0.74 hundredths of a cent to date over time as as the debt is maintained at about $11 million and the value of 1 cent increases each year. You can see it here on this graph over the life of the bonds. Green represents debt service allocated to CIP at 1597. The orange represents the pension obligation bonds. You can see that they decrease each year until 2042, when we pay off the portion that is allocated to the TMRS and the supplemental benefit plan bonds. And all that's left for the next 6 years are the fire department pension obligation bonds, or the fire pension bonds. And so by 2647, I will not be here by then, we'll have paid off the pension obligation bonds. So our debt
Brett,
capacity.
real fast, Brett,
Yes.
Mayor and Council, I am still receiving inquiries from other cities about what we did and how we did our pension obligation bonds. Again, we're saving over the life of the 20 to 25 years, about $125 million worth of cost. And I just had a meeting last week with 6 other city managers, and 2 of them asked, what did we do? I walked them through that. One of the benefits was back then we had very low interest rates, and they're not as low now, so they'd have to do that calculation. But word has definitely gotten out there on what we did, and other cities are looking to see what we did and if they could do the same. So again, it was a very wise, prudent policy direction from you, and just thank you very much for that guidance and direction. And it's helped set us up for very successful pensions. In fact, 2 of our 3 pensions are now more than fully funded
Yes.
at this point. So we're in a good, solid position. We hope to stay that way.
I would just like to plug that usually if you're selling pension obligation debt, you're doing it in a position of desperation because you can't fund them in any other way. We did it out of a position of strength. We basically refinanced the house and got a very favorable interest rate to save costs over time, and that has really benefited us. I don't recommend doing it normally, but we did a really good job with this. Debt capacity analysis, we work with Hilltop, our financial advisors, and we update the debt capacity regularly. As I mentioned, our current assumptions to maintain that 1597 total debt service tax rate, we're prudently budgeting 4 to 3% annual average growth in the tax base. We're looking at 4% the next 2 years, then going down to 3% after that. We were at 5. We budgeted 5% this year, came in at 5.17. So I feel that's pretty. I feel our model is pretty accurate, but it does lean towards the conservative side. We also are budgeting 4 to 4.5% interest rates on our future debt in terms of capacity. But this year's interest rate was 3.68%, which is down from 2025. So that's good news. We issue 20-year debt for most projects. For the public safety joint facility projects, we did 30-year debt because those are going to be buildings that will usually last longer than 20 years. And we typically use up to 5-year tax notes for capital equipment financing. In this year's budget, the notes we're adding ambulances in addition to fire trucks and some information technology. And also, I think the paint striper for traffic and transportation, all funded out of tax notes. An ambulance, a fully loaded ambulance is now in excess of $500,000. Sorry, not B, M, not B. But anyway, that's still a significant chunk out of the budget. We'd rather finance those with tax notes at a very low interest rate and not have outsized impacts on our vehicle and equipment replacement contributions. So our debt capacity supports general issuances for 26-27, $33.5 million in general obligation bonds, 20-year bonds, $17 million in public safety joint facility bonds for 30 years, and $14.77 million in tax notes. And as I mentioned, you'll see those tax notes come before you in September to authorize with issuance in October. And the other bonds will be issued in the usual May, June timeframe next year. So our model determines our overall 5-year bond issuance amounts. We've increased funding for Road to the Future from $20 million to $30 million. And we have large capital projects usually spaced out to provide mostly level debt. It does fluctuate from year to year. As you all know, the Let's Play Irving in 23-24, we funded Lee Center and Mustang Aquatics, multi-generational facilities, Fire Station 8 construction, and the gun range. This year, we funded Fire Station 9 construction, and the Public Safety Joint Training Facilities Operations Center, Dispatch, and North Police Station will all be upcoming in the budget in 28, 29, and 30. The inflation of construction equipment costs increases the probability that funding will not be sufficient to complete all the projects that were proposed in the 2021 bond election. We can either fund those with certificates of obligation while the legislature allows us to do that. There's still some restrictions on those. Or we'll add them into the new bond proposal. We're looking at a new bond election proposed for May of 2028.
Brett, if I may, Mayor and Council,
Yes.
on the joint public safety training facilities bonds, those are the dollars, the bond authorization that we're going to be using for Hidden Ridge, the Hidden Ridge property. Right now, that's under design and engineering. We funded that. That will be completed next year. So when it comes time for the redo and the renovation of that building, those are going to be the dollars that we're going to be using to help do that. In the meantime, Orlando is working with the chiefs to go in there and use the building as they can, as is, so that we can get some use out of that building, and he'll be continuing to coordinate that. And then we'll start the renovations of that building once we have that capacity. We knew that was going to be the case. We knew it was going to be about 2 years before we had the capacity to pay for those renovations with the bond authorization, but that worked well because we knew we were going to take about a year of design and engineering just to know how that was going to play out.
So looking at our debt issuance schedule over the next few years, we did front load our construction of the 3 aquatics and recreation center projects simultaneously in 23, 24. That's why I keep 24 on this graph to show that that front loading. We did reduce our issuances for the prior 2 years. What we're finding now is that we now have the capacity to fully return to our average capacity of about $60 million in bond sales in the fiscal 26-27 proposed budget. We are on track to fully expend all the money from the 21 bond authorization by 2031. You can see here, dark green is the 20-year GOs, blue is the 30-year. Both of those are the current authorizations, and there's just a little bit left in 2031 where we've programmed out. And everything in light green is GO debt notional. We don't know what the council will decide in terms of a bond package, what the future bond committee will recommend, but we are planning ahead at about $60 million, and I have to tell you, I think that's low. Based on where we are now, it might be closer to $65 million a year that we're able to afford at this current tax rate. So we'll be looking at that, and as we analyze the values for next year and where we think we're going to be in terms of what will be proposed in terms of a bond package. Road to the Future at $30 million, I think, is completely doable. We could even structure for 35 if we wanted to do that. I just threw that out there. I haven't talked to Chris about that, but I think the capacity's there to do that.
I think there might also be some interest in building a new library branch.
Possibly
up in
so.
the middle part of the city as
There
well that we're gonna have to
is
put in
added
there.
capacity in this structure. And as I said, the tax notes for capital equipment projects are increasing. We're going from about $7 million to $16 million per year. Fire trucks are not getting any cheaper. Ambulances are not getting any cheaper. And some of the other major capital outlays we're seeing, especially if you're doing building repair and maintenance, HVAC, roof replacement, that sort of thing, those also are eminently eligible for short-term tax note use. And as you can see here, our general debt projection goes down every year. Blue is existing principal, maroon is existing interest. And so as those bonds are paid off and as our capacity increases, we're able to project future debt out to layer in on top of that as our old debt pays off. If you look at our total debt structure for the entire city, not just general INS, about 52% of our budget, debt service budget, goes towards general projects. That's GOs, COs, tax notes, that sort of thing. $488 million in outstanding principal for general capital, $140.4 million left in pension obligation bonds. In green, you see here, these are our utility funds. Water and sewer system has $212 million in outstanding debt. Drainage utility, we've issued 3 years worth of those Texas Water Development Board bonds very successfully at low interest rates or no interest rate. So they're on the books at $167 million and almost $5 million in direct sanitation project bonds. Yellow represents all the hotel occupancy tax bonds. Convention center debt still has $83 million left. Entertainment venue, 51, and almost $17 million in the convention center hotel. We have some other, if you call it, the Heritage Crossing sanitation backed bonds, $11.9 million on that. Those are paid out of the general fund, not out of debt service. And our 3 public improvement districts have a combined total of $17.7 million. Those will pay out by 2023. So as you can see, over half our debt goes to general capital projects and pension bonds. The utilities make up 32%. Hotel occupancy tax is decreased from about 15% over the last couple of years down to almost 12.7%. And then our other debt is just under 2.5%. Looking at it in tabular form, if you will, you can see the net debt outstanding for each of our categories of debt, the funding sources used to pay them off. We're projecting another $560.7 million in new debt between general obligation bonds and water and sewer debt, and another $15 million in MDU, but we're also looking to pay off $401 million in existing debt over the next 5 years. So slight increase in our debt service requirements, but we are paying off the debt rather rapidly. And as you see, the bottom half of this table, we're not anticipating any future debt for any of those items, and so all of those will continue to decrease until those amounts are paid off. Any questions?
Questions? Thank you, Brett. Excellent. I mean, and now I have to say something to you, Chris. I really like the way you focused on 5 years, because anything beyond, we're really kind of Kentucky winding time. But thank you, because great presentation. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll be back in here on the hour. Okay? Thank you.
Future in Focus serves as the city's organizational framework, fostering a culture of strategic planning and data-informed decision-making. Let's look at some of the city's highlights from fiscal year 2026 through the 5 pillars of Future in Focus. Vibrant economy. Wells Fargo opened a sleek new corporate campus across from Toyota Music Factory, with office space for more than 4,500 employees. Irving also welcomed a true Texas icon, with H-E-B opening its first store in Dallas County along 635. The H-E-B family also opened its budget-friendly brand, Jovi's Smart Shop, in South Irving. The city continued its commitment to redevelopment initiatives in the Heritage District, with Experience Main Street bringing thousands of visitors to the area. The city's Enhancement Incentive Program helped small businesses in downtown Irving, with Alma's Cafe bringing a new flavor to the Heritage District, and JPT Graphics unveiling a creative new mural to its building. Infrastructure investment. Year 9 of Road to the Future continued, like the MacArthur Boulevard project. Drainage Solutions for a Better Tomorrow projects also continued, with the city receiving more than $35 million in state funding for the next phases of the North Delaware Creek project. Sense of community. Parks and Recreation hosted more than 50,000 visitors at special events, including a record crowd for Irving Sparks and Stripes. More than $2 million of a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant was awarded to enhance the Campion Trail. And Lynott Spurlock Park opens, providing a peaceful recreation option in South Irving. Government sustainability. The city maintained the property tax rate at a 58.91 cent per $100 valuation, balancing the budget with $343.5 million in the general fund. And the city issued $38 million in general obligation bonds, funding a number of projects, like the Conflans Road extension between State Highway 161 and Valley View Lane, an improved facility for fleet services at Briary Yard, and upgrades for IT's transition to the EFJ radio system. The city also launched the Irving Connector by VIA, restoring routes 225 and 255, and introducing the Loop at Las Colinas, after successful negotiations with DART resulted in the city receiving a portion of the sales tax allocation to be dedicated towards general mobility programs. Safe and beautiful city. The FY26 budget included enhancements to public safety staffing, adding 12 fire department and 11 police department personnel. The Irving Police Department opened the new Tactical Training Center, ensuring Irving PD officers are trained with the most modern techniques. And the Irving Fire Department opened the new Fire Station 8 on Riverside Drive, serving an area that has seen a 50% increase in calls in recent years. Code Enforcement's Keep It Clean initiative helped beautify neighborhoods, keeping residents informed of potential code violations. As Irving prepares for the FY27 budget year, Future in Focus ensures the city prioritizes what matters most, delivering exceptional services and promoting a high quality of life.
Talking to the town.
We're all residents here, and we just want to know, what are we doing, and is the city council doing the right thing? Are the city leaders doing the right thing?
A town hall conversation on the future of public transportation and data centers in Irving. Supplies for success.
It does feel like we're being taken care of.
Mountains of backpacks with all the school essentials going to the Irving kids who need them most before they head back to classes. Those stories, plus a new tactical training center preparing Irving police to protect the public. Now on City Source. Hundreds of volunteers stuffed thousands of backpacks to make sure Irving kids have the school head start they need. Hello, and welcome to City Source. I'm Nick Lawton. That story's still ahead, but we begin with a town hall meeting where residents got an update on the new Irving Connector public transportation and heard how the city is tackling one of the biggest topics of today, data centers. More than 100 Irving residents came to a town hall hosted by council members David Pfaff and John Block. On the agenda, an update on the new transit service Irving Connector.
What does transportation look like? Is it better? Is it worse? We'll give you feedback, but also you'll get to see the people behind the scenes on that as well.
As presented at the town hall, more than 1,800 riders have taken Irving Connector routes 225 and 255 since it launched in June, and 135 people have hopped onto the loop at Las Colinas in the 3 weeks it's been operating.
The Irving Connector has been absolutely great. It's helped people that are disabled like me and other people where I live.
The town hall also addressed the city of Irving's approach to a hot-button topic today, data centers.
The data centers, I am totally against data centers. I just think it's not safe for the city.
Everyone is using data today, and we do need it. We just need it to be done in a safe way.
City leaders laid out to residents the requirements Irving has on zoning, land use, noise, and water use for the data centers already in town.
You know, we have 4 data centers approved in this city, 2 of them in operation. So they've been around for a long time.
When people see, especially data centers in their community, the things that they're asking for their city to do to protect them, we've already done here.
City leaders also assured that the biggest data centers, those more than 10,000 square feet, can't come to the city.
At the hyperscale centers, we don't have that amount of land in Irving, so that really can't happen here. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be concerned. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have created our standards because we care about our community.
It was a town hall conversation that left many with the hope for a stable future for Irving, city leaders and residents alike.
They're our boss. We're the link between them and the city. So it's very important for that lane of communication to stay open.
And you can see the city of Irving's data center regulations for yourself by logging on to irvingtx.gov/planning and irvingtx.gov/data-centers. City leaders say they'll keep studying the Irving Connector to see if they can add more ways to streamline transportation, including better connections between Irving Connector vans and DART. And speaking of the Irving Connector, we got another look at all the places you can go on the loop at Las Colinas. My colleagues Robert Sheik and Susan Stevens join me on the loop.
I'm Susan Stevens. On Irving Spotlight, we regularly highlight all that's available at the Toyota Music Factory. The Loop at Las Colinas makes it super easy to see a movie, catch a concert, or grab a treat. The vans are great for visitors staying at one of the hotels in the area to experience all you can do and see in the urban center.
We're here in one of my favorite parts of Irving, and now there's a new easy way to get here. It's the Irving Connector Loop at Las Colinas. It takes you all around the urban center area. So you can come down here if you want to come down to Water Street, maybe check out the awesome Mustangs of Las Colinas over at Williams Square, and then come back over here and maybe go grab lunch, dinner, whatever it is. I'm gonna go grab some lunch right now and then hop back on the Irving Connector Loop at Las Colinas to get where I need to go.
I'm Nick Lawton with City Source. Another great thing you can do on the loop at Las Colinas is connect with a DART train. There are 2 stops along the loop where you can make the connection. I'm at Las Colinas Station right now, which is an easy transfer to the Orange Line to get to DFW Airport or go into Dallas. And another great thing about this loop at Las Colinas stop, when you step off, you are right on the Lake Carolyn Promenade. It's one of the reasons they call it the Irving Connector. And you can catch up on all the recent stories we've done on the Irving Connector on our playlist at youtube.com/The City of Irving. Well, keeping their edge when it comes to public safety, that's what Irving police are aiming for now that their new tactical training center is operational. Robert Cheek takes us inside.
Irving police officers, including Chief Derek Miller, are getting in some morning target practice.
Let's still got it.
This is inside the new Police Tactical Training Center, a facility designed to allow officers to train for a number of different scenarios.
This facility is more than just a gun range. This facility is a tactical training center. The threats that police officers are seeing in our country today are unlike any other. And so being able to have flexibility in our training, dynamics in our training is paramount. And so a facility like this allows us to do those things.
We document every shot we take.
City leaders toured the new facility and watched as officers demonstrated some of their training exercises here.
It's unbelievable the amount of training that they go through and the skill level they already have.
And the only way you make that happen is train, and train.
As police training continues to evolve, this facility allows Irving PD to stay at the cutting edge of modern tactics, part of the city's commitment to public safety.
We want to make sure that we're making great investments into our public safety facilities. Just last week, we opened our brand new Fire Station 8. This week, we're now opening up our brand new tactical training facility. It really shows how important it is to continue to invest in our public safety.
An investment to protect and serve Irving with highly trained officers. Robert Cheek for City Source.
Construction is underway on the new Mustang Park multi-generational facility. Our cameras were there as the contractor installed some precast slabs. Next up, the project's going vertical. Structural steel installation is expected to take 4 to 6 weeks, finishing in mid-September. That's when there will be a beam signing ceremony. We'll of course keep you up to date on all the latest progress. Every single piece of this backpack mountain went toward making sure no Irving child was left behind going back to school. The Irving Schools Foundation's annual Supplies for Success Drive is a day hundreds of volunteers helped prepare for. Getting the perfect backpack for the new school year. That's an experience these volunteers for the Irving Schools Foundation want to make sure every kid gets. They'll climb a mountain of donated backpacks to do it, even though there's a few cave-ins.
School is hard as it is, so not even having the basic, things that you need to get by, that's tough, so if we can do anything to help out, and we're always happy to do it.
At this Supplies for Success Drive, hundreds of volunteers.
Good morning.
There we go. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Crystal Segovia, Budget Administrator, and I'll be sharing with you today a presentation on compensation adjustments. So to begin, I will discuss step merit changes for 26-27. So as a way of reminder, the city operates on a step pay schedule, with each step advancing 3.5% for non-civil service and 5% for civil service. So for 26-27, we will continue to fund step, which is also known as merit increases for our city employees. The impact to the general fund for step increases is a little over $2.8 million. The increases specific to the civil service is $1.3 million, and police increases is $800,000, and fire is $538,000. Market and COLA increases for 26-27. For public safety market adjustments, the city completes an annual compensation analysis of our benchmark cities in order to maintain our public safety employees at the 80th percentile. So this fiscal year, we're budgeting a conservative estimate of 3.5% increase, or $2,575,000 increase to the general fund. Non-civil service employees, they do not receive that annual market adjustment, and instead they receive a cost of living adjustment. So for 26-27, we are budgeting a 1.5% COLA, and this increase would be around $970,000 to the general fund.
Crystal, if I may, just as a quick heads up for the mayor and council, again, each year we do a market study for civil service, so we know we are at the 80th percentile each and every year for civil service. What we do not know is if we are at the 80th percentile for all the general government positions, because we do not do a market study each and every year like we do for civil service. About every 5 to 6 years, we do engage an outside consultant for a class and compensation study, which addresses all positions, including general government, and we make adjustments in. We did that about 3.5, 4 years ago. When was that? Yeah. So we're coming up on the time. We were thinking that it would be good to bring in a consultant this next year. We didn't have the dollars, so we'll focus in on that for the fiscal year 28 to have a class and comp for all positions in the city and general government as well. So right now, we don't know if we're at the 80th percentile for general government. The COLAs help keep us up with what the competition could be doing. And if you may recall, because of that approach, when we did our last class and comp study, about 50 to 55% of all of our general government positions were already within that range. So that does help, and it didn't have quite as big of an impact in order to catch up. So that's how we approach the general government. So if we do have positions in general government that need some fine-tuning every now and then, whether it's a water position or maybe a dispatch position, in years past it's been lifeguard positions as well. If we see we're getting really out of sync in terms of the market, we'll make individual adjustments in between those class and comp studies just to make sure we can continue to hire and be competitive for those different positions.
Let me ask a question on that, Chris. My assumption is that we're pretty flat when we start to look at retirements and movement and recruiting, so that we can pretty much predict within what's our couple of percentage point. I mean, give me a sense of how you really focus and where you get to it.
Yeah, we are pretty consistent with what we see in retirements each and every year. We don't have big swings one direction or another, which is good. So we can anticipate that and manage that.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving forward to benefits. The health insurance change from 26-27 resulted in a $1.27 million city and the retirees, and is applicable to all the plans. And the next component of the health increase is from plan selection changes made by employees, and that's a $220,000 increase. Lastly, to account for new positions, the cost increased for health insurance nearly $440,000. I also just want to make a note that additional details on the health insurance will be discussed in the next presentation, D2, health insurance update. For pension plan changes for 26-27, we saw an overall decrease to all three plans. TMRS had a rate decrease from 10.75 to 10.51, or $97,000 decrease. SBP saw a decrease from 0.7% to 0.68%, or $33,000 reduction. The FRRF retirement program had a decrease from 12.78 to 12.62%, or 64,000 decrease. And so all these pension plans, they are effective January of each year. So overall, the pension budget did see an overall increase, and that's by $1.76 million, and that's due to the fact that we added 55 new positions, and we also have to account for the increased pension costs when it relates to funding STEP, market, COLA, and overtime. Other benefit changes for 26-27. Life insurance saw over a 50% rate reduction from 0.132% to 0.06%, and we saw savings of $108,000. Unemployment saw a rate increase from 0.7% to 1.4%, or $130,000 increase. And that concludes our summary of compensation adjustments. If you have any questions.
Questions? Mayor? Fuad and then David.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to the insurance plan, and let me know if there's something we're going to cover later. What does it look like for retirees? What does their health insurance look like? And what's the possibility of making that easier?
I believe that will be, I think there's some slides that show the retiree portion. As of now, the rate increase will get passed on to the retirees. My understanding. Here comes Niall.
And this now comes up. A couple of years back, we made some significant adjustments to our retiree health care, where the city is making higher and additional contributions to help offset that, depending on the calculation of years served in Irving and total years that are in the retirement system. And so those adjustments were made, which did provide some, I think, pretty good significant relief to some of the challenges that the retirees were experiencing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Niall, did I miss something there?
You did.
All right, thank you.
David?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Was there any driver for the unemployment rate increase?
Good question. It's not based on our unemployment history. We're part of a group of other entities. So even if we do well one year or the next, we still get dinged no matter what. So we've looked up some information and we can definitely pass that on to you. But our unemployment, I believe, went down, for the city, but we are part of a network of groups. So we can't really control that increase each year.
Right. And this is state unemployment, correct?
Yes.
Or state dollars?
Texas Workforce Commission. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Question, anybody?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm delighted that you guys are already warming up with questions around the health insurance update. And so we are here to give you a little bit more information about the health insurance update as we move into the next year. As you are probably very aware, we partner with Holmes Murphy as our broker to help us move through the insurance analysis, making sure we're being conscientious about how we rate with the national market, the state market, and local other municipalities that are similar to us. And so as a result, we'll dive into that information as a part of this particular conversation today. I want to introduce you to our Holmes Murphy partners. We have Ben Clark, who is a statistician, and he's going to tell us a lot about the rates. And then we also have Sean Quindlen, who is going to talk about the changes that we've made, the adjustments, and why we thought these were the appropriate moves for the city of Irving. So I'm going to have Ms. Sean kick us off.
Just arrow down. Okay. All right, well, Good mid-morning to you all. Thanks for having us. Happy to be here. I'm going to kick us off with just a few metrics on what's happening in healthcare before I turn it over to Ben and he talks about your budget specifically. I'll set the stage with what's happening as it relates to healthcare trend in general. So in this great state of Texas, we get the lucky pleasure of having the 5th highest inflation across the nation. And DFW has the highest medical prices across the entire state of Texas, which we're right in the midst of that rising healthcare spend. National medical trend is currently about 9.3%, and that's across the national market. How the city of Irving compares is that your rolling 12, so if I look back 12 months from where we are today, your rolling 12 trend is right at about 4%. So you are actually performing better than national market. Does not mean you aren't seeing cost increases, because you are. It just means that your cost increases are less than what we're seeing across the national market as it relates to medical. For pharmacy trend, the national pharmacy trend is 11%. The city of Irving's rolling 12 is 5.6%. So again, better than a national market. If we look at what's driving medical costs for you and for you in particular for the city of Irving, it's really your large cost claimants. We are seeing significant prevalence in costs as it relates to cancer conditions, cardiovascular conditions, and also chronic kidney disease. And some of that chronic kidney disease that we see within your population kind of carries over into what's driving your pharmacy expenses as well. The number 1 and 2 indicators in the pharmacy space of what's driving costs, and that's not specific to Irving, but you apply also, are GLP-1 medications. In particular, GLP-1 medications that are being used for the primary diagnosis these days is diabetes. But what we know is that we are also seeing those expensive GLP-1 medications having other clinical indications. So things like sleep apnea, fatty liver disease, and also pending indications for things like Alzheimer's and osteoarthritis. And as those medications are deemed clinically efficient for other conditions, we will see more use and increased costs. And then the second thing driving pharmacy costs across this entire, your population and across the nation is really specialty medications. There are very few individuals who take specialty medications. Most of those are injectable medications, and very few people take those medications, but the cost is significant. So that's an area where you have a small percentage of your population that drive a large percentage of your pharmacy spend overall. So while the healthcare marketplace is just seeing record level national trend increases for both medical and pharmacy, the city of Irving, as I referenced, you are performing better. And so we wanted to just give you a few tidbits on what we're seeing in your claims as to why you're performing better. One of the primary things as you look at how you manage your costs for medical and pharmacy is making sure people have a connection to primary care physicians, helping to know when someone has a disease or a specific disease state earlier on, because that helps us with managing the cost. It helps the member with better outcomes. The way that Irving is successful in that area is really through your clinic. You have high engagement you've had high engagement within the clinic, and that gives your employees access to primary care resources. We also see within the Blue Cross Blue Shield medical plan high interaction between your members who have a primary care physician. And again, that helps us with preventing risk, preventing disease, and then when it's detected, it helps us detect it earlier, which means it's a better situation for all. We also think, because you all have had a consistent plan design over the recent years, there are some entities in which we're seeing plan change after plan change, or even vendor change at contract renewal after vendor change. when there is consistent change within a population, members don't have an opportunity to be educated on how the plan works, where the doctors are located, what doctors that they should access. You all have been successful in being consistent in the plan design and the benefits that you offer. And what that leads to is a more educated workforce of people for healthcare. So people know where to access care, how to access care, and you provide them with tools and resources to help shop for shop for that healthcare. So overall, healthcare costs are rising. The city of Irving is doing well compared to the national market. So now I'm going to turn it over to Ben to talk through your specific claims and financials.
Good morning. So what we have up on the screen right now, on the left you'll see medical claims, on the right, claims with RX rebates. And so those RX rebates are a method for lowering overall drug costs back to the city of Irving. What we're measuring on each of these charts is your trend. So the purple line that you see is a rolling 12 average of claims per capita. So we're dividing out by the total enrollment over that time. We can see that we're currently sitting at $1,407 in medical and RX claims without rebates. Rebates then take about $200 off of that, down to $1,231. The yellow line you see there is a best fit to that data, and the slope of that line indicates the trend. So historically, over the last 5 years, we've experienced a trend of 6.7%. Once we account for those rebates, it lowers our overall trend to 5.1%. This is combined for medical and RX. So we had those numbers split out by medical separately and RX separately on the previous slide. In the most recent 12 months, our claims have cooled off a little bit. So you see that orange line there, that's our most recent 12 months. We're roughly flat, a 1.1% increase. It's actually a decrease once we account for those rebates, and those rebates have increased due to the mix of drugs you've had. So with those increased GLP-1 usage, the increased specialty usage, we get higher rebates on those drugs, which helps to offset some of our cost. When we put all of this into our revenues versus expenditures, up on the top section there, you'll see the revenues. Down at the bottom, you see the expenses. The 25-26 adopted budget is there on the left. We budgeted for 1,960 employees with total funds available of $51.5 million. That includes that starting fund balance on the top line of $11.25 million. Our expenditures, our expenses below that, we budgeted for $38.5 million for an annual surplus of about 1.6, bringing that total fund balance to $12.9 million. Our reforecast there in that second column, that is our estimate for where we will end this year. Our revenues are coming in a little bit higher by about $300,000. That's due to an increase in the employee contributions based on the mix of where employees enrolled and how much they're contributing, as well as a slight decrease in the retiree contribution, and then we've worked in there the interest from investments. That brings our overall funds to about 51.8. Our total expenses are coming in better than we expected at 37.8, so our ending fund balance will go from 12.9, where we had estimated it last year at budgeting time, up to about 14 million. The projection with no changes in that third column, we're now projecting for the following year, for the fiscal year 2027, at 2,020 employees, so a slight increase of about 60 positions there. That projection with no changes is assuming no changes to the employee contributions. Now you'll see the employee contributions increase. That increase is entirely due to the headcount increase of 60 individuals. It is not due to a change in the employee contributions. That puts our total funds available at $55.8 million, including that $14 million in starting fund balance. Our overall expenses will come in at $43.34 due to those increases we're seeing in overall cost. That takes us to an ending deficit of $1.5 million. It brings our fund balance back down to 12.4. The highlighted column there, the fourth column, are projection with changes. We're now assuming a 3% increase to the city's contribution to the health fund, as well as a 3% increase to the employee contributions. On the following slide, we'll look at what those employee contributions look like. That takes our annual deficit down there at the bottom from 1.54 million to 278,000. bringing our ending fund balance to 13.7. So a much healthier experience for the overall fund. The following years you see projected out to that fiscal year 2030, we're assuming a flat 3% increase to the city's contribution, a 3% increase to the employee contribution. You'll see that there at the bottom. Overall, it does run at a slight deficit for the following years. Those things will be adjusted for in following budgets. That takes our ending fund balance in 2030 down to $5 million, but again, we'll be making changes in between. So looking at what those employee contributions are doing. Your 3 plans are listed over there on the left, your Blue Choice or your richest plan, your Blue Quality plan, which is a narrow network, and then your Blue Edge HSA, your high deductible health plan down there at the bottom. The enrollment is listed over there on the left. About half of your enrollment is in that Blue Choice plan, with about a third in each of the Blue Quality and Blue HSA. Your fiscal year 26, your 25-26 employee contributions are listed in that second column, with the 3% increase going into 26-27 in the following column. So you'll notice the monthly change for that employee only on the Blue Choice plan is only $3.44, up to about $20.50 for bringing your whole family onto the plan. The cost share is then outlined here on the following page. So what we have in that first column is your enrollment, again, for the 3 plans. Your employee contributions for 26-27 in the following column, along with that city contribution over in the fourth column. And so in this case, in both the employee and the city case, we're adjusting by 3%. The overall cost share by plan or by tier is listed in the following column. So the employee is picking up about 11%, about 12% on that Blue Choice employee only. The family picks up 22.6%. The overall contributions by plan are then listed on that plan cost share line under each plan. So we subsidize the Blue Choice plan to the tune of about 81%. The employees pick up 19%. It's 84% for the Blue Quality plan, 94% for that HSA plan in order to drive enrollment into that high deductible plan, knowing that those employee contributions are very low. The overall effect of this, when we combine everyone together, we've got an 86-14 split. So the city is picking up about 86% of the total cost in those contributions. The employees pick up 14%. This is an uptick from last year where we were at about 79-21, and that's due to the inflation that we're seeing within the health plan and keeping these minimal increases to the overall employee contributions. I'll pass back over to Sean.
Okay. The next couple of slides are things that you all have previously approved. We thought we'd take a quick second while we had your attention just to recap those, and we thank you for the approval. Zero Health will be a new program available starting October 1st of this year. That program, just a quick reminder of the highlights of the program, it allows you all to bring, first I'll start with the fact that it's voluntary. So employees can make the determination as to whether or not they access the benefits of Zero Health. The benefits associated with Zero Health include removing out-of-pocket costs associated with certain surgery procedures should an employee take advantage of the Zero Health program. So it will remove the employee's expense, and then it will reduce the expense for those surgical procedures to the city. Since you're self-funded, every dollar, every time someone has a surgery, you're writing the check for that. And so this allows you to pay a lesser expense for some of those surgical procedures. It also enhances the member experience. The members get a hands-on concierge type service to help support them while they are considering whether or not they want to use this Zero Health option. It works alongside the health plan, so there's no member disruption. So while Zero Health will organize the surgical procedure, should someone need therapy afterwards or any additional care, they just fall back into line with their Blue Cross Blue Shield provider. So this is a very positive voluntary benefit available to your members. What we hope is that over time, we see increased utilization of Zero Health. As more employees and plan members take advantage of the Zero Health solution, we anticipate additional savings to the city, and the member always saves in this example. So if our projections are accurate, and honestly, I'd love to see us exceed our projections, but should we get a 10% adoption rate, so just 10% of individuals who actually have a surgery in 2028, if we get 10% of all of those surgeries through Zero Health, we estimate savings of about $1.2 million back to the city. The next item that has also been approved, thank you again, is the change in the employee life insurance partner. So we went through a full procurement with your procurement team. We received 4 responses from the market, and as a result, we've selected Hartford as the new life insurance provider for the city of Irving. The benefit for the city is that your employee paid premium, so what you pay for basic life coverage, was reduced by 55%. That will bring savings to the city. And we were able to have those rates guaranteed for 3 years so that we know that you'll realize that 55% savings across the next 3 years. We also achieved savings for retiree life insurance. The retiree life insurance rates will be decreasing by 54%, also a part of the marketing. So again, favorable. This is a quick look at the voluntary life rates. Voluntary life insurance is paid for by your members. So the city does not pay this cost, members pay, but through the marketing efforts, we were able to also reduce what your employees pay. So we've had reductions on both sides. The employer paid life expense will be reduced, and what employees pay for their life insurance will also be reduced. And the rate of decrease varied between 22% and 36% in reduced rates. That concludes our update. Please let us know if you have any questions.
Yes, could I, go ahead, Adam. I'll go after you.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question about the pharmacy cost versus medical cost drivers.
Okay.
And essentially, do we know the effectiveness of GLP-1s on, let's see what I write here. Oh, on reducing the other medical costs. Like, is there any correlation there? And if so, could the city strategically, invest in increasing that plan or that benefit?
Okay, you want to go?
Happy to. So in the case of diabetes, there's absolutely a lowering of medical costs. In particular, the GLP-1 effect makes a person more responsive to insulin, so they take less insulin over time, and there are less side effects due to that insulin consumption. As far as GLP-1s for weight loss are concerned, they have been on the market for about 2 years now, a little over 2 years now. And so the amount of data out there is kind of limited. However, UHC they have the largest network in the U.S. They provided a longitudinal study last year where they adjusted members' health spend for when they started taking this drug. And what they saw was a 91% increase in overall cost after taking a GLP-1 in per person cost. About 71% of that is coming from the increase in pharmacy cost, which is expected because they're on an $1,100 a month drug. The other 20% is an increase in medical cost, and it's unclear at this time what is driving that increase. It may simply be physician contact, that now the person is on this drug, they hadn't been taking care of themselves beforehand, now they have physician contact, they're getting treated for more things. However, there's not enough data at this point to say what the cause of that increase is. The expectation is that over time it will lower medical costs because you're treating a chronic disease. And so you should have less cost in a surgical setting, you should have less cost for other treatments, but we're just not seeing that yet.
Interesting. Thank you.
Okay, David.
Mayor, thank you. Just a few things on the numbers. We have 2,020 employees. Does that include retirees, or is that the people on the plan?
I believe that's only the
Page
active
4.
population.
Yeah, I think the summary slide here, so the numbers that you see
Yes.
on this slide should be related to that. This is the active budget. When we did not, I'm so sorry. This is related to your active population, and what we missed in saying is that your retirees will also see the same 3% increase, and we keep a separate budget and separate rates for the retiree population.
And where is that in our budget? Or are they paying 100% of their health care cost?
I believe,
It's
I think in the
listed on the
contributions.
retiree contributions.
Is it in the
third
summary?
line under the revenue.
That's their contributions on the revenue, but
He's looking for cost.
Oh, for their total cost? We have the.
I don't know if we have the, I'm not sure if we've got the summary in your appendix. We would have to check with the HR team, but we can send you a summary.
okay. And I could go on and on about national health care costs and things of that nature. Mark Cuban here with Cost Plus Drugs has been taking a lot of contracts around the country and looking at them and helping them out, state of Colorado, different areas. Chris, I think he sent you a few of these things. The healthcare costs are crazy. And he's a local, with the pharmacies and things of that nature. But I think if you look at one thing in the budget of, we've got to provide great healthcare for our employees. But who's taking all the money at the end of the day? And that's one of the big questions I always have with any of the health insurance.
And I can speak to that
All right.
really quickly. So the city of Irving has its pharmacy marketing procurement for next year. So it's on our radar for pharmacy. At
Okay.
that time, we will be fully evaluating the marketplace, including the Mark Cuban Cost Plus pharmacy solution. You all are with Blue Cross, and Blue Cross has the ability to integrate that Cost Plus solution into your plan. The things that we, as your consultant, need to look at is how do we steer people there? We know that one of the things that we're seeing with your claims is that your cost drivers are really on the specialty side, which are not available through the Mark Cuban Cost Plus solution. It's generics. And yes, we can save money with generics, but we have to change plan design because we need to drive the people there, right, in order to use the Mark Cuban Cost Plus solution. So one of the things that we'll be doing in 2027 when we thoroughly evaluate the market, we'll be looking outside of like the traditional delivery of pharmacy healthcare. So Prime will quote it, of course, but we'll also look externally at other national PBM retailers to understand, does the city of Irving have an opportunity to realize additional savings on the pharmacy side? And the Mark Cuban solution will be a part of that analysis. So we may come back to you to say, we looked at it. What Ben's team does is they will reprice all of your drugs using the Mark Cuban Cost Plus solution and then help you understand, here's the price of the medication, but there's also ingredient costs. and
We don't need to
dispensing.
get into the details in this meeting, but I just want to make that point and look forward to seeing what you come back with. Thank you.
No problem.
I've got one question and a comment. I guess the question that I have, I'm looking at the Hartford down, that it's a 54% decrease in impact financially. Can you give me a sense of where that's coming from? Is it a graph of we're dying off faster, or are we more in it?
Yes,
I don't have to worry about it. I'm a retiree from the Army, so I'm good.
It is not for, it's not related to deaths. And quite honestly, the more deaths you have, the higher your rate, the more your death incidents, the higher your rates are. The decrease of 50% is the result in the rate that you pay. So you pay a per 1,000 rate of coverage. And so we were able to, when you go to market, people bid in on your business. And Hartford came back with the best rate. So they reduced what you pay for the same level of coverage that you have. And that reduction in rate is the equivalent of that 54% decrease. So it's just, you're paying less for the same coverage.
Thank you.
You're
I was
welcome.
wondering, because that's a nice negative number, I guess. There's a second thing that I'm looking into it because I had an interesting conversation with a mutual friend that is talking about the IRS has given up to 15% deductions on employers based upon whoever they're dealing with on the management side. And I'm curious about that. Are you familiar with that? If you're not, I'll find out more about it. And
No, but if you could give us specifically what that IRS deduction is and just let us know, we would 100% look into it to understand.
Yeah, no, let me do that because
Okay.
I've been wanting to talk to Chris and Nyler, just in case, okay, my HR director. It was really interesting. I have no concept on what it really is, but it is a ability for, and especially a government agency like a city that might be able to knock down 15% as to not only the cost, but a reimbursement on taxes of that individual and not healthcare tax. So it's something I'm just kind of, it just tickled my brain a little because it just came at me about a week ago. So if you haven't heard
Tickles my
about
brain
it,
as well, so let us know what that is, and we
Yes,
will
I will.
happily look into it to determine whether or not you're eligible.
well, I know I'm saying this because Chris always is looking a way to save money. Right, Chris? Adam, or excuse me, Fuad.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple quick questions. Have we considered on-site health screening for our employees, either optional or mandatory?
So we do, throughout the year, have different vendors come on site to perform certain types of screening. And so we have had this year screening in relation to cancer, as well as screening in relation to breast conditions. And so we do that from time to time. One of our greatest opportunities is with Crossover, our vendor that we brought on last year, so that our employees have access to a clinic. And that clinic is located, not reasonably close to this facility, but they also have facilities around the Metroplex that our employees have access to. They provide not only pre-screening, they also provide primary care ability. Certainly the employee can still have a primary care professional inside Blue Cross Blue Shield, but they also have that opportunity in Crossover. So those are some of the things that we have moved to.
Appreciate it. I was referring to like annual exam and screening on site so that they are more aware and be more proactive. That's one question. And then the other one is, do we have telehealth available for them? So, urgent care trips can be reduced.
Yes, sir. So yes, we do have access to telecare. And then as it relates to the screening, one of the strategies we're deploying for our iWins program, which is our wellness initiative across the city, we are moving more to exactly what you are talking about. So from the standpoint of knowing your numbers to help position you to a year over year, quarter over quarter, be in a position where you can understand the return on investment that you're making in your own health. And so we're attaching that to our wellness program as a part of how we move forward and transition that program.
And the last question I have is, do we have additional mental health support for either all employees or especially employees that are more at risk, like public safety?
Yes. One of the things the city of Irving does very well is provide a variety of mental health offerings. So we have an independent EAP offering through CompSpsych that any employee, regardless of if they're on the city's benefits or not, they can participate in. I mentioned Crossover to you. One of the benefits that they offer is they also have mental health available through their services. Within Blue Cross Blue Shield, there are additional mental health providers, and the city itself has a public service wellness unit that is specifically focused on our folks who are in those public safety wellness areas, or public safety areas, sorry. And those folks offer on-site, hands-on, critical service to our public safety group. They also offer 24-hour access, and they also offer emergency access. And so it is a very amazing opportunity that the city has built that historically, specifically to face into our safety folks.
Thank you.
And that public safety wellness unit is a city function. It is not contracted out. And it is in coordination with the peer support group. And they do a great job in ensuring that those reach outs are not only done for the first responders, but for their families as well.
Yes, Mark.
Yeah, I had a question about the retirees. Do they drop off our insurance at 65 and go on Medicare?
They can. You also have a post-coverage solution. There's also a post-coverage solution available, so pre and post. They have access to use your benefits.
Okay. So they can stay on our plan, but then how does that work?
If they maintain your plan and they're not working, they typically also will have may have some form of Medicare. So the benefit is coordinated for any dual benefits that they have in place. But your plan, they still have access to your plan if they elect the coverage.
Okay. Okay, but they're not required to like leave our plan to go on Medicare?
No.
Yeah. Is that standard for government employees? I think most private employers like make people leave their healthcare at 65.
We can do some research what other cities do, and we'll put that in a refile, get that information over to you.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank you. This is really important information, but more importantly, our city fire department and police department, which actually was originally paid out of the police department, and of course, Chris grabbed it, and we now have that capability to help both our fire and police for any kind of potential PTSD, but it also applies to the family members, if I'm correct. And we've been recognized as the only and first city that did this out of our own budget. So I think that's something we all ought to be very proud with. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor and council, we have on the agenda to go into water and sewer. However, we do have the Irving Las Colinas Chamber representatives here.
Yep.
And they are prepared. Oh, and the Hispanic, I'm sorry, I didn't see the Hispanic Chamber. And so, oh, there you are, thank you. We can go to section I and have those presentations and then go to lunch if that works for the mayor and council.
Fine with me. If you requested it, let's go ahead and move it.
All right, very good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I can just make one kind of introductory comment as the Irving Las Colinas Chamber is making their way forward. We currently have service contracts with both the Irving Las Colinas Chamber and the Irving Hispanic Chamber to provide economic development services. Those are 5-year contracts. We are entering into this coming fiscal year, the last year of those 5-year agreements. We will be bringing forward discussions with the council at work session this fall regarding the renewal of those contracts, what the contracts currently say, get council's feedback as we begin to negotiate renewals of those contracts. With the Hispanic Chamber, we also have a lease agreement which corresponds to their 5-year contract, which is also up for renewal at the conclusion of the upcoming fiscal year. So that'll be a discussion that we can have. I think the Hispanic Chamber, we're going to have that discussion at the September 10th work session. And then for the Irving Las Colinas Chamber's 5-year agreement, we'll have later in the fall.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Beth.
Mayor Zaponta, good afternoon. Members of the City Council, City Manager Hillman, and city staff. I'm Beth Bowman. The privilege and pleasure to serve as the President and CEO of your 5-star Irving Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce and the Irving Economic Development Partnership. I'm here today to discuss our fiscal year 2026-2027 public funding requests tied to our fee-for-services contract for economic development services, as well as international affairs sister city services. In addition to your budget notebooks, we provided you a briefing packet. I'll just go through that very quickly. There's a memo that details our requests. Contractually, we had to provide you our budget request back on May 15th. We did that. Also, there's a copy of the presentation deck that I'm going to go through related to our economic development services request. Behind that deck is our economic development services work plan. So this is into the details of how we're going to spend those taxpayer dollars throughout the year, coupled with our private sector dollars to accomplish our goals. Behind that tab is our International Affairs Sister Cities fiscal year budget request. accompanying that presentation is also the detailed work plan, how we're going to accomplish those goals. And then just as a courtesy, we put in there the actual contract that we have that Assistant City Manager Sanders just spoke to for economic development services, along with international affairs and sister city services. So you have all of this information together. We also include a copy of the council-approved Irving Economic Development Strategic Plan. This is really the roadmap that our team uses throughout the year, all with the focus of retaining and recruiting jobs home to Irving, and then continuing to bring capital investment home. Mayor Zapata, I'm joined today by my boss, our chairman of the board, Harry Lake, who's also president and CEO of COA Partners, headquartered here in Irving, and one of our past chairs, Brad Watson. So I thank you for being here today. And then the individuals that choose to continue to advance our mission, the professionals I work alongside, Diana Velasquez, who leads our economic development efforts, and Joe Chapa, our Vice President of International Affairs and Sister Cities. So any compliments you can direct my way, complaints you can direct to the audience. All right, so just a couple of baseline from the economic development services. The objective, we are working to grow the commercial tax base as well as maintain it while creating and retaining jobs for Irving, Las Colinas, and the North Texas region. We focus on marketing. We're here to amplify our community's story. We want to retain and expand businesses. This is very important, right? We're proud of the businesses that call Irving, Las Colinas home. We want to support them as employers, expand and encourage capital investment that their companies are deploying to happen in our community. We also have the pleasure to recruit businesses home. We focus outside of Texas within our target industries identified in the strategic plan. We have the pleasure to serve as a single point of contact, really the liaison between business and government, the one-stop shop. We're pulling up that red tape to roll out the red carpet to continue to serve our businesses, and I believe our community's competitive advantage is our people. So from management to our police chief and our fire chief, Mayor Zapata, members of council, y'all are always willing and ready to listen to business industry, but also work together to keep them in our community and allow their businesses to grow. We work with stakeholder coordination, so working with our partners at the Irving Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Las Colinas Association, along with private sector investors into economic development. We help with site selection. So these are professionals. Speaking to one site selector is the equivalent of having 26 CEOs around a table. These are individuals that are strategically working alongside companies to help them with their real estate decisions, workforce consolidation strategy, and our team's job is to make sure they have the most recent information as it pertains to our community. Then we also have the pleasure to work through really kind of the minority of our projects, but those companies that want to activate local tools and resources as well as county or state. We have the pleasure to work alongside City Manager Hillman and his team to communicate the incentives that are available and then continue to bring forward projects for your consideration. I do want to underscore, Mayor Zapata, you and your council ultimately have that policy authority, just as at the state level, Governor Abbott and our Lieutenant Governor and Speaker have the authority as it relates to state incentives. This is just a snapshot looking back on the return on the public investment over the last 5 years, what the city has invested into economic development services, just under $12 million. What we have created together as a team, just over 67,000 jobs. $2.7 billion in capital investment has been generated, and $22.8 million in property and sales tax generated right here at home in Irving. So driving 193% return on the city's public investment into economic development services. we're going to continue this next year to implement the 5-year Irving Economic Development Strategic Plan. This year, we're entering into year 3. Assistant City Manager shared earlier, we do have a fee-for-services contract with you. We are entering into year 4 of that 5-year contract. It's set to expire September of 2027. We want to focus on maintaining staff alignment as it relates to the Irving Economic Development Strategic Plan. We're laser focused on delivering contractual key performance indicators. We have the pleasure to present in front of you mid-year and end of year how we're performing against those key KPIs. Making sure that it's a positive return on the city's public investment into economic development, and we're very thankful for the private sector brands such as Vista Energy, headquartered here in Irving, or COA partners that privately invest in our economic development efforts. We continue to conduct outbound engagement in priority domestic target markets, so markets that are thankful for their regulatory environment, maybe not performing as well. So companies looking to be in environments that are more pro-business and where their workforce feels safe and their families have access to quality of life amenities. We continue to evaluate tools and resources that we need to compete and then again benchmark against competitor communities and the changing economic development trends. And I trust each and every one of you know, if you read the local media outlets or your paper or follow on various social media channels, the North Texas region is one of the most competitive economic development regions in the country. The companies that call Irving Las Colinas home, every other community wants them. The companies that are here are truly aiding and running our global economy. These are the measurable commitments under our fee-for-services contract. You can see it's very specific, from business recruitment to business retention, site selection, marketing and advertising services, and really the heartbeat of our community, working alongside our small businesses day in and day out. This is just a snapshot of our historic public funding for economic development services. This year, per our board of directors requests, we're just asking to maintain the public funding. But you can see in previous years that we've been very mindful when there might be stressors that the city is going through, such as the global pandemic, and we took a voluntary decrease on our ask. This is our proposed budget. So where the bottom line doesn't change, we have shifted some of the line items, and you can see the variance columns. We don't have a particular product. Our people are our asset, right? They are the intelligence, and we are selling services, but the people deliver those. We are the advertising marketing arm, and we're looking to effectively deliver that story. Continuing to invest in technology. We're recommending to increase hosting slightly as we're seeing more interest in this market. Participating in outbound trade missions, especially with Mayor Zaponta's experience on the corporate side, as well as international, and then a decrease in other expenses. Mayor Zaponta, members of council, that concludes my report as it relates to our economic development requests related to our fee-for-services contract. I'm happy to take any questions, or I can go into our international affairs, sister cities, public funding request.
Yeah, thank you, Beth. Before we do that, there's a question that I have, because I know that we participate, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I'll let you make the number. I don't want to make a mistake on that. As to the participation every year with the governor, Governor Abbott's trade missions, et cetera, and that whole international economic development piece that he's running. I'm looking at here, I'm wondering if we shouldn't plus that up a little bit. What's your concern, one way or another?
So we have various entities in which we partner within, right? So in Irving, We're partnering with our Convention and Visitors Bureau, Las Colinas Association regionally. We partner with DFW marketing team and the North Texas Commission. At the state level, Mayor Zaponte, as you're talking about, is the Texas Economic Development Corporation. So that's the private sector arm of the Texas story to market and tell the Texas story on a global scale. So we are financially invested in that organization, which allows us access and the ability to partner alongside Governor Abbott and his team as we tell the Texas story. We're laser focused on complementing that story to focus in on Irving.
Okay, I guess my real bottom line question is, there's probably going to be more activity in the coming year, and I guess maybe I'll hear from your chairman, because I would like to make sure he has a chance to visit with us at the end of this total presentation on behalf of the chamber. But maybe that's something that Chris and I ought to talk about with the council, because I think it's important that because we're focused forward to try to bring in international business, just like what we're going to do at the summit with 5 council generals from across the world, not just south of the border. So, and maybe we take that up in that one. But I'm concerned also because the governor is really focused on doing more. And they're not short trips. They're either to Asia or to Europe, et cetera, and they have a major cost. And I do think it's important when we are going forward, and with your leadership of the council, or I should say the chamber, is that it's important that we participate, and there may be some more that we may want to look at. I guess I'm thinking to plus it up. But I don't want to do it until we have a little discussion on it, okay, Chris? And with you and your chair, okay? Okay, just wanted to raise that because I think we need to be playing more there. Next.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll move on. So continuing with our international affairs sister cities request. So just as a reminder, this is a separate fee-for-services contract. As we just kind of reminders of assumptions and considerations as we develop this budget, continue to activate the Irving Economic Development Strategic Plan, in which international is a key priority and strategy. We want to continue to fulfill the obligations of our international affairs sister city fee-for-services contract, which also does expire in September of 2027. Providing staffing consistent with that Irving Economic Development Strategic Plan that Mayor and Council you have approved, and then continue to evaluate the tools and resources for international economic development success. And yes, Mayor Zaponte, to just continue to complement what you shared earlier, there is heightened attention for global corporations that are based outside of the United States to continue to invest within the United States. So our team, we do anticipate participating in more outbound international missions, again, with the goal of driving jobs and capital investment home to Irving. The international goals for our team continue to expand relationships with international companies. We have about 150 that are here at home in Irving, Las Colinas. Continue business assistance for importing and exporting goods, so supporting businesses that are in this business. Be aggressive on the business retention and expansion program. Continue international business recruitment. I'll just continue to underscore our first priority is we want to keep our businesses that are at home in Irving. And then we have the pleasure to work on the recruitment side. And continue to expand partnerships with organizations with international trade focus. Our KPIs are listed here. So again, very clearly stated what our team is going to work on as it relates to our fee-for-services contract. This is just a snapshot of the last public funding cycles that the city has publicly provided to support international affairs in sister cities. And you can see the request from our board of directors is to remain flat here with our ask, with $418,330 for our International Affairs Sister Cities services contract. The details of our budget, again, the total expensive bottom line does not change, but there's some variance between line items. While we have reduced advertising and marketing, we've significantly increased trade missions, other expenses, and then rent within our space at the towers at Williams Square. Mayor Zaponte, members of the council, that concludes our International Affairs Sister Cities public funding request. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Okay, I've got a couple. One, I think it's going to be important because the history of the international was really based upon sister cities. And sister cities, obviously, with the 6 locations we have in both Europe and across all to Mongolia, for that matter. I think it's important that we are now expanding the reach, that we need to consider, excuse me, plussing up, whether it's trade missions or definitely some of the other, and I'm going to speak to that one directly. The 13th of, if I'm not mistaken, and Joe, you may have it, the actual date of our 30th anniversary with Leon Guanajuato. So,
September 13th, sir.
And I think that's something, city manager and council, be really opportunity for us. And we've reached out to the governor as well as the mayor of Leon, Guanajuato to consider, once we clear it here, that we invite them to have our 30th anniversary here because of the painting that was both presented here. And by the way, the actual letter that was signed by also not only the mayors of our 2 cities, but also by President Fox of Mexico and President George W. Bush at that time. So we have a real opportunity, I think, to highlight our relationship with that kind of commemoration. So I'm not sure, something that, Chris, that I need to ask the question. In these kinds of budgets, do we have the ability when we invite a major representative from another country or a city or a state, in this case, our sister cities, to host them financially as well? And I'm talking expenses of probably flight and hotel, et cetera.
Mayor, can I follow up with you on that one? That's a good question, and I'll find out for you.
Would you please?
Yes,
okay. Because I really think that's important. And if not, we can also talk to how we can have some of our private sector players, because we have 2 of the largest in Mexico right here at, in fact, I think, where's our chairman? He may be happy to announce that he's got Avocados of Mexico. They're one of the people in his building. So there's, and then of course you have 2 other major players, Mission Foods, which is the largest in Mexico and the country globally, and that area of chips, flour and corn. But the other is we got Bimbo now is coming in. So we're starting to grow our international piece. And so I'm feeling that we need to look at it. We need to see how, Chris, we can talk before this year's up so that we can get ready for next year and beyond. But one of them was to see if we could do that. If not, then we need to find ways to have those kind of invitations. Because now we're going to have 5, well, actually 6 consul generals and representing 6 different nations that'll be here with us on the 31st. So, and I guess I think it's just something that we ought to be leveraging wherever we can, because that's going to be international economic development. Okay, and so Philip, you ought to be smiling. Anyway, so Chris, just, something I think I'd like to visit with you more about, okay? I think you all would agree with me. I know David will, because they have great golf courses all over the world. You know that. Anyway, okay, with that, thank you very much. Our chairman, please.
I do have a question, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Luis.
Yeah. Well, appreciate the presentation. Obviously, we've had many presentations on the chamber in general as well, and there's always a very clear value proposition. It's like, well, this is what the city invests, this is all the business that we attract, et cetera. When it comes to this specific project, these sister cities and going forward, is there a specific ROI number that you have where certain deals or certain trades or foreign investment wouldn't have happened without that project, so that we can explain to constituents what's going on and how that we expect that that will evolve as, you know, a lot of reshoring happens? Because what I read from, you know, I feel like I'm missing a little bit of information here. I read a lot about a lot of relationship building, but it's important that that relationship building always leads to things that are, you know, really meaningful for taxpayers. So that's where I'm coming from, if you could answer that.
So thank you, Councilman Canosa, for that question. I think first, let me start with who are our sister cities. I think Mayor, you know, definitely shared we have 6 sister cities in Irving, you know, across Europe, Asia, North America. So from England, Finland, France, Italy, Leon, Mexico, and Mongolia. Joe Chapa, our Vice President of International Affairs in Sister Cities, him and his team are constantly evaluating other cities that want relationships with Texas, specifically Irving. And we do want to make sure there's strategic reasons for entering into that type of formality. In terms of specific projects, with the minimal resources that we have going into international, today we're really maintaining the relationships that we have with the 6 sister cities and looking to explore. As post-pandemic, you know, global economy, there's more international companies looking to reshore, come home to Irving. We do see an uptick in international attention and looking for international investment. But some of our peers that have sister city relationships, they're taking outbound community delegation into those sister city markets physically. Under Mayor Zaponta's leadership, he's extended invitations to his peers within these sister cities to welcome them into Irving, Texas, tying to the summit. So I think that's a great start. Our team, as we receive information from our sister cities to participate for in-country missions, we will send one team member there to activate and build relationships with their existing industries, looking to do business in the United States, specifically in Texas, and for our case in Irving. Ongoing dialogue, Councilman Canosa. The opportunities here, you know, our sales cycle is very long on the economic development side, probably 2 to 3 times that on the international side.
Right, but basically what you're saying is that so far, we don't have any hard numbers to really evaluate this specific item.
Yeah, let me do
in
that.
terms of
I'll answer, Luis.
its ROI.
Because I'll give you the numbers, okay? We were able to maintain Avocados of Mexico that took a whole floor, 8th floor. Would you want to talk about that? That's the largest in the country, and also was a sponsor at.
So that's
you know
that's
where.
what I'm
No,
asking.
let me finish. Let me finish. You asked a question, I'm going to partially answer it. You want to hear her or you want to hear me? Thank you.
I was asking her for the numbers.
Well, I'm
so.
finishing it.
Yeah.
Okay? The second one is Mission Foods, and they've elected to stay. They were going to leave us. And so the council waded in and made sure we maintain. That's jobs, that's tax. And if you want to leave hard numbers, maybe you ought to bring it to him so that he sees it. And then we can go down with how many of those companies now have been bringing supply chain. I was at a thing that you all really made it happen with, guess who? Boeing. A French company came in, and they are now located. Why? They wanted to be part of the supply chain. And that's, what was it, 400 jobs, plus relocating another 200 if they start to develop the relationship, not just with Boeing, but with Envoy. That's in our area. So it's jobs, it's employment, et cetera. Now that I've answered that in part, maybe you can come back and have Luis Canosa's numbers a little bit harder, okay?
We can get you, just Ms. Sharon, if I can.
Yeah, so
Councilman Canosa,
following up on that, yes, the question that I asked is, what numbers do we have that are specifically related to this project that wouldn't have happened with this project that do have a meaningful impact for taxpayers? That's the question. And, you know, I'm hearing something different here from what I was hearing. So if you bring some numbers back, I would appreciate that.
Councilman Canosa, I can follow up with you and the entire council to make sure to specifically call out our international wins that we've had just this past year. So that's typically what our team's reporting on mid-year and at the end of the year. But I can definitely bring back that specific information.
If you can do that and show how specific budget items within this, within this section of the chamber budget made that happen or were indispensable for that, just so that we understand like sort of how the funnels work.
Yeah, so specifically on the international side, you're looking at our ability to amplify, advertise, market, tell the Irving story. So you can see that in the line item for this next year. We're recommending just over $36,000 to go towards that. And then specifically on trade missions. So we're recommending $20,000 be dedicated to that. That allows our team to travel outbound into international markets and specifically tell our community story and build and develop relationships to ultimately bring projects home to Irving on an international scale. So as you can see, it's very minimal dollars, and really proud of the incredible work that our team does jointly with our economic development team to bring those international wins home to Irving.
Yeah. That's good. No, I would appreciate that because the first part of the response wasn't as exciting. So yeah, I would appreciate to see some numbers.
One of the things that's really exciting is, University of Dallas does the report on the return on investment that we report on twice a year. And so for the sister cities budget, it's over 130% return on that investment, which is extraordinary. And then on the economic development front, it's 160%. So those are hard numbers, extraordinary returns, outpaces any of the benchmarks you can throw out there. But we can get you more additional data as well. So I think it's very, very valuable. Great question. As it relates to specifically on the international piece, and by the way, my name is Harry Lake. I'm the chairman of the chamber. Glad to be here. My family lives in Irving. Our company is headquartered in Irving. We export our services throughout the country. But we're headquartered right here. This is where our heart is. Our two boys go to school here in Irving. I have a senior in high school, so God willing, everything goes well. College search goes well. But we thank you. Our family thanks you for doing the people's work right here and being fiscally responsible. I actually think, the fact that we haven't, or the chamber hasn't increased the budget 3 years in a row, it's very difficult. Given the return on investment very high at 160%, 130%, usually you want to put dollars into those buckets and amplify that. But I give Beth and her team phenomenal credit for being financially diligent on just doing so much in a hand-to-hand combat environment that we're all in. A lot of you know that through the hard work that she's done, as well as the support from City Council earlier in our purchase of urban towers. Thank you to Assistant City Manager Sanders and his efforts. We were able to attract MUFG, which is the largest Japanese bank, out there. And so they outbeat any other bank out in the country of Japan. They're moving to urban towers with no additional incentives, by the way. So we don't ask when you don't need it, right? The investments have been made. And we just amplify that. Some cases you do need incentives. And a lot of the surrounding communities in our area do provide ample incentives. But I will tell you that Beth and her team do a phenomenal job selling our city. And then we're out there at the front lines, and it is not easy. Some of you may have seen the articles out there about announcing the win that Irving got with the largest bank in Japan. I will tell you that these reporters are constant. They're trying to taint you, not so much celebrating the wins that we're getting in Irving, but some of the problems other cities around us are having. And so the thread was more like, hey, people are leaving Dallas and there are all these things like that. Right now we're winning. We're not always going to be winning. I'm telling you, and the best way to shore that up is constantly investing in areas of economic development in the sister cities. So the fact that they aren't asking for a raise is extraordinary, given the wins that they've gotten with the amount of money that they've been working with. So I'll pause there. I don't know if I'm answering your question, Mayor, but I thank you for your constant support and your unique skills to amplify that message throughout, not only our country, but our international markets.
Well, Harry, you put it right where it needed to be, because at the end of the day, it's all about economic development and trying to bring that capability here, both, not just jobs, but the ability to maintain, because we are in a very competitive area here. And I think that's the critical thing that we're still maintaining and adding, and especially with you, with your acquisition on that beautiful urban towers. So thank you for that. Thank you for your personal efforts, and I appreciate that very much. So thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I moved without any incentives, by the way, to Urban Towers. So I deserve at least free coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a beautiful building. Thank you for upgrading. Yeah.
You didn't ask for an incentive. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Chris, anything else that we want to talk about at this point? I don't know, Beth, are we done, or you have any final comments?
We're done with our presentation, but happy to answer any questions.
Well,
that
I
you
think
were
there's
thinking.
somebody I would like to introduce that was your former chair, that a dear friend when he was with Vistra, and Brad Watson. Brad, please stand up and say hello. Good to see you. And if you have with that comment with that great voice of yours, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Brad Watson. My first career was in television news at Channel 8. Then I worked in local government affairs at Vistra, there for 12 years and retired last year. But I will say that my love for this community and making it better and greater is still part of me, and so I remain a member of the chamber. Let me just say, Mayor, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to see all of you today, and thank you to this council for the continuing support for the chamber. To follow on 2 points: one, you know how hard it is to keep a budget flat, and Beth and her team are doing that, and they've done that since I was chair from 23 to 24. They're an economic development machine, and so I thank you for the continuing support there. One more point that came up today. I accompanied Governor Abbott on his trade mission to India 2 years ago, wearing two hats as chair of the Irving Chamber, but also as a member, a representative of Vistra, which is a Fortune 500 company. It's a power generation company, and the largest in Texas and really in the nation for competitive power. And I can tell you, having seen Diana and Joe at work on the ground there in Mumbai and Delhi, you've got to be on the ground there. You've got to be making these personal relationships when you go with the governor on these trips, to be there in front of other government and business representatives, to plant those seeds that may not reap returns immediately, but that starts conversations, and those relationships are developed over time. Councilman Canosa's question is right on. What concrete can you show me? Well, it often isn't a return on investment immediate, but it's over time. And that's why the continuing investment in the chamber is so important. But thanks again for the opportunity to see you today.
Thank you, Brett.
Any other questions, sir?
No, I think we're fine. Chairman, Harry, do you have any other last-minute comments? Because I know you're working on a couple other projects. Anything you want to bring up to us?
Do you want to break any news here today, sir?
No, just to echo everything. Thank you so much for your work and everything. And if there's anything we can do to serve, let us know.
Super. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody have any other comments? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Beth, a quick question. What is the process of adding the any other cities or any other countries into the sister cities league?
So very thorough. We're looking at, 2 to 4 years in terms of vetting. If you have any suggestions, that would be the first step. We also, when we are meeting with our businesses and industry that are at home in Irving, anytime our businesses make a suggestion, our team goes to work to explore that. So Joe Choppa and his team work day in and day out. Then when we believe we have a strategic opportunity, we would go through the formal process, which is pretty extensive, to bring another sister city consideration in front of Mayor Zaponte and the council.
I just while I was listening to it, I just thought about the Emirates from Dubai has a very large interest and investments at DFW's expansion of that terminal, mostly in the cargo section. They wanted to make DFW as their regional hub for the cargo distribution. So there is a stake, in from Emirates into DFW. So would we consider Dubai as a possible sister city?
We will consider any city that you suggest through that process. One of the first areas that we check is, does that city have an existing sister city relationship? If it does, it's a one-time relationship. We can, look at friendship, but the first step is, do they have a current sister city relationship? So our team will look into that, and we can definitely circle back with you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just close. Good point. The Consul General from Ukraine is bringing 3 companies from Ukraine that are looking to work with a manufacturing company here in Irving. He will obviously be with us on the 31st. There's a direct result in how we then can promote, and I think that's a good example. We'll also have the Panama Canal, both former ambassador along with their Consul General. Why? Panama City would like to consider us considering a sister city with them as well. So there's a whole promotional side that we're not able to really figure out what's the final result until it starts coming our way. But I'm going to stop with that. Thank you both, all 3 of you. Brad, good to see you. Hope to see you during our break. Thank you. Okay, I think we have one more to go. Am I correct? We have the Hispanic Chamber?
Yes, Carmen Guzman is the interim CEO of the Hispanic Chamber, and while she's making her way up, I think there's an update to the presentation that was included in the packet that Carmen had asked us to pass out to the council. So Imelda is passing that updated presentation out. Just by way of reminder, as with the Irving Las Colinas Chamber, we have a 5-year fee-for-service contract with the Hispanic Chamber. This coming fiscal year will be the concluding year of that agreement. It will expire in September of next year. We're going to undertake discussions starting this fall with both chambers to renew those contracts. And as I said, on September 10th, we'll be coming to the council at work session to have a more thorough conversation about what the current fee-for-service agreement is with the Hispanic Chamber, what that might look like in the future, along with discussion about an extension of the lease that they currently have at the Huffman Building. So, Carmen, turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. I am Carmen Guzman, the interim CEO for the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Al Zapanta, distinguished council members, and City Manager Chris Hillman, and Assistant Manager Phil Sanders. Oh, I always step away from here, right? And I just kind of noticed around that you had other assistant managers. Excuse me for not knowing you personally, but thank you for this opportunity. First of all, thank you certainly for considering us to continue to service this incredible contract for the small business owners and entrepreneurs in the city. My favorite type of people for the services that they provide for the city. So thank you again for the opportunity to present the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce fiscal year 2026 annual work plan. Of course, we're not asking for an increase. The annual work plan represents for us, for me, in my leadership capacity, a shift to a more proactive, data-informed, and business-centered approach to economic development services. The Chamber is committed to, I and the Chamber are committed to implementing a structured, measurable, and results-oriented model that moves beyond program delivery to include ongoing business engagement, feedback, and resource engagement. And so I hope that you had the opportunity maybe to peruse the actual economic development plan. A lot of thought went into it, a lot of time to really make sure that we cover the 5 areas that we're responsible for in the service contract, which is small business development, business retention and expansion, marketing and communication, entrepreneurship and small business, and then, of course, the growth of Irving and the Heritage District, and, of course, the city at large. Let me just make sure I can move this here. Okay. So these are the areas that we are committed to strengthening as a small business economy. I want to definitely stress that since looking through the service contract with myself and the board, that we understand clearly what that contract is asking us to do, and that this plan, without a doubt, covers every single aspect in detail and in intentionality for growing the entrepreneurs of this city and the small business economy to making this a better city for economic development. Hasn't been the case in the past, but we are not going to talk about that. But I want to stress that we are definitely moving forward in a reinvention and a more impactful way to service this contract. So let me go to the next. So these are going to be a couple of examples. I just pulled out a couple of examples of some of the areas that we're going to cover. And what we're doing through Growth and the Education series is that we were really thoughtful about the levels and stages of the different businesses in Irving, including entrepreneurs, someone that's starting, someone that's in the middle part of their experience as a business owner, and above. And what we did is that we went and determined which educational services will directly impact the folks. So what we were seeing in the past is that we were having events, and everybody from the one who had an idea for a business to the one that is ready to succeed, to pass on their business. We're all in the same room, receiving the same information. It wasn't relevant. So for us, what we're looking for during this year particularly is impact. We want to provide value, and it's all measurable. We also have put together some incredible surveys. We will be surveying the folks before and after they do the workshops and the sessions. We have our own KPIs that we're measuring as well along the year, so everything is measured, tracked, so that then we can come back and say, these are the things that we found. This is the data that we have for you as a city. How would you like to move forward? And we definitely intend on leveraging these strategic partners. We have the city and the services. We have the colleges and the high school. We're looking at really leveraging SCORE. We have a relationship with Goldman Sachs. So we're looking to really be intentional about building those relationships so that we can service this contract to the best of our ability. So by leveraging these partnerships, the Chamber will expand access to expertise. We're really looking at how do we bring in those experts to speak specifically to where the businesses are in their journey. And we definitely want to connect businesses with city resources and programs. So we're working closely with the former MWBE program, which is now the procurement program. And we definitely want to create meaningful opportunities, resources I want to create meaningful opportunities for resources and other opportunities for small businesses. Let's see here. So we hope to do that through this accountability and management model that we have here. Of course, we are responsible for that KPI. We are monitoring that score. We're making sure that we're meeting our numbers on a monthly basis, not only for the chamber, but also for the businesses that we bring in that are being educated and trained and are being provided opportunities across the city. So we want to definitely track, review, and report on what that looks like so that we can make sure that the services that we're providing are responsive and impactful. And of course, for us, we intend to not only meet, but we intend to exceed every numeric performance measure in the Economic Development Service Plan. That is the way the annual plan is structured. And so we're very intentional about making sure that we go above and beyond these numbers because we know we can with our partnerships. So the expected outcomes are these. We certainly expect to increase engagement and with Irving small business community And the way we're doing that is we're actually going out to businesses ourselves. We're creating more programs that speak to the different levels of need. We are definitely improving that procurement readiness with partnering with the city. We definitely are creating and crafting programs that are going to increase the visibility of South Irving and the Heritage District. And we also want to do bigger programming across the city. I'm sorry, and I went out of order because this is just, so definitely to expand access to city services and business resources. And the way we intend to do that is to definitely understand what those services are and resources, and definitely target the small businesses that need the services. And certainly strengthening the entrepreneur pipeline. We want to definitely connect people, provide referrals, and be more impactful, intentional about what we're doing. And certainly we want to measure those deliverables aligned with the city's contract. So this is the budget that we intend to have. First of all, thank you so much for giving us this, because we were able to really now dig down deep as to how we are going to leverage these funds and investments for providing better, targeted, more valuable services to the entrepreneurs that we see every day and the small businesses that we are going to implement. So the contract investment for us is designed to produce clear, measurable outcomes for the community. Rather than funding activities in isolation, the investment is structured to deliver tangible results. So we're going to be helping small businesses. We want them to access critical resources, improve day-to-day operations, and expand marketing opportunities and achieve sustainable growth. We do intend on having a much closer relationship with entrepreneurs and small businesses. And let me see if I covered that. And I cannot reiterate again to say thank you for giving me the opportunity as a long-term board member, because I do have a strong passion for servicing the entrepreneurs and small business owners that I've met and the ones that I'm going to meet. So I want to say thank you. The Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and I, as the lead for now, I'm really honored to serve alongside the city and championing the business community. And I certainly, and the board looks forward, especially the board that we have, we definitely look forward to continuing our partnership to advance economic opportunity and to foster, of course, the business growth and create lasting impact across the city. And Mayor Zapanta, city council members, assistant city managers and city managers, that concludes my presentation. I welcome questions about the annual plan or anything else I can furnish information on.
Okay, Luis, you have a question. It's the same kind of question that you have. So
How
have at it.
did you know that I had a question? This
Yeah,
is,
you do.
you're
You
reading
have
my
at it.
mind now,
I
like I
know
read yours half the time. Well, I appreciate that you guys are, because we had some conversations where we just didn't know where the money was going. There was little transparency. It seemed like a hangout. I do appreciate that there seems to be activity, that there's a lot of things that are going on, and that helps us evaluate whether or not it's worth, it's something that the city wants to do. So I think it's going in a good direction. I still have some concerns on whether or not the residents are getting the value that they would be expecting. And a lot of people in my district, I talk to them as like, Hispanic what? Never heard of it.
Right.
And that's, of course, an ongoing problem. I'm sure you're aware of that, but it is what it is. So I appreciate your work regardless.
Absolutely. And thank you for bringing that to my attention, because we are looking to do a more robust communications piece with our new newsletter. Has to be redone. We understand that, and we definitely want to champion the small business owners that are winning and that will continue to win, and the approach that we're taking to ensure that we're providing the substance that they need. So this year is going to be a crucial year for us, right? Not only in completing and exceeding what's necessary, but also to set ourselves up for the next 5 years if we are in that situation.
I want to first thank Sam Reed. Where are you, Sam? Sam and Carmen brought their members of their board, and I think we had a very good meeting about a week and a half ago. And Luis and council members, so that you know what this is all about. They are gone through a transition period in the last year, and they've changed up a lot of leadership, if not all of it. And I want to thank Sam in particular for taking the lead on that and really helping them through this process. So they they are on their last year of transition. And so it's something that I really have to say that they have a focus, they know what they've got to do, and I committed to help them whatever way that I can personally, because we need this kind of small business advocacy here in this city. But there's other groups, and we talked about that, that we may want to be focused on as well, and that's, I guess, Philip, something that I know you're thinking about, because there are other groups that would like to get more involved within within our small business community. But Sam, thank you, and Carmen, good luck on this next year of transition. You've got a good plan, but you got a big hill to climb, because I don't mind saying this, your previous leadership was not up to the job, and it's that simple. So good luck. Anybody have any other questions? Yes, Mark.
Yes, Carmen, I was saying that one thing we talk about for Irving is making it a great place to live, work, and play. And we're talking about these measurables. You mentioned that the interactions with the schools and the colleges. And so an important measurable, I would think, is like what is being done by the chamber to provide jobs for our local residents, internships for the students. Is that something that the chamber does? And I guess that's a question too, I guess, for the Irving Las Colinas Chamber as well. That's an important measurable. I mean, we want businesses here, obviously, to provide jobs generally and to contribute to the tax base. But what kind of impact does it have for students in the city?
Well, for us, certainly one of our measures is to be intimately involved with the students, providing mentorship, goal setting, exposing them to entrepreneur opportunities. So that's something that we do intimately with them. And I've been asked actually to be part of their district improvement plan. I did meet the superintendent, and so we're going to move forward with enlarging what that looks like for students, the entrepreneur opportunities. And also for North Lake College, we are leveraging their continuing education programs, and actually they also have a workforce development initiative that includes how to use drones, construction. So we're looking to partner and be more at their disposal because of the resources that we have in terms of training, small businesses, anything we can do to identify students that they need. And we're also leveraging the talent that they have. So one of the things we've been talking about at the chamber is to leverage the talent of the college students around media, recording our events, also helping us strengthen the newsletter. And we will also want to make sure that our board is a reflection of the community at large. So we'd like to bring a student on board, entrepreneurs that are just getting off the ground so that we can be better informed from an experience that folks are truly having to ensure that the programming that we're developing is intentional. So that's what we're looking to do.
Yeah, thank you. And one thing that we hear about as far as like what are the factors for whether a business decides to come to Irving or somewhere else is the availability of talent in the vicinity of it, the city itself, and of course in the surrounding community. And definitely would like to see that amplified to the extent that we can have students that are knowledgeable and trained to be able to go into the workplace, and that helps the businesses and makes us even more desirable for more businesses to come.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, David.
Mayor, thank you. Pardon me. As we know, 68% of our revenue is coming from businesses here. And first of all, thank you, Brad and Harry, for being here. Beth and your team for all the work you do. This is tantamount that we continue this miracle. If you tour other cities around the state, around the nation, we are blessed to have a very, very good corporate and small business community here. And Sam, you could probably talk about it, how lonely it is to be a small business owner and having the resources of a chamber to go to get the training, and sometimes just to cry on someone's shoulder is invaluable at the end of the day. So both chambers, thank you for being here, and thank you for what you do, and we need to make sure we keep this economic miracle in Irving going.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think this concludes this section. Am I correct, Chris?
Sir, my recommendation is that we break for lunch.
We go for lunch. We'll see you back here at, what do we need, 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe meet in about 5 minutes back here. I'm kidding. But Mayor, would 1:30 be okay for Mayor and Council? Is that enough time?
You want 1:30? Good, we
1:30.
got 1:30. See you back.
Future in Focus serves as the city's organizational framework, fostering a culture of strategic planning and data-informed decision-making. Let's look at some of the city's highlights from fiscal year 2026 through the 5 pillars of Future in Focus. Vibrant economy. Wells Fargo opened a sleek new corporate campus across from Toyota Music Factory, with office space for more than 4,500 employees. Irving also welcomed a true Texas icon, with H-E-B opening its first store in Dallas County along 635. The H-E-B family also opened its budget-friendly brand, Jovi's Smart Shop, in South Irving. The city continued its commitment to redevelopment initiatives in the Heritage District, with Experience Main Street bringing thousands of visitors to the area. The city's Enhancement Incentive Program helped small businesses in downtown Irving, with Alma's Cafe bringing a new flavor to the Heritage District, and JPT Graphics unveiling a creative new mural to its building. Infrastructure investment. Year 9 of Road to the Future continued, like the MacArthur Boulevard project. Drainage Solutions for a Better Tomorrow projects also continued, with the city receiving more than $35 million in state funding for the next phases of the North Delaware Creek project. Sense of community. Parks and Recreation hosted more than 50,000 visitors at special events, including a record crowd for Irving Sparks and Stripes. More than $2 million of a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant was awarded to enhance the Campion Trail. And Lynott Spurlock Park opened, providing a peaceful recreation option in South Irving. Government sustainability. The city maintained the property tax rate at a 58.91 cent per $100 valuation, balancing the budget with $343.5 million in the general fund. And the city issued $38 million in general obligation bonds, funding a number of projects, like the Conflans Road extension between State Highway 161 and Valley View Lane, an improved facility for fleet services at Briary Yard, and upgrades for IT's transition to the EFJ radio system. The city also launched the Irving Connector by VIA, restoring routes 225 and 255, and introducing the Loop at Las Colinas, after successful negotiations with DART resulted in the city receiving a portion of the sales tax allocation to be dedicated towards general mobility programs. Safe and beautiful city. The FY26 budget included enhancements to public safety staffing, adding 12 fire department and 11 police department personnel. The Irving Police Department opened the new Tactical Training Center, ensuring Irving PD officers are trained with the most modern techniques. And the Irving Fire Department opened the new Fire Station 8 on Riverside Drive, serving an area that has seen a 50% increase in calls in recent years. Code Enforcement's Keep It Clean initiative helped beautify neighborhoods, keeping residents informed of potential code violations. As Irving prepares for the FY27 budget year, Future in Focus ensures the city prioritizes what matters most, delivering exceptional services and promoting a high quality of life.
Big State had a big presence in the city of Irving.
It was like walking into a place where you knew people and it was just a comfortable, homey feeling.
Irving was a small town and Big State was the small town drugstore.
People would, bring their grandkids in and say, well, we came in here when we were little.
I have very specific memories about Main Street as a 3 or 4-year-old boy and being conscious that the sign was there.
In operation since 1948, Big State fueled many childhood memories.
My grandma and my brother and I going in there, and my grandma getting her prescriptions and buying my brother and I a milkshake.
Milkshakes, school supplies. You don't forget the place where you bought crayons.
There's a lot of people that said that, and was, my dad, my deal, and then they'd show me pictures of them on the walls, and which we had a lot of old pictures there.
The original Big State closed in 2014. Before long, Rick Fairless remodeled and reopened.
The sign that the city of Irving has now is the original sign. The only thing was I had to take the word drugs off there and I added Fountain Grill on there.
It's a piece of sculpture for me, in a sense. Primarily it's the color. I'm a color freak. And it's just that strong red color and the shape. It has a nice abstract, very graphic shape.
Other Irving nights also tried to keep the landmark going, but Big State finally closed for good in 2022.
When I would go down Irving Boulevard and I would see that Big State sign, it always took me back to being 8, 9 years old and going in there with my brother and my grandmother.
It's a key part of the heritage, the history of Irving. Lots of memories there.
Then when the building again changed hands, it came time for the sign to come down.
The strongest memory I have of a Big State sign is when I got the email that it had been taken down. And I almost literally shouted, "You can't do that."
The Irving Archives and Museum and the Friends of the Irving Museums jumped at the chance to save a sign with such historical significance.
People would always have their comments about it. They're glad they're seeing it going on, but, the sign, hopefully it'll stay around in Irving.
I want people, when they see the Big State sign, young people, old people, to know that that sign takes you back to a simpler, kinder way of life in Irving, Texas, when it was a small town.
So to have the Big State sign repaired and in working condition in the Heritage Park seems to me the perfect place for it to be.
Go Big State! The Irving Archives and Museum is filled with hometown spirit as the community comes together for a different kind of pep rally.
We are in the middle of a fundraiser.
Tonight is the pep rally for the First and 10 Save the Big State sign.
One of Irving's most recognizable landmarks is getting a second chance to shine.
The Friends of the Irving Museums has been raising funds to help restore and preserve the sign and get it back up.
The iconic neon sign came down in January 2024, marking an end of an era for downtown Irving. Now the community is working to make sure that piece of history isn't lost.
When the building was sold and we found out that the sign was going to go to the boneyard, we quickly raised enough money to buy the sign. The next step is to have it repaired.
We are going to restore it. We are going to make sure it's working properly.
And hopefully get the old Big State sign hung up somewhere in the Heritage District.
The high-energy pep rally featured live entertainment, game day eats, and nostalgic treats, all building up to the evening's big moment, a live tally of donations.
We are close to our goal, and so we're hoping today that we cross that finish line. We have a matching gift, and we should reach the goal today.
Patty puts us over! We did it! Come on!
The evening raised more than $5,400, pushing the campaign's total to over $13,000, bringing organizers one step closer to their goal of preserving the cherished Big State sign.
For me, it's an Irving landmark. It's just been such an iconic piece of our history.
It has memories attached to it, and those memories come from people all over the country.
It's been around my whole life and grew up eating there.
For those that grew up in the community, it creates that touchstone point for them, but also for those of us that, come in generations after, it helps us recall what Irving was. Irving was this small town, and it had a soda fountain and a drugstore and a main street. And I think that's really important for us to keep connected to.
Personal connections to the big state sign fuels community support.
I think just being a part of helping to save a piece of our history really helps us all still feel connected to the community and to the past.
Join the Crochet Club in the MIY zone here at the Valley Ranch Library. Come and learn crochet while making a project. Supplies are included. Join in on the fun on August 11th at 3 p.m. Beat the heat at Irving's outdoor pools through Labor Day. For the rest of August, you can still enjoy a dip in one of Irving's pools on weekends. And before they close for the season, the pools at Cimarron, Lee, and here at West Irving Aquatic Center will be open on September 7th from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. It's the annual gathering of Texas sommeliers here at the Irving Convention Center. The 3-day professional wine and beverage industry event focuses on education, tasting, mentorship, and community building. TexSom gets underway on August 23rd.
Getting the perfect backpack for the new school year. That's an experience these volunteers for the Irving Schools Foundation want to make sure every kid gets. They'll climb a mountain of donated backpacks to do it, even though there's a few cave-ins.
School is hard as it is, so not even having the basic, things that you need to get by, that's tough. So if we can do anything to help out, and we're always happy to do it.
At this Supplies for Success drive, hundreds of volunteers work to give out thousands of backpacks. ISF leaders say the need in the community is great.
Unfortunately, I've seen it grow so much. When I first started, I think we probably gave out about 1,000 backpacks, and we thought that was so much, and we just were so overwhelmed by it, and now we're almost at 7,000.
So volunteers work for days to stuff every backpack with donated school essentials.
A glue stick, some headphones. They also have a eraser, colored pencils, crayons, markers, everything they need to get started for the school year.
And they work fast.
100 backpacks, yeah.
Less than an hour.
Less than an hour, yeah.
And all those days of work lead up to moments like these.
He's going to pre-K. It does feel like we're, being taken care of as a community, coming together and doing this and seeing all the people here, especially the volunteers. It feels really good.
And thanks to generous donations and tireless volunteers, family after family left the Supplies for Success drive with a head start for their kids.
Our volunteers are pumped up. They serve. They are true leaders with heart, because that's what we're here for. We're here to serve.
Just hope everybody has a great school year.
For City Source, I'm Nick Lawton. It's that time of year again for back-to-school haircuts, a season sure to keep any Irving barbershop busy.
Same thing over there? Yep.
But for Noe's Custom Cuts, this line fills up the next room over, and these back-to-school cuts are free.
As a kid, we didn't have so much money either. So it's really big for me to make sure, everybody's looking nice for school.
A free back-to-school event that started 23 years ago inside Noe Ariza's barbershop has now expanded to the Lively Point Youth Center. One side bringing haircuts, backpacks, and food. The other full of vendors and prizes for all families.
Biggest one yet. 21 vendors, we have a DJ, all the food you can think of.
Those nearly 24 local vendors answered the call, bringing Irving families what they need for their kids' coming school year, all free of charge.
We have school supplies, we've got composition books, crayons, glue sticks, pencils, pens, you name it, we got it.
And these helping hands touching the hearts of Irving parents in need.
Honestly, it's really heartwarming. I just had a baby, so I haven't been working these past couple of months, and getting her back ready for school was over the top of my head. So I'm definitely blessed with type of events like this.
And that's what it's all about, working in the community and giving back to each one, teach one, each one help one.
It's a movement paying it forward to any family in need, from one Irving family that started it all decades ago.
I got my children. I brought them up to help me do this. We've done this 23 years, and I feel like I've made enough money with the community, so why not give back? Hopefully next year we come back out and we do it again. Thank you.
For City Source, I'm Nick Lawton.
Learn about sustainable energy in a seminar about solar panels and electric vehicles. Hear from a panel of Valley Ranch homeowners August 18th at 7 p.m. They will share information about sustainable energy infrastructure, including lessons learned and best practices. DFW Fiberfest 2026 returns to the Irving Convention Center for its 21st annual event. The weekend brings together fiber arts enthusiasts for classes, shopping, community, and creative inspiration. Explore it all starting August 27th. August is Clear the Shelters month at Irving Animal Services. Adoption fees are reduced all month long, and if you come in on August 29th, all animals are free to adopt. Come and see all the cuties they have here at the Irving Animal Care Campus.
3, 2, 1.
We have a grand reopening at the store. It's the first in the chain that we've done here locally. We call it Project Beacon, so really excited about just the new floor plan, the layout, a lot of new product, and just the celebration we're bringing locally.
It looks so nice in here.
I'm probably going to live here for the next 5 years.
The fresh floral, right? It's a new category for us and really excited about that.
How are you feeling about this Michael's reopening?
I think he likes it. Michael's home office is right here in town, so we've had just everyone so excited about this store.
Our support center is local, artistry is local, which is our framing molding shop.
We help supply the imagination, so we fuel joy for creativity and celebration. So we have everything you can imagine for all your creative needs.
This I'm probably going to make a blanket with, and this one probably a plushie. Don't know. Wow. It's always a surprise for me.
I do painting, I also cross stitch, I do a little bit of everything. I also make t-shirts, just a little bit of everything. I'm just like an arts and crafts connoisseur, I guess. I think it's important to express yourself and be who you are. So having this place here and having so much diversity in the store helps you take it out into the real world and be yourself.
I've been coming to the original Sewing and Quilt Expo, I think, since I was about 10 years old. I think it's a really fun way to see a bunch of different quilts. There's classes, there's events. It's a sewer's paradise.
We encourage people to just sit down next to someone and start a conversation.
They wanted to check out all the new products, different fabrics and the manufacturers, and also meet with some friends.
We have young quilters. We have one, Angela Davis, who has been quilting since she was a little kid.
I always enjoyed creating growing up, and I'm definitely a creator at heart. The thing that I enjoy the most is how I get to use creativity through quilting. Watermelon's my favorite food, so that's what inspired the watermelons.
Art doesn't have to be a lot of detail. It doesn't have to be difficult. This is really just two fabrics. Each needle, each thread has their own special place. I ended up quilting music notes into this one, and I just simply titled it Miss Ross because it's a simple piece.
Creativity is for everyone, that anybody can sew, anybody can be successful at this, anybody can do this. All you have to have is the desire.
No red carpet and no golden statues, but that doesn't make this night any less prestigious. This year's Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful Awards continues the decades-long tradition of honoring Irving residents and organizations who often go unsung.
We see people that we know and the impact they have, but like any other hometown hero, oftentimes while they're noticed, they go a little unnoticed, And it's a great chance to really call them out, recognize them.
So tonight, 10 awards are traveling from this table, delivered by the mayor, into the hands of those making an impact on the environment and in many ways across Irving.
Accepting the Educator Award is Neil Kaufman.
I think everybody has some passion. It's a matter of growing that passion, finding the joy in sustainability and keeping at that. I think that's how you can really find joy and passion in the environmental movement.
Taking home the nonprofit award was the Irving Schools Foundation, fresh off their latest Supplies for Success drive. That event put 7,000 backpacks stuffed with school supplies in the hands of Irving families in need.
I'm a product of Irving Schools, being able to give back to the schools that actually helped me grow to be an adult, and what they brought for me, it's just wonderful to be able to help the schools and the kids and the teachers.
Only one Irving resident could walk away with the last award.
I'm feeling very nervous.
Margie Stipe's Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Susan Young Newman. Susan Young Newman has served as a proud ambassador for the Heritage Senior Center for many years.
I always, if I see something that needs to be done, I try to be the first one to do it, but I didn't know you got awards for any of these things or anything like that.
And that Keep Irving Beautiful vision of honoring unsung Irving heroes aims to inspire tomorrow's impact makers who could be closer to these awards than they think.
Get out and get involved and find your path to how you can participate in your community.
For City Source, I'm Nick Lawton.
Future in Focus serves as the city's organizational framework, fostering a culture of strategic planning and data-informed decision-making. Let's look at some of the city's highlights from fiscal year 2026 through the 5 pillars of Future in Focus. Vibrant economy. Wells Fargo opened a sleek new corporate campus across from Toyota Music Factory, with office space for more than 4,500 employees. Irving also welcomed a true Texas icon, with H-E-B opening its first store in Dallas County along 635. The H-E-B family also opened its budget-friendly brand, Jovi's Smart Shop, in South Irving. The city continued its commitment to redevelopment initiatives in the Heritage District, with Experience Main Street bringing thousands of visitors to the area. The city's Enhancement Incentive Program helped small businesses in downtown Irving, with Alma's Cafe bringing a new flavor to the Heritage District, and JPT Graphics unveiling a creative new mural to its building. Infrastructure investment. Year 9 of Road to the Future continued, like the MacArthur Boulevard project. Drainage Solutions for a Better Tomorrow projects also continued, with the city receiving more than $35 million in state funding for the next phases of the North Delaware Creek project. Sense of community. Parks and Recreation hosted more than 50,000 visitors at special events, including a record crowd for Irving Sparks and Stripes. More than $2 million of a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant was awarded to enhance the Campion Trail. And Lynott Spurlock Park opened, providing a peaceful recreation option in South Irving. Government sustainability. The city maintained the property tax rate at a 58.91 cent per $100 valuation, balancing the budget with $343.5 million in the general fund. And the city issued $38 million in general obligation bonds, funding a number of projects, like the Conflans Road extension between State Highway 161 and Valley View Lane, an improved facility for fleet services at Briary Yard, and upgrades for IT's transition to the EFJ radio system. The city also launched the Irving Connector by VIA, restoring routes 225 and 255, and introducing the Loop at Las Colinas, after successful negotiations with DART resulted in the city receiving a portion of the sales tax allocation to be dedicated towards general mobility programs. Safe and beautiful city. The FY26 budget included enhancements to public safety staffing, adding 12 fire department and 11 police department personnel. The Irving Police Department opened the new Tactical Training Center, ensuring Irving PD officers are trained with the most modern techniques. And the Irving Fire Department opened the new Fire Station 8 on Riverside Drive, serving an area that has seen a 50% increase in calls in recent years. Code Enforcement's Keep It Clean initiative helped beautify neighborhoods, keeping residents informed of potential code violations. As Irving prepares for the FY27 budget year, Future in Focus ensures the city prioritizes what matters most, delivering exceptional services and promoting a high quality of life.
Big State had a big presence in the city of Irving.
It was like walking into a place where you knew people and it was just a comfortable, homey feeling.
Irving was a small town and Big State was the small town drugstore.
People would, bring their grandkids in and say, well, we came in here when we were little.
I have very specific memories about Main Street as a 3 or 4-year-old boy and being conscious that the sign was there.
In operation since 1948, Big State fueled many childhood memories.
My grandma and my brother and I going in there, and my grandma getting her prescriptions and buying my brother and I a milkshake.
Milkshakes, school supplies. You don't forget the place where you bought crayons.
There's a lot of people that said that, and was, my dad, my deal, and then they'd show me pictures of them on the walls, and which we had a lot of old pictures there.
The original Big State closed in 2014. Before long, Rick Fairless remodeled and reopened.
The sign that the city of Irving has now is the original sign. The only thing was I had to take the word drugs off there and I added Fountain Grill on there.
It's a piece of sculpture for me, in a sense. Primarily it's the color. I'm a color freak. And it's just that strong red color and the shape. It has a nice abstract, very graphic shape.
Other Irving nights also tried to keep the landmark going, but Big State finally closed for good in 2022.
When I would go down Irving Boulevard and I would see that Big State sign, it always took me back to being 8, 9 years old and going in there with my brother and my grandmother.
It's a key part of the heritage, the history of Irving. Lots of memories there.
Then when the building again changed hands, it came time for the sign to come down.
The strongest memory I have of a Big State sign is when I got the email that it had been taken down. And I almost literally shouted, "You can't do that."
The Irving Archives and Museum and the Friends of the Irving Museums jumped at the chance to save a sign with such historical significance.
People would always have their comments about it. They're glad they're seeing it going on, but, the sign, hopefully it'll stay around in Irving.
I want people, when they see the Big State sign, young people, old people, to know that that sign takes you back to a simpler, kinder way of life in Irving, Texas, when it was a small town.
So to have the Big State sign repaired and in working condition in the Heritage Park seems to me the perfect place for it to be.
Go Big State! The Irving Archives and Museum is filled with hometown spirit as the community comes together for a different kind of pep rally.
We're in the middle of a fundraiser.
Tonight is the pep rally for the First and 10 Save the Big State sign.
One of Irving's most recognizable landmarks is getting a second chance to shine.
The Friends of the Irving Museums has been raising funds to help restore and preserve the sign and get it back up.
The iconic neon sign came down in January 2024, marking an end of an era for downtown Irving. Now the community is working to make sure that piece of history isn't lost.
When the building was sold and we found out that the sign was going to go to the boneyard, we quickly raised enough money to buy the sign. The next step is to have it repaired.
We are going to restore it. We are going to make sure it's
working properly,
and hopefully get the old Big State sign hung up somewhere in the Heritage District.
The High Energy Pep Rally featured live entertainment, game day eats, and nostalgic treats, all building up to the evening's big moment, a live tally of donations.
We are close to our goal, and so we're hoping today that we cross that finish line. We have a matching gift, and we should reach the goal today.
Patty puts us over! We did it! Come on!
The evening raised more than $5,400, pushing the campaign's total to over $13,000, bringing organizers one step closer to their goal of preserving the cherished Big State sign.
For me, it's an Irving landmark. It's just been such an iconic piece of our history.
It has memories attached to it, and those memories come from people all over the country.
It's been around my whole life and grew up eating there.
For those that grew up in the community, it creates that touchstone point for them, but also for those of us that, come in generations after, it helps us recall what Irving was. Irving was this small town, and it had a soda fountain and a drugstore and a main street. And I think that's really important for us to keep connected to.
Personal connections to the Big State sign fuels community support.
I think just being a part of helping to save a piece of our history really helps us all still feel connected to the community and to the past.
Join the Crochet Club in the MIY zone here at the Valley Ranch Library. Come and learn crochet while making a project. Supplies are included. Join in on the fun on August 11th at 3 p.m. Beat the heat at Irving's outdoor pools through Labor Day. For the rest of August, you can still enjoy a dip in one of Irving's pools on weekends. And before they close for the season, the pools at Cimarron, Lee, and here at West Irving Aquatic Center will be open on September 7th from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. It's the annual gathering of Texas sommeliers here at the Irving Convention Center. The 3-day professional wine and beverage industry event focuses on education, tasting, mentorship, and community building. TexSom gets underway on August 23rd.
Getting the perfect backpack for the new school year. That's an experience these volunteers for the Irving Schools Foundation want to make sure every kid gets. They'll climb a mountain of donated backpacks to do it, even though there's a few cave-ins.
School is hard as it is, so not even having the basic, things that you need to get by, that's tough. So if we can do anything to help out, we're always happy to do it.
At this Supplies for Success drive, hundreds of volunteers work to give out thousands of backpacks. ISF leaders say the need in the community is great.
Unfortunately, I've seen it grow so much. When I first started, I think we probably gave out about 1,000 backpacks, and we thought that was so much, and we just were so overwhelmed by it, and now we're almost at 7,000.
So volunteers work for days to stuff every backpack with donated school essentials.
A glue stick, some headphones. They also have an eraser, colored pencils, crayons, markers, everything they need to get started for the school year.
And they work fast.
100 backpacks, yeah.
Less than an hour.
Less than an hour, yeah.
And all those days of work lead up to moments like these.
He's going to pre-K. It does feel like we're, being taken care of as a community, coming together and doing this and seeing all the people here, especially the volunteers. It feels really good.
And thanks to generous donations and tireless volunteers, family after family left the Supplies for Success drive with a head start for their kids.
Our volunteers are pumped up. They serve. They are true leaders with heart, because that's what we're here for. We're here to serve.
Just hope everybody has a great school year.
For City Source, I'm Nick Lawton. It's that time of year again for back-to-school haircuts, a season sure to keep any Irving barbershop busy.
Same thing over there? Yep.
But for Noe's Custom Cuts, this line fills up the next room over. And these back-to-school cuts are free.
As a kid, we didn't have so much money either. It's really big for me to make sure, everybody's looking nice for school.
A free back-to-school event that started 23 years ago inside Noe Ariza's barbershop has now expanded to the Lively Point Youth Center. One side bringing haircuts, backpacks, and food. The other full of vendors and prizes for all families.
Biggest one yet. 21 vendors. We have a DJ. I mean, all the food you can think of.
Those nearly 24 local vendors answered the call, bringing Irving families what they need for their kids' coming school year, all free of charge.
We have school supplies. We've got composition books, crayons, glue sticks, pencils, pens, you name it. We got it.
And these helping hands touching the hearts of Irving parents in need.
Honestly, it's really heartwarming. I just had a baby, so I haven't been working these past couple of months, and getting her back ready for school was like over the top of my head. So I'm definitely blessed with type of events like this.
And that's what it's all about, working in the community and giving back to each one, teach one, each one help one.
It's a movement paying it forward to any family in need, from one Irving family that started it all decades ago.
I got my children. I brought them up to help me do this. We've done this 23 years, and I feel like I've made enough money with the community, so why not give back?
Hopefully next year we come back out and we do it again. Thank you.
For City Source, I'm Nick Lawton.
Learn about sustainable energy in a seminar about solar panels and electric vehicles. Hear from a panel of Valley Ranch homeowners August 18th at 7 p.m. They will share information about sustainable energy infrastructure, including lessons learned and best practices. DFW Fiberfest 2026 returns to the Irving Convention Center for its 21st annual event. The weekend brings together fiber arts enthusiasts for classes, shopping, community, and creative inspiration. Explore it all starting August 27th. August is Clear the Shelters Month at Irving Animal Services. Adoption fees are reduced all month long, and if you come in on August 29th, all animals are free to adopt. Come and see all the cuties they have here at the Irving Animal Care Campus.
3, 2, 1.
We have a grand reopening at the store. It's the first in the chain that we've done here locally. We call it Project Beacon, so really excited about just the new floor plan, the layout, with a lot of new product, and just the celebration we're bringing locally.
It looks so nice in here.
I'm probably going to live here for the next 5 years.
The fresh floral, right? It's a new category for us, and really excited about that.
How are you feeling about this Michael's reopening? I think he likes it.
Michael's home office is right here in town, so we've had just everyone so excited about this store.
Our support center is local, artistry is local, which is our framing molding shop.
We help supply the imagination, so we fuel joy for creativity and celebration. So we have everything you can imagine for all your creative needs.
This I'm probably going to make a blanket with, and this one probably a plushie. Don't know. Wow. It's always a surprise for me.
I do painting, I also cross stitch, I do a little bit of everything. I also make t-shirts, just a little bit of everything. I'm just like an arts and crafts connoisseur, I guess. I think it's important to express yourself and be who you are. So having this place here and having so much diversity in the store helps you take it out into the real world and be yourself.
I've been coming to the original Sewing and Quilts Expo, I think, since I was about 10 years old. I think it's a really fun way to see a bunch of different quilts. There's classes, there's events. It's a sewer's paradise.
We encourage people to just sit down next to someone and start a conversation.
They wanted to check out all the new products, different fabrics and the manufacturers, and also meet with some friends.
We have young quilters. We have one, Angela Davis, who has been quilting since she's a little kid.
I always enjoyed creating growing up, and I'm definitely a creator at heart. The thing that I enjoy the most is how I get to use creativity through quilting. Watermelon's my favorite food, so that's what inspired the watermelons.
Art doesn't have to be a lot of detail. It doesn't have to be difficult. This is really just two fabrics. Each needle, each thread has their own special place. I ended up quilting music notes into this one, and I just simply titled it Miss Ross because it's a simple piece.
Creativity is for everyone, that anybody can sew, anybody can be successful at this, anybody can do this. All you have to have is the desire.
No red carpet and no golden statues, but that doesn't make this night any less prestigious. This year's Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful Awards continues the decades-long tradition of honoring Irving residents and organizations who often go unsung.
We see people that we know and the impact they have, but like any other hometown hero, oftentimes while they're noticed, they go a little unnoticed, you know? And it's a great chance to really call them out, recognize them.
So tonight, 10 awards are traveling from this table, delivered by the mayor, into the hands of those making an impact on the environment and in many ways across Irving.
Accepting the Educator Award is Neil Kaufman.
I think everybody has some passion. It's a matter of growing that passion, finding the joy in sustainability and keeping at that. I think that's how you can really find joy and passion in the environmental movement.
Taking home the nonprofit award was the Irving Schools Foundation, fresh off their latest Supplies for Success drive. That event put 7,000 backpacks stuffed with school supplies in the hands of Irving families in need.
I'm a product of Irving Schools, being able to give back to the schools that actually helped me grow to be an adult, and what they brought for me, it's just wonderful to be able to help the schools and the kids and the teachers.
Only one Irving resident could walk away with the last award.
I'm feeling very nervous.
Margie Stipe's Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Susan Young Newman. Susan Young Newman has served as a proud ambassador for the Heritage Senior Center for many years.
You know, I always, if I see something that needs to be done, I try to be the first one to do it, but I didn't know you got awards for any of these things or anything like that.
And that Keep Irving Beautiful vision of honoring unsung Irving heroes aims to inspire tomorrow's impact makers who could be closer to these awards than they think.
Get out and get involved and find your path to how you can participate in your community.
For City Source, I'm Nick Lawton.
Future in Focus serves as the city's organizational framework, fostering a culture of strategic planning and data-informed decision-making. Let's look at some of the city's highlights from fiscal year 2026 through the 5 pillars of Future in Focus. Vibrant economy. Wells Fargo opened a sleek new corporate campus across from Toyota Music Factory, with office space for more than 4,500 employees. Irving also welcomed a true Texas icon, with H-E-B opening its first store in Dallas County along 635. The H-E-B family also opened its budget-friendly brand, Jovi's Smart Shop, in South Irving. The city continued its commitment to redevelopment initiatives in the Heritage District, with Experience Main Street bringing thousands of visitors to the area. The city's Enhancement Incentive Program helped small businesses in downtown Irving, with Alma's Cafe bringing a new flavor to the Heritage District, and JPT Graphics unveiling a creative new mural to its building. Infrastructure investment. Year 9 of Road to the Future continued, like the MacArthur Boulevard project. Drainage Solutions for a Better Tomorrow projects also continued, with the city receiving more than $35 million in state funding for the next phases of the North Delaware Creek project. Sense of community. Parks and Recreation hosted more than 50,000 visitors at special events, including a record crowd for Irving Sparks and Stripes. More than $2 million of a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant was awarded to enhance the Campion Trail. And Lynott Spurlock Park opens, providing a peaceful recreation option in South Irving. Government sustainability. The city maintained the property tax rate at a 58.91 cent per $100 valuation, balancing the budget with $343.5 million in the general fund. And the city issued $38 million in general obligation bonds, funding a number of projects, like the Conflans Road extension between State Highway 161 and Valley View Lane, an improved facility for fleet services at Briary Yard, and upgrades for IT's transition to the EFJ radio system. The city also launched the Irving Connector by VIA, restoring routes 225 and 255, and introducing the Loop at Las Colinas, after successful negotiations with DART resulted in the city receiving a portion of the sales tax allocation to be dedicated towards general mobility programs. Safe and beautiful city. The FY26 budget included enhancements to public safety staffing, adding 12 fire department and 11 police department personnel. The Irving Police Department opened the new Tactical Training Center, ensuring Irving PD officers are trained with the most modern techniques. And the Irving Fire Department opened the new Fire Station 8 on Riverside Drive, serving an area that has seen a 50% increase in calls in recent years. Code Enforcement's Keep It Clean initiative helped beautify neighborhoods, keeping residents informed of potential code violations. As Irving prepares for the FY27 budget year, Future in Focus ensures the city prioritizes what matters most, delivering exceptional services and promoting a high quality of life.
Big State had a big presence in the city of Irving.
It was like walking into a place where you knew people and it was just a comfortable, homey feeling.
Irving was a small town and Big State was the small town drugstore.
People would, bring their grandkids in and say, well, we came in here when we were little.
I have very specific memories about Main Street as a 3 or 4-year-old boy and being conscious that the sign was there.
In operation since 1948, Big State fueled many childhood memories.
My grandma and my brother and I going in there, and my grandma getting her prescriptions and buying my brother and I a milkshake.
Milkshakes, school supplies. You don't forget the place where you bought crayons.
There's a lot of people that said that, and was, my dad, my deal, and then they'd show me pictures of them on the walls, and which we had a lot of old pictures there.
The original Big State closed in 2014. Before long, Rick Fairless remodeled and reopened.
The sign that the city of Irving has now is the original sign. The only thing was I had to take the word drugs off there and I added Fountain Grill on there.
It's a piece of sculpture for me, in a sense. Primarily it's the color. I'm a color freak. And it's just that strong red color and the shape. It has a nice, abstract, very graphic shape.
Other Irving nights also tried to keep the landmark going, but Big State finally closed for good in 2022.
When I would go down Irving Boulevard and I would see that Big State sign, it always took me back to being 8, 9 years old and going in there with my brother and my grandmother.
It's a key part of the heritage, the history of Irving. Lots of memories there.
Then when the building again changed hands, it came time for the sign to come down.
The strongest memory I have of a Big State sign is when I got the email that it had been taken down. And I almost literally shouted, "You can't do that."
The Irving Archives and Museum and the Friends of the Irving Museums jumped at the chance to save a sign with such historical significance.
People would always have their comments about it. They're glad they're seeing it going on, but, the sign, hopefully it'll stay around in Irving.
I want people, when they see the Big State sign, young people, old people, to know that that sign takes you back to a simpler, kinder way of life in Irving, Texas, when it was a small town.
So to have the Big State sign repaired and in working condition in the Heritage Park seems to me the perfect place for it to be.
do have some of the board members for the charter organizations of the ICVB and the arts that are here. May I recommend that we go to them first so we can get those board members? If Maura, I don't have my glasses, I should put them on. Maura, are you ready to go for ICVB? And I believe you have some of your board members here as well.
Are we also doing IDAC or not this time?
Yes, we'll do IDAC right after the
Yeah, let's
ICVB.
take care of these
Yep,
right
yep.
away.
This is going to be item K4, K5, and then we'll do K4.
All right. Mayor and Council, Maura Gast with the Convention and Visitors Bureau. I have our former board chair, Richard Stewart, in the audience, and then our current chair, Sam Reed, was here and ran back to the office to take care of something. So he will be back, or he is accessible if any of you need him.
Do we need to pause?
I don't know when he will be back.
Okay, all right. So are you
So I
okay
want to
moving
respect
forward?
y'all's schedule, and yeah, he'll be good. Just a reminder of the industry and its economy on our community. We see a little bit under 4.5 million visitors a year here in Irving, spending a little over $4 billion. And about 1.3 billion of that is spent directly on lodging, and about 800 million spent directly on meetings and conferences. It is our largest employer in the community, representing a little bit over 25,000 jobs and an annual payroll of $920 million. But that's spread across a lot of really small businesses that just often carry really large flags and really big names. So since the hotel tax was first put into place in Irving in 1972, it has generated about $607 million, and you can see in this graph how that's been broken out over time. Over the decades, the city has, in different ways, approached particularly downtown events and the museum over time. So that's why all of these are still in this chart, but it's allowed a lot of big things to happen in the city over the years. Our key priorities in putting together the budget for the Convention and Visitors Bureau are to sustain financial stability, and here comes Chairman Sam Reed, so he made it just in the nick of time. Thank you, sir. To solicit meetings and groups to convene here, to build awareness of Irving among travelers, decision makers, and influencers. Should I say something? To influence appropriate product development, provide leadership that unites the industry, and to secure the resources that allow us to achieve our vision, mission, objectives, and goals. Some notes for the budget. It is balanced. Our expenditures do not exceed our revenue projections, and that excludes our transfers to other funds. There are no supplemental requests. We don't come to the city for anything supplemental. We work within the projection of what we believe the hotel tax will generate and adjust accordingly. All of our expenditures are within our allocation of the hotel tax revenues. We fully have funded the capital improvement needs for the convention center. And then a new item is our budget recommends establishing a new fund for the CVB. This is our strategic plan implementation fund. We will seed that with the fund balance from our ICVB general fund, and we'll use it to fund initiatives that come out of our new strategic plan, such as the feasibility studies for a tournament grade sports facility that we hope to issue an RFP for in the next 6 or 8 weeks. And then any studies that come out of that strategic plan implementation fund will ultimately move to our general fund or project specific fund for anything that will move forward. We are assuming flat to actual hotel occupancy tax collections, net of the penalties or interest. This will represent the first year of the reallocation of the hotel occupancy tax revenues that you created the ordinance for earlier this year in application of state law. We're making a number of transfers to funds, so $500,000 to our technology fund. That will bring that fund up to its full funded $1 million minimum. $500,000 into the Convention Center Capital Reserve, and then, as I mentioned, the Strategic Plan Implementation Fund. Our focus is on generating demand for both short and long-term opportunities for our hotels. Convention Center, the operations, capital, and subsidy represents a considerable amount of the budget, increasing our funding for the Business Development Incentive Fund in direct response to our hotel needs, and as I've mentioned, the Strategic Plan Implementation Fund. So we have 9% that's collected locally in Irving on top of your hotel room. First off of that 9%, 2% is peeled off to pay for the debt service on the entertainment venue. That's dealt with separately because that was done with a Brimer election. And out of the remaining 7%, that's how the percentages get allocated for the Irving Heritage and Museums, Irving Arts and Culture, the Convention and Visitors Bureau and Convention Center operations, and then the debt service, which is for the Convention Center and also for the city's share of the Westin Irving Convention Center Hotel. So in building our budget every year, we start with the forecasting data from tourism economics. We work with the City of Irving Finance Department and the Irving Arts and Culture to make sure we're all in agreement on what we think is happening out there. We identify what the capital needs are for the convention center, what its operating subsidy will be needed, and then what our other fund needs are. If we have any event hosting obligations or signature events that we're going to be bringing into the market that we have sponsorship or other obligations from, and then our strategic plan priorities. We do a needs analysis survey of our hotels. We take a look at the trade show schedule, sponsorships and opportunities. We build in our advertising and promotional planning. Again, looking at our event hosting obligations, sponsorship commitments, strategic plan priorities for the program of work. So our budget for 26-27, we're projecting that our share of the hotel tax will generate just under $12 million. We anticipate about $10,000 coming in from the event trust fund. So that is when we have groups coming into Irving that will bring non-state of Texas attendees. We apply for basically rebates from the state of Texas on the sales tax and hotel taxes if the group performs according to expectations. That money comes back into us, and then we issue it back out to the group. So that's just with that $10,000 in. The one good thing about a high interest market is it's doing well for our investment income, $5,000 in miscellaneous, and then we don't have any transfers at this point coming in. So for total revenue, just a little over $12 million. I should also mention before I forget, Marianne Lauda, our longtime Director of Accounting and Budget, is here. Marianne's been with us for 40 years, came to the city when she was fresh out of college, but she worked in city finance department for a couple of months and then has been working for us ever since. So if there become some really technical questions about the budget, Marianne can do it from her sleep. So thank you, Marianne. Just in terms of general expenditures, just under $10 million, 65%, almost 66% goes to general operating funds. That's salaries, benefits. A lot of our budget is in outside services and miscellaneous expenses. That's where our software systems, our customer relationship management system, our content management system, our outside consultants, third parties, our advertising agency, our media buying agency, Symphony software, a bunch of those things are all calculated in there. So those were some of our big ticket items are. Travel, training, and dues is another big ticket. Our staff does spend a lot of time on the road attending trade shows and events where meeting planners of all sorts are gathering, and then in many of those we need to be members of those organizations in order to attend or to exhibit at those events. The administrative cost reimbursement is the 4% that the city collects for city services provided, so that's just 4% of what the estimated budget is. Property management services is where we capture the operating subsidy for the convention center, so we build our budget assuming the building will lose $1.395 million a year, and then thus far there have been no surprises, and in some years it comes out better than that. And then the SMG incentive, so there's performance incentives in their contract, and we carry the incentive part on our side of the budget. So that brings, with those non-operating dollars, another $2.5 million, or 16% of the budget. And then the transfers, as I've mentioned, make up the balance. So all funds, looking at this, we anticipate our fund balance at the end of the year in the ICVB General Fund will be at just under $5.7 million, revenues coming in at 12. The expenditures, which includes those transfers, so we are still structurally balanced, then leaving our ending fund balance by this time, a year from now, at a little over $3 million. So you can see then in that bottom graph, it'll put all of our funds, with the exception of the capital improvement program fund, at our minimum goal. We know because of where we stand in the current financial year that we will see some monies coming back into that fund once we complete the audit on the convention center in November. So we will be back to pretty fully funded by that in very short time. So industry needs and opportunities, this is the work that comes out of the needs analysis survey. The biggest item here that causes us concern is that of our hotel respondents, there were nearly 17% anticipating a possible flag change in the next 12 to 24 months. Our experience is that it's seldom a flag, there's a rare occasion that the flag improves in value. The transition from the Four Seasons to the Ritz was one of those rare occasions, but as some of you are aware, the hotel previously known as the Embassy Suites on the south side of the airport at 183 and Esther's lost the Embassy Suites flag about a month or so ago and are currently operating independently. Our concern when flags change or lower is that it changes the pricing demand in that neighborhood, and it's very quick for prices to drop down for people to compete with each other, and it takes a very long time for us to build rate back. International travel is still very disrupted, particularly from Canada and Mexico. Stock market flexes or fluctuates, and so do business travelers. Our hotels need help in all the market segments we serve. The days of the week they need the most help are Sunday, Friday, and Saturday. Hotels still needing help on Thursday, so that's the direct result of how business travel has changed. So we're seeing business travelers, which are kind of our bread and butter, condensing into 3 days what they used to take 4 days to do. So cramming into a Monday arrival, now departing Wednesday instead of Thursday. Wednesday is the day of the week the least support is needed. Hotels are looking for additional resources from us in terms of booking incentives, rebates, and commissions, so that's the program we refer to as our BizDip program, or Business Development Incentive Program, needing assistance in search engine marketing, paid search, and then all the iterations of search that are now out there thanks to AI, assistance with updated photography, CVent, and then assistance with the online travel agencies, that's our Expedia program, and then support in channels like TripAdvisor, which we do as well. So we target our resources on the transient traveler, so that's an independent traveler on the weekend, and then on groups, weekday and weekend, that's really where our resources, both sales and marketing, are concentrated in terms of supporting the hotels. So here's another way of looking at the budget when we take a look at the revenues and then start factoring out the just about $2 million and change that goes to support the convention center, the administrative fee, the various transfers. That leaves us a little bit over $9.5 million for people in programming. We have a very tenured staff, so we factor out the salaries and benefits, and that leaves us about $5.5 million to put into programming. As I mentioned, the salaries, wages, and benefits take up almost a little bit under half of our budget. Again, the big ticket items being outside services, facility management services, so that's the convention center, advertising, the BizDip program, local promotions and programs. So on the Convention and Visitors Bureau staff, we should be 21 full-time employees. We have 22 convention services or temporary staff. These are staff members that we loan as needed to clients to work registration desks or Irving information desks, and then we have an outsourced contracted employee. Our internal departments are finance and administration, sales and services, marketing, communications, and then the convention center operation. And again, some of those major contractors, Granicus SimpleView, which is our customer relationship management system, our content management system, our digital marketing agency, Maloney Strategic Communications, our agency of record, and Lewis Marketing Partners, our media buying agency. Convention Center takes about 13% of the budget, marketing and communications 26%, sales and services 23%, and admin and finance the balance of 38%. The finance and admin budget carries all the transfers. It also carries the 4% administrative costs, local events and sponsorships, so that is tickets and tables at chamber events or local client events. Our Symphony system, which is a Tableau system that takes in all of our data sources and puts it into one simple system to use. Contract with Tourism Economics for forecasting. All of our staff training costs live in the finance and admin category, and then all of our technology costs live there. On the sales and services, the key budget items are the business development incentive program, our memberships, our trade shows and sales calls, hosting local and out-of-town client events, and then our convention services, which is services that we provide to groups that are in town at our hotels or at the convention center. And then marketing and communications. This is where the Simple View contract lives, our advertising agency, Cvent, which is a third-party platform for lead distribution that a handful of our hotels subscribe to on their own, but most don't because it's ridiculously expensive. Then our social media, search engine marketing, search engine optimization, but now all the digital AI optimizations that are now part of that world. And then travel writer and influencer hosting we do in this category as well. This is where any of the optimization for the answer engines, for the generative engines, for the large language models, all of those kinds of things that are continually changing live in this category. Moving then into the convention center, this is our org chart for this group. We have 50 full-time employees there, 8 that are outsourced but are full-time assigned to us. Food and beverage department, finance department, facilities, sales, events, and operations. And then we have a number of subcontractors that are part of that. So Arch Hospitality and Service First, which provide additional food and beverage personnel for us. Stadium People, which provides operations as well as safety and security. SES, which is our in-house preferred provider for stage. Just went completely blank. It'll come back to me. And Inspire AV, which is our in-house AV company, and then SP Plus, which manages our parking at the Westin Hotel. We've averaged, the building's been open 15 years. We average just under 250,000 people a year, sitting at 85% utilization and 261 events a year. We factored out of these averages that first year, which was an 8-month operating year, and then the COVID years, but we are able to track almost 26,000 room nights a year. We know there's more than that because a number of the consumer events, the anime shows, the Comic-Con types events use very few contracted rooms, but attendees just book rooms on their own, and we know they've done well because we see all the hotel shuttles dropping people off for those. And those groups tend to stand out when you see them. Proposed budget for the convention center, this really doesn't touch the city's revenues at all other than that 1,395 net operating income is the operating subsidy that we budget for the building to lose. It's a very labor-intensive operation, and in the same way all of your home personal expenses and grocery store expenses are growing, so is chicken banquet for 900 people. We're able to pass on some of those growing costs to customers, but not all of them. So we book and budget for the building to lose money, and then any savings against that get reinvested into the building's capital. We're projecting for capital projects next year to be just under $3 million. And then the management fees for the building, so the city's contract with SMG/ASM/Legends Global. There's a management fee as well as incentives on the food and beverage side of the operation. On the capital improvement plan, we've spent almost $16.5 million since the building opened in 2011 on capital projects. We define capital projects as anything that has a lifespan of more than 1 year. Our goals in our capital investments are to protect our guests and employees, to maintain or increase customer satisfaction, to extend the life of our mechanical systems, to enhance the building's appeal and revenues. We look at health and safety requirements, mechanical systems, revenue enhancement, return on investment, and then customer, environmental, and aesthetic benefits, and then we want to make sure that we are equipped to respond nimbly to emergencies. So the big ticket item in next year's capital budget is a little bit over $1 million for a new digital billboard LED system that will be strictly on the inside of the building. This is an avenue that will allow us to sell advertising on these spaces, but as well allow our customers to sell sponsorships to their attendees or their vendors on these spaces when they're in the building for their shows. HVAC and mechanical, the building's 15 years old, systems wear out. The systems in this building get a lot of use. So we're trying to stay on top of that in the same way the city is having to fix elevators and escalators constantly. We are as well. And then just general building needs, $660,000 for a lot of work there. Constantly working on landscape, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. We are constantly replacing things and keeping the building looking new and making sure it serves and sells the city well. And then we budget a 5% contingency into that budget every year. So these are just some images of what those ginormous billboards will look like. On the left-hand side is a mock-up of what that would be on the first floor pre-function. So they are huge. They're going to be great selling opportunities. This is a new division of Legends Global, which is the new name of the company we formerly knew as SMG, which became ASM and is now Legends Global. So this is a new division of theirs internally. They're getting their first building up underway with this system right now. That's in Broward County, Florida. They're also a government agency and a government building, so they will work through some of the kinks of those contracts for us so that when they come through to our building, hopefully that we'll have worked a lot of that out. But it'll be a revenue share between the Irving Convention Center and Legends Global. And then the picture on the right is, again, another large video board that'll be on the escalator landing between the first and second floors. So they're huge video screens, really going to be very impactful for client messaging as well as our own messaging. So Irving's future as a destination, the next strategic plan. When we set out with the Irving Convention Center and what became the Music Factory in the Westin Irving Convention Center, the goal was to build weekend demand, incremental weekend demand across Irving. When the convention center opened in 2011, citywide, we were running 57.5% in occupancy and a $73 average daily rate and a $42 revenue per available room. That's the number that matters most to the hotel owners. If you look at 2025, we're still a little bit in recovery mode in terms of occupancy, but you can see how we were able to grow weekend occupancy in the city. In 2017 is when the city added the Toyota Music Factory. In 2019, when the Westin Irving Convention Center opened, and then we all know what happened in 2020 and 21. So we are rebuilding. What you're seeing happen now is a little bit of the softness of the economy, but you're also seeing hotels willing to trade rate for occupancy, which means they're willing to sell less rooms at a higher rate. And so it's less rooms to clean, less rooms to service, but they're getting a higher rate, which then is reflected in that revenue per available room. So we've done what we needed to do in terms of moving the needles we could with what became the Irving Convention Center and the entertainment district, but now we've got to look for what's next, and that's what the board's focusing on. Convention Center stays very booked. We have limited access to the rooms at the Westin to pair with the Convention Center. And our exhibit hall is the largest space in the city. The city has a number of great event sites, but they're not any larger in terms of capacity and have limited parking. And then, rightly so, there's other great city-owned assets, but they're prioritized for resident use. And none of them are large enough to drive significant new demand. Our hotel concerns, we've got 91 hotels in Irving, almost 14,000 rooms, but the average age of our hotels is almost 28 years old, and there are nearly 80% of our hotel rooms that are more than 20 years old. And that gives us great concern. The airport corridor is where we have the primarily first-generation development. It's a very budget-oriented and mid-range customer, which is very important and valuable, but it is the part of our market that we're losing market share with. As you all know, the stadium site represents a great opportunity. That corridor with the airport on the south on 183 as well, we are losing as well to properties, hotel properties that have been built on DFW airport property, which are technically in Euless or Grapevine. And then as you make that turn onto 360, you have some brand new hotels or newer hotels in comparison to ours that are within the same brands, within the same chains, but they are close enough that we're shifting travelers over to technically Fort Worth or Euless properties. So our corporate corridor, which is the 114-635 corridor, has a much stronger independent business travelers and much stronger group demand. What we're concerned about over the long term is a pricing spiral and what happens when the market gets soft. If you're a hotel with no meeting space or no restaurant, nothing else to attract business other than sleeping rooms, the only way you have to compete is by dropping rate. You drop rate, your neighbors have to drop rate to keep in the game, and everybody reacts. It takes us 6 months to drop average daily rate and 6 years to get it back. City has a huge amount of debt. I think the numbers Brett showed you earlier says 13% of the city's debt is tied to hotel occupancy taxes. So we want to make sure that average daily rates are strong so that that debt revenue source is there. So with the strategic plan, we proposed in the budget for this year $450,000 in expenditures. That'll include estimates for that tournament grade sports facility. We're currently working on that RFP and hope to be able to award that shortly after October 1st. We need some better highway signage from TxDOT. In talking with Dan Vedrell about this a couple of months ago, there's a couple signs that are not in the right places. We can move up in the priority consideration line if we can put some funds in our budget to get those done. So we have done that. We want to take a look at what a hotel reinvestment program might look like, building on the city's neighborhood enhancement programs and some of the the corridor enhancement programs, and see what something might look like that speaks directly to our hotels. Legislative initiatives that might come up, community engagement, advocacy, and then one of the pieces that did come out of the strategic plan retreat was really trying to do a better job telling the stories of some of our restaurants and local treasures. Our resident sentiment survey showed that our residents are aware of a lot of these things, but they haven't necessarily experienced them. So we're looking at ways to build on that in ways that our visitors will benefit from, but that also have a face that the community can benefit directly from as well. We did a series of studies over the last year that led into the board's retreat in April. Our goal is to have the new plan adopted in September so that the work begins October 1st. And all of that puts us in really good position at year end. So a year from now, we'll be in really good position on our general fund, on our reserve fund. I can see that I'm missing a digit there. Sorry, Marianne. We will be above our minimum goal. I think that should be 3148848. Our catastrophic fund, so post-COVID, as we rebuilt reserves, we established a reserve fund, which is the purpose of which is strictly catastrophic. So the next asteroid, the next COVID, we want to make sure we have sufficient funds to continue operating. Our technology fund is now going to be in great shape, the strategic plan implementation fund, and then the convention center capital fund. Convention center capital fund will be under the minimum goal by year end, but again, we anticipate probably a little bit over $700,000 coming back into that fund based on the convention center's performance in the current year. I know that is a lot. I know that is a lot right after lunch. But I would be happy to take any questions, and our chairman is here if you have any questions for him.
Sure. Questions? Yeah, Dennis.
Yeah, Mara, you showed on one of your slides a sports feasibility
Yes, sir.
study. What is that?
So that is to look at a tournament grade, likely amateur sports facility that we might work possibly with parks, but we would approach, we're going to go out to the market very broadly and say what market isn't being served. Does Irving have an opportunity? It's not pickleball. Pickleball, been there, done that, and everybody's got it. But part of it is there another pickleball coming that we should be prepared for? Part of it is also to look at what we do have and say, I'd love to be able to go back to Parks and Rec and be able to say, if you could give me 6 weekends a year, I can recruit tournaments in that will help your revenues and make up for residents not having access to those 6 weekends. So looking really broadly, you guys had a zoning case a couple of months ago for the DFW Curling Club that has taken over part of an empty warehouse and put a sheet of ice in there for curling events. They just had one of their first tournaments there. All the ice that exists in Dallas-Fort Worth is booked nonstop. They moved out of the Valley Ranch Star Center because they couldn't get enough ice time. So is there an opportunity with curling? I know it probably only comes around in most people's minds during the Winter Olympics every 4 years, but that curling club has been in this market for more than 20 years, having curling tournaments. If you can do curling, you can do broom ball. There's other ice events. So it's not to say that is the event. It's to say what else is out there. Is there land available that could work, or is there a facility available like an empty warehouse that could work? Rockford, Illinois took a lot of old granaries and warehouses and was able to build basketball courts and volleyball courts and had enough demand. And because they were indoors there, they could play year round. Part of this is saying if we could help parks by turfing a field a year, and if in return for that we can get access to those fields, then there's a win-win there. So we want to go at it broadly and see what the opportunities are with kind of like we went back out to the market for what became the convention center and the music factory is what opportunities do we have that we're currently not making the most of? Yes, sir.
David. Mark. You were first. Thank you for the presentation, Maura, and multiple things. Obviously you're taking care of the convention center, and that's the most important thing. And you're bringing in shows, people that are using the facility, and we're seeing the benefits of that with more hotels coming on board, more restaurants, lots of activities. So that's working great, and thank you for doing a great job with that. And also with the strategic plan that the team came up with, looking for new ways for revenue. That's extremely important now with the state coming down on us for being able to assess our own taxes. But yeah, so having new facilities come on board that are going to contribute to the tax pool is fantastic. And I certainly like the sports tourism that you're talking about. You're seeing success with the curling, and Drive Nation is pickleball now too. So we even have that, and so I think those are great opportunities. And then the turfing of the fields. I think that we could do even better with by having our soccer fields turfed and bringing more visitors into the city for soccer. We talked about Performing Arts Center too. I think that's an opportunity for us to look at some point. That's going to take a strategic vision for how to fund that, how to make it work, where to put it, what kind of partners we can have. But all those things are extremely important for our budget in the future. And thank you for all the work you've done on that and for the vision that you're bringing to us.
Yes, sir. Got a great board and a great team helping. So,
thank you, Mayor. For the Westin, you mentioned that it's full. Is that what I heard from you?
No, we only have access to 10 rooms a month, 2 years and out in terms of the room block agreement. So that's the only things we can force them to take.
Okay.
And the way both the room block agreement is structured, and that's what defended the city's investment in it, basically to make sure that we could control certain of the inventory far enough out that we could take the groups. The way the booking priorities in the convention center work, you need to, in order to get to the front of line to get your pick of dates, you need to contract for a minimum of 400 sleeping rooms a night, which forces the group into a minimum of, so it's not just benefiting the Westin. Usually in order to get to the 400, we need the Westin, the Marriott, the Texacan, and the Omni to play ball. And we can force the Westin into 10 rooms a month, 2 years and out, but we can't force, and we can force the Texacan into 10 rooms a month, whatever, I can't remember what their room block is, but in order to make it work, it's got to be an appealing enough piece of business that the Marriott and the Omni will say yes in order for us to make it work. So you don't get to the front of the booking line and get your pick of dates unless it benefits more than one hotel.
Great. And I'd love to see, especially with our older hotel inventory, what programs we could put in place or what other cities have done.
Yep.
You know, it's, as you know what it looks like, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Maura, I noticed at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about the kind of the last year or last maybe 15, 18 months, Mexico and Canada slacking off. Is that due to the tariffs or, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Is that going to, has that leveled off as it's starting to pick up?
Mexico has recovered a little bit, and we now need to get outside of the World Cup and get into a normal travel pattern. So we won't have a complete picture of what the World Cup was or wasn't until we get July hotel tax collections in September. So sometime after September, we'd love to be able to come back and give you all a recap of what did and didn't happen with World Cup. We know we saw some great spikes in average daily rate over select periods of time. We also know that the only contracted group we had in Irving was hotel tax exempt. So we just don't know how that's going to play out in tax collection. So now that we're post summer travel, people are going back to school, we'll start to settle into what a regular pattern is. But Mexico had seen a little bit of improvement, but not yet. And then they just renewed the tariffs into Canada. So that's not great.
I think you had this during your strategic visiting study that you were doing, and how we might reach out beyond this hemisphere. I'm talking about international, bringing it in. Of course, we're trying to do more of that, especially what we're going to do on the 31st of this month on that panel with the 5 consul generals. Is there more we can do in that area? And I guess part of it is what percent of the international piece is it the inflows?
It is a small portion of it. The advantage to the international traveler is that they stay longer and spend more. Our challenge is we don't have the U.S. covered and all the markets in the U.S. covered as fully as we'd like to. If I had my druthers, we'd have a person based in the D.C. area. We'd have a person based in the Austin area, ideally somebody in the Chicago area or the New York, New Jersey area. We don't have the U.S. covered yet, and the real challenge, at least for a destination like ours, which we have to first sell the U.S., then sell Texas, then sell Dallas-Fort Worth, and then we can bring up the Irving conversation. We really have to ride on the state's coattails, and so we would need to be invested at probably $1 million a year per market, where we have people on the ground or we've contracted with an agency in London, in Mexico City, to represent us full-time, because in some of those markets, not unlike the conversation you all had earlier, it takes years and years to build the relationship. We've tried for many years to move motor coach business, bus tour business, and that's not a growing business, but it was really hard to break, not just into that market, but for our hotels to adapt to a very different kind of traveler than they're accustomed to. They do not want to check in 46 motor coach passengers all at once and have them have their own check-in line. It just doesn't work for their way of business. So if we were to be able to make those investments in those markets, we would be having to do them one at a time, very strategically, and it would probably take 3 to 5 years before we'd start seeing it pay off in terms of business travel, which is where we would really want to invest for international groups or international meetings and conventions that are 600 to 800 people that can fit inside our convention center, that can spread out into multiple hotels. We do attend the U.S. version of one particular trade show that attracts international travel decision makers. It's called IMEX. They meet in October in Las Vegas. They meet in the spring in Berlin. We are lost trying to do the European market there. If we do go to the one in Texas, we typically are going with our Texas colleagues and working together to host a group as Texas or host a group as Dallas-Fort Worth.
Great. I appreciate. I see that you're former for many years, twice if I'm not mistaken, Chairman Richard Stewart. Richard, seeing out there, you got a comment or two you'd like to make? You got some history with it. I know you were.
You might need to push that button, Richard. Right in the middle. There you go.
Okay, seem not to be able to hide from you. I'm getting put out to pasture. This is my second time around. I was on the board before we had a convention center, and obviously on the board the second time around. And I've been on a number of other boards. I've been on the Arts Board. I've been on the Civil Service Commission. Arts Board is well run. It's a great example of management not interfering with the daily operations, staying on the policy side and working with the city. I'd also just like to give a shout out to the city attorney's office because we have a lot of legal issues that we have to deal with, and they just day after day give us very concise, great legal advice, timely legal advice, in particular in working with the hotels and trying to collect what they're owed. And that's a very sore spot with me, as with the mayor, because they collect the money. And so what happens with the money until we force it out of our hands? And lastly, I'd just like to say that I have sincerely appreciated working with the city manager, with the mayor, the prior mayor, the current mayor, the liaisons that we have had with our board, because we're dependent on having good board members, and for some reason on all the boards that I've served on over time, there are a lot of people who think that they can come in and make the boards better or fix whatever problems they perceive once they find out the time investment and what it takes to make things work. Some of them go by the wayside. So in the last few years, we've had tremendous success in working with the liaison and bringing on new members. It's great to have somebody like Sam follow on behind me. And most of all, I mean, I've been playing tag team with Mara since I've been in Irving. When I was on planning and zoning, some kind of issue came up regarding hotel taxes, and the mayor appointed me and Mara to work on it. I had absolutely no idea what was going on. Mara prepared a report, and I signed off on it. And so the mayor was happy. Later on, when I applied to go on Convention and Visitors Bureau Board, all the conventional wisdom was, you'll never get appointed. We got all these other people that have ends with the city council, and so they're not going to appoint you. Well, when I went for the interview, Joe Putnam, I said, Mayor Putnam, if you recall, I worked on that hotel project, and he said, oh yeah, you did a really great job. So contrary to what the naysayers said, I got appointed to the board, and I've been appointed a second time. But I can just say that I encounter a lot of people who complain. So many of the people who complain don't get involved. I have a lot of friends that I routinely send out the emails about when it's time to apply for boards, because people say they didn't know it was time and they didn't know the process and all of that. And I just say all of that to say that we cannot have a better city if we don't get involved and if we don't work with people. It's been great working with the city manager and Mara. Anywhere you go and you talk about being from Irving, people in the hotel business say know Mara, and they hold her in very high regard. And so I would just say that all told, of all the organizations in the city of Irving, I would just bet my paycheck. I'm retired, so I don't have a paycheck, but I would bet my paycheck that ICVB is the best run department in the city of Irving. And thank you for the opportunity to make comments.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, any comments or? Okay, we'll move on. Thank you, Maura. Sam, excuse me, you were too quiet back there. Any last minute comments from you?
Yes. What I would like to say, Mayor and Council, is as you can see, Maura, the board, her entire team, the thought leadership that goes into everything that the board does. Councilman Cronenwit, thank you for acknowledging the new revenue generating opportunities. We're always looking for new ways to continue to move the convention center forward. And as you all know, 15 years, and every time I walk in personally, and I've had other people, it doesn't look like it's 15 years old. You know why? Because it's well maintained. And it's all, again, due to the leadership of Maura, the staff, and our board. And we just want to thank each and every one of you for the continued support that you give the Irving Convention and Visitors Bureau on a day in and day out basis. We would not be able to do it without you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Maura, thank you. Okay, Chris, I think we're off.
Yeah, arts. Todd, you ready? Todd, is that microphone on, sir? No. There you go.
How about that? There we are. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget. This budget reflects a significant structural reduction in hotel occupancy tax revenues, yet the department remains financially strong due to years of disciplined fiscal management. The organization continues investing in facilities, technology, resident organizations, educational programs, and customer service, while maintaining reserve levels substantially above policy requirements. The next phase of strategic work is focused on revenue diversification and long-term sustainability rather than short-term financial stability. I will begin the presentation with a brief overview of the Department of Arts and Culture. The Department of Arts and Culture operates with 5 funds, all deposited into one bank account that is separate from the city's bank account. The department is primarily funded through 3 hotel occupancy tax allocations. The department is also funded through earned income from interest, rentals, ticket sales, art sales, commissions, class tuitions, gift shop sales, and membership fees. The Heritage Museum Fund and Historic Preservation and Redevelopment also rely heavily on contributed income. Some funding is also provided through the general fund of the City of Irving. The general fund expenditures are mainly utilities, grounds, landscaping, and pest control, left over from when Parks and Recreation supervised all of the historic sites and the museums. Each of our accounts, as you will see, has a required reserve, which well over the 90-day operating expenditure required by Resolution 537167. Hotel occupancy tax allocations continue to be our largest source of revenue. The City of Irving charges a 9%, this is just a different way of looking at it than Mara's really pretty slide. 9% local hot tax. Of that 9, 2 goes to the debt on the convention center and 2% goes to fund the debt on the entertainment center. Of the remaining 5, Irving Arts Center receives 35.5%, the Heritage Museum Fund gets 2.5%, and Preservation and Redevelopment Funds receives 1%. That is all of the 5 cents. At the end of the year, the City of Irving performs a true-up of the Arts Fund account. Local municipalities can use up to 15% of their hotel occupancy tax collection for the arts. This is known as the cap. A true-up is when the city takes the total collected from the 7%, calculates 15% of that amount, and collects anything that has been allocated above and beyond our 15% cap. A special bracket put in place several years ago allowing Irving Arts Center to keep $1.6 million above the 15% cap. That bracket will expire in September of 2026, and at that time, the $1.6 million will be reallocated to another hotel occupancy tax allowable use. This is the very first budget that takes into account that reallocation of $1.6 million. In January of this year, the Irving City Council passed a resolution to reallocate the hotel occupancy tax. This reallocation will take effect on September 1st of this year. The new allocation is as follows. All of the percentages are now taken from the 7 cents, with the arts receiving 15%, Irving Museums and Preservation receiving 5% of the 7 cents. As you will see later in the presentation, this accounts for a significant increase in funding for the Museum and Preservation Fund. We will now dive into each of the funds and look at the proposed budgets for this next fiscal year. The Arts Center Fund consists of 4 separate funds: the Computer Replacement Fund, used for replacement of computer equipment. All of these are funded through depreciation from the general fund. We also have the Theater Equipment Replacement Fund, used for replacement, restoration and upgrades of building and theater equipment, as well as the Special Projects Fund, used to save for major events or exhibitions, funded by transfers from the Irving Arts Center General Fund, and of course the General Fund, which funds our operations. Proposed changes to the Arts Center budget for the next fiscal year. The Arts Fund, we are proposing an audio upgrade in Suite 200, that's our meeting room, replacement of the speaker system in the lobbies, a follow spot upgrade in Carpenter Hall, replacement of the audio consoles, replacement of our drop box, panic button software, phone system, project management software, camera and lighting equipment. And the total for all of these projects, with the exception of the phone system, is $222,861. In terms of staffing for the Irving Arts Center, we are proposing some staffing adjustments targeted at operational improvements that support revenue generation, customer service, facility maintenance, marketing effectiveness, and event operations. We are proposing the reclass of our advertising coordinator from part-time to full-time. This will give us 3 full-time marketing personnel. We are proposing the addition of a part-time facilities maintenance position for the weekend to keep the facility safe and looking good. And we are also proposing that we reinstate the full-time front-of-house weekend events coordinator position to have full-time management at all times in the building. These additions will bring the staffing total for the arts to 41, with 25 full-time and 16 part-time employees. For the Arts General Fund, we anticipate a total revenue of $5,690,216, which you will find on the bottom row all the way to the right of this page. Going back to the top of that column, you will see the HOT projection of $4,065,195. Earned income on the next column, you will see at $1,486,780. This amount reflects a 10% increase in earned income implemented as a goal for the staff in the next coming year. The fund transfers $138,241, brings the total revenue forecast for fiscal year 26-27 to $6,131,379. For expenditures, we are proposing $6,131,379, which you will find on the bottom row of this last column. Going back up to the top of that column, you will find the continuation of $5,082,265. Continuation is comprised of all the yearly expenses that we don't have control over. This includes salary, benefits, membership, software license, utilities, marketing cost, maintenance, and all ongoing projects to keep the facility and grounds. Programs, those things we do have control over, are projected to be $847,162. I will list each of those programs on a separate slide. Then there are the building projects, projected to be $195,019, fund transfers of $6,933, for a total proposed expenditure for fiscal year 26-27 of $6,131,379. The summary for the general fund. On the top row in the last column, you will see the projected revenues of $5,690,216, less expenditures of $6,131,379. This proposed budget will require using $441,163 from the general fund balance. The budget preserves support for resident organizations and community programming because these activities directly support the Arts Center's mission, public value, and quality of life outcomes for Irving residents. When you take the required 90-day reserve per Council Resolution 537167 of $1,532,845, we are left with well more. We were left with a balance of $6,584,106. Our total operating budget for fiscal year 26-27 is $6,131,379. We have more than a year's worth of operating in our fund balance. This cushions us from another pandemic or any downturn in the economy, anything that may happen, we are protected. And it makes me comfortable pulling just the $441,000 out of our reserves. While I'm comfortable and confident we will need a plan moving forward to ensure financial stability, I recommend 3 strategic priorities moving forward. Priority 1, protect reserves, maintain minimum target, 1 year of operating expenses above required reserve. Current position exceeds this benchmark. Priority 2 is to grow the earned revenue, to focus on facility rentals, corporate events, sponsorships, naming opportunities, educational programming, ticket initiatives. Our target will be to increase our revenue earned from the $1.35 million this year to $2 million within the next 5 years. Priority 3 is to measure the community return, to track annual visitors served, students served, resident group attendance, economic impact, volunteer hours, tourism impact, and grant outcomes. This becomes the justification for maintaining hotel occupancy tax investments, something that will become very important as we go through the next legislation. The programming for the next year is as follows. There's the Arts Board programs listed for $6,912. These initiatives include Arts Advocacy Day in Austin and the Rotary Club Flag program. And we have several of our community programs, Adult Education, Art Connection, the Bus Reimbursement Program to help schools offset the cost of busing school groups to the center, educator appreciation events, which we do each year. The grants program is proposed to be $500,000. Last year, we reinstated the community grants program for $20,000. The total grants pool available to the resident organizations is $480,000, the exact same amount as last year. We did not cut from here at all. Holiday programs is the programming throughout the holiday, Saturdays, Santa Saturdays, that's a hard tongue twister, and other events. And finally, our homeschool happenings. More programming, Jumpstart, Memories in the Making, and our other outreach programs, and our new resident group annual reception, which will be on October 15th. And we invite you all to come and see the new Art Center, all of the improvements done to it, and everything that our resident groups will be doing. They will be showing off on October 15th. We then have Saturday School, the Student Art Transportation Art Contest, the Teen Art Program, and ticket initiatives to encourage our staff to attend performances. We also have Artist Alley at the Toyota Music Factory and the frames on Main Street. Finally, the volunteer program. Exhibitions planned for the Art Center for fiscal year 26-27 for a total of $217,500. We are anticipating new sculpture in the Sculpture Garden. We will have our annual holiday exhibition, annual Black History Month, annual exhibition of student artwork, Art Connection Showcase, all in the main gallery. Here I have listed other exhibitions for you, which you have in the packet. I don't need to name every single one of them. If you have any questions, you can ask me, but I wanted to make sure you knew the exhibitions that we were planning in greater detail than just 4 in the front gallery. There they all are. One of the great things I just want to point out about Popol Vuh there on the top, the Sacred Book of the Quiche through illustration. Those are all illustrations from local artist Jaime Arredondo. That started at Irving Archives and Museum, was then picked up by an exhibition touring house. It now is touring the country, and the very first panel on that has Irving Archives and Museum and the name of our staff right on the front of it. It is our way of continuing to promote ourselves outside of the city. There are more for Carpenter and the Courtyard Gallery. We will continue to prioritize the training and certification of the staff of the Irving Art Center, or the conferences and trainings that we will continue to send staff to for fiscal year 26-27. Again, they are all listed, all certifications, all field specific. Taking a closer look at our other funds, in the Computer Replacement Fund, we will be making 2 transfers. $3,837 in interest revenue, as well as transfers of $9,041 from the Art Center and the museum for annual depreciation. Expenditures for this fund are proposed at $10,700, leaving an ending balance of $131,589. For The Theater Equipment Replacement Fund, with $65,627 projected in interest, we project an ending balance of $2,051,882. And for the Special Projects Fund, projected interest is $17,549. We will not be making any transfers into this fund, leaving an ending balance of $596,717. Heritage and Museum Fund, I also want to acknowledge the presence of Museum Director Jennifer Landry and thank her very much for an incredible award-winning year of work at the museum. This fund provides for the operations of Irving Archives and Museum and the Mustangs of Las Colinas Museum. Here are the proposed budget purchases for the museum fund. Dry Mount Press allows us much more control over labels, being able to make more posters and labels in-house. Shelving for the archive, believe it or not, at 6 years in, we've already run out of room in the archive. Kevin Kinder is to continue as a consultant to help with the transition to hiring a new archivist, which we have just hired. And reimbursement to the Art Center for 20% of salary and benefits for key IDAC positions. Staffing levels will remain the same for fiscal year 26-27 with 14 total employees with 6 full-time and 8 part-time. Revenues for the museum are projected to be $1,512,048, which you will find on the bottom row in the last column of this page. Going back up to the top of that column, you will see the $1,355,065 projected in hotel occupancy tax. We are projecting $104,183 in earned revenue and $52,800 in donations and sponsorships for a total of $1,512,048. Looking at the expenditures proposed for next year, the museum is proposing expenditures of $1,452,803. The first row across the top is continuation. Again, continuation expenditures that occur every year: salaries, utilities, office supplies. For the museum fund, there's a proposed continuation of $1,228,904. Programs being proposed, $79,250. We will go over those on a list in a separate slide. Land betterment is the placement of the big state sign. Friends of the Irving Museum did reach their goal. There's still much more to go, so we do have some in there for the placement of that. Then we have the fund transfer of $129,649 for a total expenditures of $1,452,803. For a summary of the Heritage Museum funds, we are anticipating total revenues, total expenditures exceed revenues by $59,245. We have well more than enough to account for with our reserve of $363,201. We'll have a balance of $1,331,241. Here are the exhibitions, the $66,900 in programming break down the following exhibitions and programs. They're listed on the slide. I will just keep going. If you have any questions, please ask. Preservation Fund includes the annual Bear Creek Annual Spring Festival, as well as community exhibits at Bear Creek and restoration and preservation of the Big State sign. Here's the travel and training summary for the museum, same as the Arts Center. They're going to field-specific trainings for a total of $24,615. The one request that we have from the city's general fund, is that in order to maintain our current levels of service, which we have not dropped at all for this budget year, with the reallocation of $1.6 million in hotel occupancy tax on September 1st, 26, Irving Department of Arts and Culture is requesting support for ongoing building maintenance in the amount of $250,000 annually. The usage of this amount would be determined each year during the budgeting process. Projects that would be eligible for the use of this stipend would be building projects. All projects specific to Irving Department of Arts and Culture, stage lighting, sound equipment, will be funded through the Irving Department of Arts and Culture Theater Equipment Replacement Fund. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Let me ask you to do me a favor, and that is, I really enjoyed being with you during your strategic planning consultant, I think 2 days worth, and the participation of a lot of people that cared that were there. And I think it's important that the council know that that took place and that you may want to make a comment or two, because I really think that gave you the ability to do what you just did up here. So thank you, Todd.
Absolutely. In 24, I don't know what in 24, we pulled together 40 members of the community for 2 days to really drill down on the vision for the Department of Arts and Culture, especially with the new museum coming on board. And we hashed out a strategic plan that has 4 strategic directions that we follow. One of the updates that we have been planning is we are having a retreat. The Arts Board is having a retreat on September 11th and 12th. We are then planning to have the chair of the Arts Board come to present to you at a work session with a follow-up from all of our strategic plan, the visioning coming forward, and the goals that we are setting.
Great. You answered really what I was going to ask, so thank you. One last thing, and then David, right after this. The going from the full-time and cutting back also on the part-time, because one of the, and I think we heard it a year ago, some of the comments that we got during some of our work sessions was that we were not being able, you were not being able to handle a lot of the part-time work that that you have there for conducting some of the various groups that are coming in. And everything working okay now, going the way that you did to try to pull it in and yet have full-time?
Absolutely, sir. That was just a transition from having part-time employees to a staged labor contract. So it is working out extremely well, and every single one of our events has full crews.
Good, thank you. Okay, David.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Todd. On the hot tax side and the revenue for the Arts Center, looking forward, we talk about a lot of strategic things in the city of funding the arts and doing these different programming, looking at different areas of town. So during your strategic retreat, and I think I might have said this in your board meeting too, is really look forward to next year, the year after. We're going to go after some bond elections in the future. What does the future of arts in Irving really look like? And how do we boost it up? Because it's amazing programming, but I go in sometimes and it's half empty, and sometimes it's full, and we just have so many great things going on in the city that I think the arts, we really need to, as a council, look at it and make sure we're funding and supporting it, but not just from tax dollars, but how do we get the community involved more? I know a lot of cities have big arts funds and big community involvement, so I'd be really looking forward to strategically looking forward of how do we really get that engagement to make this even better programs in the future.
The Arts Board has spoken about it already, and I'm sure that it will come forward a feasibility study for new performing arts centers or anything else that we might be able to look at. And we'll definitely discuss that during the strategic planning.
Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. And that was actually exactly my question, too. Just looking forward, more long-term vision about maintaining the building, $250,000 a year versus, a new build or something like that.
Right.
And so I was just going to recommend that you bring that to the strategic planning session, and it sounds like you already are. So thank you. I'll look forward to that conversation later.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Chris?
Mayor and Council, I would invite the judiciary and Judge Acuna up to talk through the judiciary budget and specifically bring us up to speed on magistration.
Great, okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Michael Acuna, presiding judge. I wanted to start with the basic request for our normal budget and then talk about some supplemental requests. First, our request for the next fiscal year will be $779,309. This represents a 4% increase from our last fiscal year. And I believe that the main reason for this is not because of anything exotic, but because we now have 3 full-time judges who have been here longer than a year, almost 2 years, and have started to accumulate sick leave and longevity pay and things like that regarding benefits. Our budget is heavily weighted in favor of salaries and benefits. Almost 92% are salaries and benefits, so the remaining 8.1 in operations. All the line items are supported by the general fund except for the travel and training one, which is a dedicated fund. Our travel, training, and dues line item has gone down by 4.8%, and there have been no increases or other significant changes to any other operation line items. I wanted to move on to a couple of supplemental requests. The first one is, I called it the courtroom renovation project, but Mr. McDaniel from CIP told me it's called the courtroom infrastructure modernization project, phase 1. And then I'd like to talk to you about magistration supplemental request. So regarding the infrastructure modernization project, I wanted to mention to the council that jury trial is one of the ultimate exercises of constitutional rights, and along with the presumption of innocence, the right against self-incrimination, and the right to confront witnesses is a fundamental concept in our criminal justice system. During jury trials, the jury determines the credibility of the witnesses. In our current courtroom configuration in our 2 main courtrooms, the jury box is on the other side of the judge's bench and across the courtroom from the witness stand, compromising the jury's ability to clearly see and hear witnesses. And this is the default constitutional right that every defendant has. Now, if the defendant chooses to waive his or her right to a jury trial, then a bench trial shall proceed. And during bench trials, the judge determines the credibility of the witnesses. There is no direct line of sight from the bench to the witness stand. Currently, a judge can only see a witness through the aid of electronic means. In addition, the clerk workstation is away from the bench, which requires the bailiff to transmit papers from the bench between the judge and the clerk. And that may compromise the bailiff's focus on security issues. The clerk is also exposed to potential security risks. It also is problematic for the judge to attempt to have a discreet conversation with the clerk regarding any docket matters. So I took the liberty of taking a picture of the courtroom to give you a chance to visualize the current configuration. So from your left to your right, you can see the clerk workstation, and then next is the witness stand, then the judge's bench, and the jury box. And I would remind you all that this is a compressed photo, so it would fit on a slide. It's not true to scale at all. So to help you visualize what we hope to do, or at least approach, is, well, and this just points out that the judge would actually have to lean over the railing to look down to see the witness whose credibility the judge is determining. This is a very, very rough approximation of what it might look like after the project is completed. You can see the clerk workstation has been moved towards the, put on the side of the bench. The bench has been lowered a little bit. A witness stand would be directly next to the bench between the jury box and where the judge sits, so that whether it's a jury trial or a bench trial, the ability to look and see the witness's face and hear the witness more clearly would be preserved. Now, there would be a ramp accessing the witness stand to comply with ADA requirements. So this is not exactly how it would look, but I just wanted to give you a chance to get a rough visualization of it. So I would say that for legal, security, and practical reasons, this project has been proposed, and it would reconfigure the courtroom in the way that I've just described. And I appreciate having assistance and guidance from Mr. McDaniel in the CIP department and approval from Mr. Hillman for this project. The plan is to have 2 phases. The first phase would be to hire an architect to draw plans so we can truly better understand the cost estimates. The idea here is in this next fiscal year for $120,000 to be allocated for the architect to draw those plans. And then at some future point, the next fiscal year or perhaps the one after that, FY 28-29, to begin and complete the actual physical renovation. So I'm asking for your all's consideration and approval of this project going forward. Moving on to the magistration concept, Based on council's consensus and direction during the July 30th work session to perform in-house magistration for all criminal offenses 7 days a week, 365 days a year, I had mentioned at that time requests for additional resources comprised of a full-time municipal judge and an alternate or part-time municipal judge. So that would entail full-time salary, benefits, alternate judge hours, judicial robes, professional dues and subscriptions, and required continuing education. In addition, the current configuration of the Judiciary Suite only has 3 offices, so there is nowhere, there's no place for an additional judge to sit in the current configuration. So that would necessitate judicial office construction, office furniture, computers, phones, and other supporting resources. That was submitted within the total proposed budget of $519 and $409 for personnel and recurring costs and $278,000 for capital improvement projects, which will cover what we'll call Scenario 1, which is the one I just mentioned, the addition of a full-time municipal judge and a part-time or alternate municipal judge. But these totals cover the impacts to judiciary, the municipal court, and the police department budgets. So to speak specifically to the judiciary budget, these would be the impacts. And I want to thank Mr. Hillman, Ms. Wood, Lauren Hale, Mr. McDaniel, Chris Norris in IT, and Jennifer Bezorgnia for talking about these scenarios. So Scenario 1 would encompass one additional full-time judge with salaries and benefits, $30,000 in a capital improvement project for one new office to be built out, $42,349 for additional hours for alternate judges, and technology needs of $8,000. I want to stop at this point and mention to the council there is a residency requirement to serve as a judge, whether full-time or part-time, in the city of Irving. And I will tell you all that this is somewhat of a prohibitive challenge to find a candidate I'm comfortable in recommending to you for your consideration. People are not going to move into the city of Irving on the off chance that they will be asked to work, because alternate judges only get paid when they work. And so that's been an ongoing challenge of mine. I've reached out to several people, and none of them will move into the city of Irving on the off chance that they will be asked to work as a alternate judge. Scenario 2 was broached when the mayor made the suggestion during the work session on the 30th of why not 2 full-time judges. So this is the second scenario, which is $440,000 in salaries and benefits, $60,000 in capital improvement projects for the build-out of 2 offices and technology needs for all staff. It is more likely almost certain that people would be willing to move into the city of Irving for a full-time capacity, to serve in a full-time capacity. I will just note in passing that I have, if the council chooses to do that, I have candidates that I'm comfortable in recommending to the council for consideration. Scenario 2 would preserve long-term possibilities. Scenario 1 would probably address our instant need, as this magistration project is still developing. It would probably meet our instant need. Scenario 2 would preserve more long-term possibilities. Chief Miller, Ms. Bezorgnia and I have already met, and we're starting to talk about plans and specific details on how to address the situation, but it is evolving, so it would prevent me from coming back to you maybe in a year and asking for more. In any event, I want to submit these to you for your consideration, and depending on what direction you give me, then we can proceed to build out the offices or not, and me make recommendations to you for your consideration for future appointments.
Questions? All right.
So referring back to Mayor, I think you were already thinking about doing 2 judges. So it's a fair concern not having the alternate judge being in Irving, so I would be okay with it if the rest of the council supports it.
Anybody? Comments? Okay, Mark.
We talked about this before, like if there's any expectation that the sheriff would start actually taking the arrestees without being first magistrated. And that's just speculative. We have no idea how that's going to play out. Because we hire them full-time, and then if we don't have that need anymore, then we have to do a RIF, which is hard. So trying to get an understanding of that.
Councilman Cronin, what the way the charter is written is that these judges would be, the full-time judges are appointed for a 2-year term. So once you appoint them, the commitment is they will be here for that two-year block of time. And so some of the discussion that's been had is with Judge Acuna and the entire team is to think about what is the work that's anticipated, what is the time frame in working with Dallas County, and what's the appropriate staffing for that. So you do highlight one of the issues that has been considered and is part and parcel of this recommendation from Judge Acuna.
Chief.
Derek Miller, Chief of Police. Councilman Cronin, to answer your question, we have no confidence that the Dallas County Sheriff's Office will ever do this.
Okay. So, so that militates in favor of 2 full-times instead of 1 full-time, 1 part-time. And then as far as like the reconfiguration of the courtrooms, what you described makes a lot of sense. It sounds like it's difficult to negotiate the trials throughout the day the way it's currently set up. And so I support both those projects.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Yes, David.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I support both also, and using the, I don't think we need, I wouldn't mind a radius, depending on what your recommendations are of where people need to live for judgeships. Are they being pulled in at all times of night, need to be here in 10 minutes, need to be here in 30 minutes? You know, we can put a radius around that, and I believe that's a charter change, not an ordinance change, so I don't think we're going to have a charter committee for a while.
Yes, sir.
So that's that.
Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, what you have in front of you in the proposed budget is the scenario 1 that the judge had mentioned. As I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, we do have some additional dollars based upon the changes that the county had identified in the tax rate. The additional dollars for scenario 2 would come out of those additional dollars that we had identified. So we will, per your direction, modify the proposed budget to show and reflect what seems like, if I'm understanding the consensus direction right now, to go to the 2. So we would add those dollars into the judiciary budget. What that means is the cost of the county not doing the magistration, which we feel is its duty and responsibility to magistrate Class Bs and above. They are refusing to do that. Because of that, the city is now spending over $1 million to be able to manage that. So that is a $1 million impact that the city is absorbing due to the county's decision to not magistrate the cases that it will be handling in its courtrooms.
Yeah, we had good discussions on all of this at this point. The question that I have, Judge Acuna, we're talking you as the presiding judge, the 2 that we already have on board, but I also understand we have 2 part-time.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Okay, and now we're requesting 2 more full-time. A total of 5 of you will be full-time. What are we going to do with the other 2 part-time? Will they continue to do whatever work you had assigned? How's the allocation of your manpower at this point?
The 2 alternate judges, Mayor, are primarily responsible for handling late-night calls to review probable cause affidavits for the issuance of search warrants and arrest warrants, so the judges can get some sleep between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. But they have full-time jobs, and so I have approached them with the idea to do some daytime dockets and work on weekends, but that's not, they weren't hired with that expectation. And when I was first appointed and I first came before the council, I did mention that any future recommendations for candidates for your consideration to be appointed for part-time judge would be appointed with that expectation. But there's the residency requirement is a formidable challenge in that regard. but they will continue to answer late-night calls.
As opposed to the 2-year commitment, when we hire a judge, the part-time, are they also on a 2-year, or is that on call, or what's the status?
No, sir, they are appointed by the council for a 2-year term as well.
The difference is they may or may not be full-time, like a full-time. If they're not doing the work or don't have the work, then that's a matter of on-call, am I correct?
Yes, sir. They only get paid when they work, when they
Thank
get
you.
the call. Yes, sir.
Okay. Nye, are you still around? Do you have any comments? Okay, thank you. No, I'm fine. I think we had a good discussion on this. I think where do you want to go with this at this point, Chris?
It's just the council direction and how you like to move forward based upon the judge's recommendation.
Okay, comments from it? Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
I would just, point out, this seems to be yet another indication of the county officials, or I guess DART is beyond the county, but a focus on, we're part of these organizations, the county or DART, and we're not getting our due representation out of it. So you see the sheriff is like saying, well, it's going to be a focus on Dallas and the suburbs, you got to pay for this yourselves. Of course, we talked about the issues with DART, with Parkland, we pay into Parkland, and there's this expanded facility. I've not heard anything about how that's benefiting the city of Irving. And now the county's like putting out this vote for a homeless services fund. And I've not heard anything about how that's benefiting Irving itself either. It's just, it just seems to be another situation like that. But on this point here, I agree with the proposals and 2 full-time judges.
Anybody else? David?
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor. And to your point, Councilman Cronowit, it'd be nice, Brett or Brad, to get numbers of what we're sending to Dallas County from Irving businesses and residents, and look at what the service level is from the money that everybody sitting here who lives in Irving is paying for the county, that we're duplicating efforts. And it's tiresome to keep paying taxes and getting duplicated efforts that aren't beneficial duplicated efforts. So it'd be nice to get that kind of breakdown if we could get that as well. We see what the sales tax is to the city. I saw the 27% number to the county, but what in dollar terms, where is that going to the county? If that's possible to get a breakdown on that.
Luis, it sounds like this is your question. Let's get an ROI going here, right? Okay. I think it's the sense of the council that we go forward with scenario 2 full-time. Chris, we're ready to go. I think you said we are okay with the funding at this point. Okay, Judge.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
you, Council. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll have Shanae or KO go next. Whoever wants to go first, they can battle for that.
Shanae, you're up. Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, indeed. He's pulling up a presentation that's going to look, I think, a little different from the one y'all have, but it's just because I had my staff go back and add dollar signs to the percentages. But I'm going to give y'all back some time because this is going to be really simple. We have 2 divisions. The city secretary office proper is what I call them, and my staff in it. And then we have a records management office, which almost none of y'all have ever seen. It is located over there by the fire station, and we welcome any of y'all to see it at any time. This is the slide that's going to be different from your actual slide, and all that was added into it is the dollar amount. Our salaries and benefits equal 66% of our budget for $1,292.06. Our elections equal 25% of our salary of our budget for $500,000, and our operating expenses are 9% for $168,203. City Secretary's office represents a whopping 0.55% of your general fund budget. No supplemental requests were made this year through the City Secretary's office or Records Management Office for fiscal year 26-27. And now our initiatives, we do have some initiatives. We are going to implement an electronic records management system, which will be a new module to assist departments in organizing their electronic records. We hope to implement 2 kiosks for City Hall to post agendas on and legal notices. They will be simply for legal notices and agendas. This will allow us to not have to come up here on horrible days where there's ice and snow, and we do get required and requests to post agendas on those days. So with the new agenda laws, we will be able to do that electronically. And then we hope to get an online speaker registration for city council meetings. We have people that complain that they only can sign up for an hour before the meeting. We're not going to extend the time for a week before the meeting, but we will extend the time probably to that day, and we will hope to have speakers sign up on that day. Now to the mayor and city council's budget. You guys have salary and benefits that represent 46% of your budget. Training and travel, 19% of your budget, and your operating expenses are 35% of your budget. Questions?
No, a comment. I think what's missing under your city secretary's office, and I guess I'm talking directly on Julia, but the rest of you, what's missing is support to the mayor and the city council members. So I think you ought to find a place to put it in there for what it's worth. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Any comments from anybody else? David?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 25% of our budget's towards the elections, and I know I've seen the numbers of how much we spend on some of these, and it's, once again, a Dallas County bill.
Did you get your deal already?
I still don't understand how we have 2 locations right across the street from each other, and one has 3 people voting at it, and the other have hundreds.
Are you talking about Mustang?
You know what I'm talking about. But how does the city council help talk to the county or talk to someone to make sure we're saving money on our election process? I don't want to get rid of polling locations, of course, but some of them are just kind of duplicative.
Well, vote
right
centers,
across the street from each other.
Vote centers did heavily increase the cost
Right.
of voting. So the duplicative vote sites were inherited when we have our vote sites. So the city council voted years and years ago on their vote sites. And then the commissioner's court has their vote sites. And the commissioner's court rules. Whatever the commissioner's court says is what our vote centers are. So we try to own it down to just our sites, but the Secretary of State has prohibited that. And we called it low vote centers and high vote centers. We cut a number of those vote centers. The Secretary of State came back, do the legislative session that said, you cannot do that. So I know Tarrant County is going through that right now. I would encourage y'all to have a discussion and then talk to your commissioner's court, because they don't listen to our voices, quite frankly.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Don? Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe we can have a discussion with Andy Summerman or one of the commissioners, see what the thoughts were. I had a casual discussion with them, and that was something that came up, but it's totally absurd because sometimes there's 20 voters at those locations.
Yeah.
Yes, Mark.
So do we pick some of our own voting centers in addition to what the county does? So do we have the ability then, but you're saying we don't have the ability to eliminate the ones that we actually specifically identify?
Correct.
Because we selected them a long time ago, so.
We ask for our normal voting centers, like for early voting. We just ask for Cimarron, Valley Ranch, Irving Arts Center, and Irving City Hall. A commissioner throws in Pastor Webb's church and Northgate. So we don't do that. The Commissioners Court does that. But that's because they're state and federal voting locations. Now, we try to close them down for May locations. Whether or not they'll allow us to do that is questionable.
Okay, so if we know which ones the county is designated, and then if we're picking ones that are close to it as our own, do we have the ability to remove ours because they're right next to the county ones?
Good question.
We can?
No.
We cannot? Okay. Yes and no?
Yes and no. It depends on if they'll let us.
Well, it sounds like it's a bigger discussion than for today. So.
It just depends on if they'll let us. I mean, that's the best question. That's the best answer I can give you. It's case by case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I think, first of all, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for all the work that the ladies do up on the fourth floor and taking care of the 9 of us. I do want to say also, I think it's going to be something that we're going to take up when I go forward on the appointing of a charter review committee. And so one of the things that I have talked to Shanae about is what's going to be the type of election process we're going to have, because right now we have an election every single year, every May. And that's an expense that we may want to look at the dynamics of how we might be looking at how that might be different. So we'll get there, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, K.O., please, our city attorney's office.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kervilla Uman, here on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. There are not significant changes to our budget. About 93% of our budget is our personnel, and our budget represents a little over 1% of the entire city budget. We did not submit any supplemental request for this budget cycle. You all will recall that during the Future in Focus presentation, there was an attorney that we were going to add to this fiscal year, but we have postponed any addition to our staff this year. Just to give you context, this is our organizational chart. There are 21 FTEs in our office. And then these are the significant changes from our current budget to the proposed budget. The proposed budget does include dollars for step and merit increases, and of course the corresponding increases to benefits. As was discussed earlier today, there are rate increases for life insurance and unemployment taxes that are across the board for all city employees, general government employees. We have one more employee that is eligible for an incentive pay. There are across-the-board increases for legal publications. One of the supplements which you all did approve was looking at a new document management system. So you'll see the support and maintenance has been built into next year's into the next year's budget. And finally, we did increase our outside legal expenses line item by $5,000, which is not extraordinary, but we try to take some incremental steps in that regard. I did kind of go over previously the new legal research software that we hope in the new budget year to implement that does have an AI component. We'd like to utilize that. We're seeing that lots of law offices and now government law offices are using some of the updates in those areas, and we'd like to take advantage of it. That is it. Happy to answer any questions.
Question, David.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And back to the mayor's discussion with Shanae on the last one with charter review coming up in a year from now or whenever the timing is right. Start looking at model charter ordinances and getting straw polls like you do probably already from all the different groups of what things we need to change. At the end of the day, it'll be a charter review group to look at it, but the city council's got to approve it.
Yes, sir. And we've done that in the past. That recommendation we've received before, so we typically work with Shanae and Chris and all the operational teams in asking, are there items in the charter that creates impediments to your work? And so we've done some of that cleanup, but we will absolutely do that before we go through this process again. I know there's always a focus on election-related issues, so I know we did an extensive review of that and kind of cleaned up some of the challenges we've had in the past, but we will absolutely do that. Thank you for your recommendation support in that regard.
Right, thank you.
You bet.
Any other comments? Going back on, that's a good, I think, segue. One of the things that I've had a chance to talk to KO and Shanae, as well as our city manager, as to the application of AI as it relates to the city charter. And I can guarantee you there's feedback that says we need upgrading, we need changing, we maybe even eliminating, but the point is it's the right time in the next year to be looking at this. So I think we'll get there. Okay, Dennis.
Yeah, I just got a question. Apparently I missed. So the charter committee, are we having one?
Not this year.
Oh, okay. I mean, I heard people start talking about the charter committee and we're doing it next year. So we're going to have a charter committee, next year?
Yeah, one of the things that, and maybe, Shanae, would you comment on the timing of when you have to call an election so it shows when we have to do things?
Sure. For a November election, you would have to order it in August, no later than August. This year it's August 17th. For a May election, you would have to order it mid-February, and then you back everything up from there. If you want a May election, you back it up from February to the deadline to present would be no later than probably December, because we've got to get it to the SOS office, is what I understand now. And then y'all would put your charter committee together back and allow us probably 3 months to work with it. So.
Yeah, and even to answer your question more, I think more concise, Dennis, in order for the mayor to appoint, then that committee is going to then take probably 5 months in deliberations. And so when you start looking the backup of when we have to call and then set it for an election and all, we're in next year. Now it's a matter of when next year.
Yeah, and I guess more specifically, who's going to appoint the committee? I guess that's my question.
The mayor. It's by charter.
So we're not going to go by like we've been doing all over the years, having council members have input on the appointees to the charter committee?
You have input, of course you will.
That's a change. I don't like.
Well, let me just tell you, I was appointed chairman of the Charter Review Committee, and there were 5 of us on there by her years. KO, any comments that you like? Anybody else have any comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Mayor and Council, may I recommend taking a break, and we'll go to 3:30, and then from there, may I recommend that we do a hard stop at 5. For those presentations that we don't get to today, we can just push to our work session, at our next work session. However, at 4:45, I would recommend we do get to items O, which are your action pieces, and finalize those and wrap up. So if that works for the council, we'll move forward in that direction. Thank you.
Future in Focus serves as the city's organizational framework, fostering a culture of strategic planning and data-informed decision-making. Let's look at some of the city's highlights from fiscal year 2026 through the 5 pillars of Future in Focus. Vibrant economy. Wells Fargo opened a sleek new corporate campus across from Toyota Music Factory, with office space for more than 4,500 employees. Irving also welcomed a true Texas icon, with H-E-B opening its first store in Dallas County along 635. The H-E-B family also opened its budget-friendly brand, Jovi's Smart Shop, in South Irving. The city continued its commitment to redevelopment initiatives in the Heritage District, with Experience Main Street bringing thousands of visitors to the area. The city's Enhancement Incentive Program helped small businesses in downtown Irving, with Alma's Cafe bringing a new flavor to the Heritage District, and JPT Graphics unveiling a creative new mural to its building. Infrastructure investment. Year 9 of Road to the Future continued, like the MacArthur Boulevard project. Drainage Solutions for a Better Tomorrow projects also continued, with the city receiving more than $35 million in state funding for the next phases of the North Delaware Creek project. Sense of community. Parks and Recreation hosted more than 50,000 visitors at special events, including a record crowd for Irving Sparks and Stripes. More than $2 million of a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant was awarded to enhance the Campion Trail. And Lynott Spurlock Park opens, providing a peaceful recreation option in South Irving. Government sustainability. The city maintained the property tax rate at a 58.91 cent per $100 valuation, balancing the budget with $343.5 million in the general fund. And the city issued $38 million in general obligation bonds, funding a number of projects, like the Conflans Road extension between State Highway 161 and Valley View Lane, an improved facility for fleet services at Briary Yard, and upgrades for IT's transition to the EFJ radio system. The city also launched the Irving Connector by VIA, restoring routes 225 and 255, and introducing the Loop at Las Colinas, after successful negotiations with DART resulted in the city receiving a portion of the sales tax allocation to be dedicated towards general mobility programs. Safe and beautiful city. The FY26 budget included enhancements to public safety staffing, adding 12 fire department and 11 police department personnel. The Irving Police Department opened the new Tactical Training Center, ensuring Irving PD officers are trained with the most modern techniques. And the Irving Fire Department opened the new Fire Station 8 on Riverside Drive, serving an area that has seen a 50% increase in calls in recent years. Code Enforcement's Keep It Clean initiative helped beautify neighborhoods, keeping residents informed of potential code violations. As Irving prepares for the FY27 budget year, Future in Focus ensures the city prioritizes what matters most, delivering exceptional services and promoting a high quality of life.
Big State had a big presence in the city of Irving.
It was like walking into a place where you knew people and it was just a comfortable, homey feeling.
Irving was a small town and Big State was the small town drugstore.
People would, bring their grandkids in and say, well, we came in here when we were little.
I have very specific memories about Main Street as a 3 or 4-year-old boy and being conscious that the sign was there.
In operation since 1948, Big State fueled many childhood memories.
My grandma and my brother and I going in there, and my grandma getting her prescriptions and buying my brother and I a milkshake.
Milkshakes, school supplies. You don't forget the place where you bought crayons.
There's a lot of people that said that, and was, my dad, my deal, and then they'd show me pictures of them on the walls, and which we had a lot of old pictures there.
The original Big State closed in 2014. Before long, Rick Fairless remodeled and reopened.
The sign that the city of Irving has now is the original sign. The only thing was I had to take the word drugs off there and I added Fountain Grill on there.
It's a piece of sculpture for me, in a sense. Primarily it's the color. I'm a color freak. And it's just that strong red color and the shape. It has a nice abstract, very graphic shape.
Other Irving nights also tried to keep the landmark going, but Big State finally closed for good in 2022.
When I would go down Irving Boulevard and I would see that big state sign, it always took me back to being 8, 9 years old and going in there with my brother and my grandmother.
It's a key part of the heritage, the history of Irving. Lots of memories there.
Then when the building again changed hands, it came time for the sign to come down.
The strongest memory I have of a big state sign is when I got the email that it had been taken down. And I almost literally shouted, "You can't do that."
The Irving Archives and Museum and the Friends of the Irving Museums jumped at the chance to save a sign with such historical significance.
People would always have their comments about it. You know, they're glad they're seeing it going on, but you know, the sign, hopefully it'll stay around in Irving.
I want people, when they see the big state sign, young people, old people, to know that that sign takes you back to a simpler, kinder way of life in Irving, Texas, when it was a small town.
So to have the big state sign repaired and in working condition in the Heritage Park seems to me the perfect place for it to be.
Go Big State! The Irving Archives and Museum is filled with hometown spirit as the community comes together for a different kind of pep rally.
We are in the middle of a fundraiser.
Tonight is the pep rally for the First and 10 Save the Big State sign.
One of Irving's most recognizable landmarks is getting a second chance to shine.
The Friends of the Irving Museums has been raising funds to help restore and preserve the sign and get it back up.
The iconic neon sign came down in January 2024, marking an end of an era for downtown Irving. Now the community is working to make sure that piece of history isn't lost.
When the building was sold and we found out that the sign was going to go to the boneyard, we quickly raised enough money to buy the sign. The next step is to have it repaired.
We are going to restore it. We are going to make sure it's working properly.
And hopefully get the old Big State sign hung up somewhere in the Heritage District.
The High Energy Pep Rally featured live entertainment, game day eats, and nostalgic treats, all building up to the evening's big moment, a live tally of donations.
We are close to our goal, and so we're hoping today that we cross that finish line. We have a matching gift, and we should reach the goal today.
Patty puts us over! We did it! Come on!
The evening raised more than $5,400, pushing the campaign's total to over $13,000, bringing organizers one step closer to their goal of preserving the cherished Big State sign.
For me, it's an Irving landmark. It's just been such an iconic piece of our history.
It has memories attached to it, and those memories come from people all over the country.
It's been around my whole life and grew up eating there.
For those that grew up in the community, it creates that touchstone point for them, but also for those of us that, come in generations after, it helps us recall what Irving was. Irving was this small town, and it had a soda fountain and a drugstore and a main street. And I think that's really important for us to keep connected to.
Personal connections to the Big State sign fuels community support.
I think just being a part of helping to save a piece of our history really helps us all still feel connected to the community and to the past.
Join the Crochet Club in the MIY zone here at the Valley Ranch Library. Come and learn crochet while making a project. Supplies are included. Join in on the fun on August 11th at 3 p.m. Beat the heat at Irving's outdoor pools through Labor Day. For the rest of August, you can still enjoy a dip in one of Irving's pools on weekends. And before they close for the season, the pools at Cimarron, Lee, and here at West Irving Aquatic Center will be open on September 7th from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. It's the annual gathering of Texas sommeliers here at the Irving Convention Center. The 3-day professional wine and beverage industry event focuses on education, tasting, mentorship, and community building. TexSom gets underway on August 23rd.
getting the perfect backpack for the new school year. That's an experience these volunteers for the Irving Schools Foundation want to make sure every kid gets. They'll climb a mountain of donated backpacks to do it, even though there's a few cave-ins.
School is hard as it is, so not even having the basic, things that you need to get by, that's tough. So if we can do anything to help out, we're always happy to do it.
At this Supplies for Success drive, hundreds of volunteers work to give out thousands of backpacks. ISF leaders say the need in the community is great.
Unfortunately, I've seen it grow so much. When I first started, I think we probably gave out about 1,000 backpacks, and we thought that was so much, and we just were so overwhelmed by it, and now we're almost at 7,000.
So volunteers work for days to stuff every backpack with donated school essentials.
A glue stick, some headphones. They also have an eraser, colored pencils, crayons, markers, everything they need to get started for the school year.
And they work fast.
100 backpacks, yeah.
Less than an hour.
Less than an hour, yeah.
And all those days of work lead up to moments like these.
He's going to pre-K. It does feel like we're, being taken care of as a community, coming together and doing this and seeing all the people here, especially the volunteers. It feels really good.
And thanks to generous donations and tireless volunteers, family after family left the Supplies for Success drive with a head start for their kids.
Our volunteers are pumped up. They serve. They are true leaders with heart because that's what we're here for. We're here to serve.
Just hope everybody has a great school year.
For City Source, I'm Nick Lawton. It's that time of year.
good. Mayor and Council, if it's all right, we're going to still bounce around a little bit. I'd like to go to J, which is our economic development discussions, and start with J1.
Good afternoon, Imelda Speck, Community and Economic Development Director, and we'll be going over our economic development funds for activity that's not included in our general fund. So first up, we'll do an overview of our economic development fund. So as I mentioned, there are some economic development activities such as our core operations, which are included in the general fund side. From the general fund, we do transfer just over $2.3 million into the economic development fund as revenue to go in there to pay for certain expenditures within the ED fund. So going over those revenues, again, we have that transfer coming from the general fund of just over $2.3 million. We do have some rent from our Westin Hotel and our main stage agreements. This year, we are not budgeting for any sale of property that would, with revenue hitting this fund. We do receive income from our theme towers lease of just $350,000 and then earn interest on these funds as well, providing for revenues of just over $2.8 million into the ED fund. Our expenditures for this next year are proposed to be just over $3.8 million. This includes the 3 chamber contracts, and then we are budgeting $300,000 again for our downtown and corridor incentive grant programs. And then this is our second year for our downtown parking lot. This is the 124 South Hastings parking lot that provides public parking in the downtown area. And then we have other expenditures, including some building and property maintenance, professional services, which is budgeting for any potential appraisals we may need, and legal services as well. So overall, we are budgeting at the beginning of this year funds of just over $2.1 million to be in the ED fund, with revenues coming in at just over $2.8 million, and then our expenditures totaling over $3.8 million hitting this. Once we take out some fund balance commitments, those include our chamber contract contingency, our COG land bank repayment, as well as our theme tower termination. These are all within agreements that we have. You'll see our ending fund balance for this at the end of next year to be at $287,400. So as you can see, this fund is coming to an end as we do not have a committed revenue source coming in here besides the transfer from the general fund that helps pay for a portion of those chamber contracts. So we'll have to look to next year as to how we will reallocate these activities to other economic development funds. Any questions on this?
Yeah, that's just to follow up on Imelda's comment. We'll likely move those expenditures over to the Economic Development Incentives Fund next year. Something we'll look at over the course of this fiscal year to see how we do that. But that's the most likely scenario.
Okay. Going on to the Economic Development Incentives Fund. So we are budgeting this year just over $32.19 million in revenues coming in. These are property taxes and sales taxes associated with economic development incentives agreements. We have our state sales tax revenue coming in from our Texican agreement, other franchise fees associated with our DFW revenue sharing agreement, the Urban Towers agreement, and then our transfer from the general fund from the TIF 1 ratchet down at just over $1.9 million, and then interest earned on these funds as well. And just a reminder on that TIF 1 ratchet down, this was budgeted to help create a revenue stream into this incentive fund to help pay for future economic development agreements. This is one half of the TIF 1 ratchet down revenue that comes in into this fund. And this is just to show the history of those amounts that have come into the ED incentive fund. Looking at what our revenues are paying for this next year, we're looking at expending just over $30 million, a big portion of that being towards our economic development incentives agreements. So looking at $17.2 million for property tax rebates, sales tax rebates. We pay 90% of the revenue we get on our Texican Hotel state sales tax back to the Texican. We are budgeting $600,000 for a retail and center improvement program, and another round or another year of $250,000 towards our small business grant program. That's the interest buy down program that we have with Lift Fund. We have items that are helping with our economic development program overall support. This includes some project management software that was included in last year's budget, or I should say this current year's budget, and we'll be budgeting for that again next year at $49,000, and then looking to carry on with the small area redevelopment plan at $350,000. We do have a supplemental request for this year that I'll get to in a moment at $40,000. And then just over $12.4 million anticipated to pay for the DFW Airport Revenue Sharing Agreement. Regarding our supplemental, we are requesting $40,000 to pay for Placer AI platform. This is a database software that helps track customer visitation patterns, giving insight into trade areas and market trends in the area, which will then help us help the team support business recruitment, retention, and redevelopment, and strategic planning for economic development activities in the future. In summary, we will be starting this year at this next fiscal year at $30.5 million in our fund balance. Looking at revenues again, just over $32.19 million coming in, and expending $30 million in expenditures. We, after considering the committed fund balance for the remaining $100,000 that towards the current Lift Fund program of our small business interest buy down program, we anticipate a fund balance of just $32.495 million at the end of next year.
If I can just make one other comment on this. When we talk to the council about incentive requests that we receive that aren't based on a rebate of property or sales tax, it's a cash grant. This is the fund that those would come out of. So I know we've had some recent conversations, and just to be aware, when we talk about where that comes from, it's this fund.
Any questions?
Questions?
Oh. All right, I'll hand it
David.
off.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Imelda.
Yeah.
If you could just give me a little commentary on the DFW Airport revenue sharing. I know, is that an incentive fund or just kind of the agreement we have with them?
It's a contractual obligation we have with DFW Airport, entered into years ago in order for the airport to consider developing properties that were in Irving's jurisdiction. I think they required us to enter into a revenue sharing agreement. About 2/3 of all the revenue that's produced, property tax, sales tax, franchise fees, is shared between Dallas, Fort Worth, and the city of Irving. So Dallas gets about 1/3, or Fort Worth gets about 1/3, and we get about 1/3.
Okay. So I just wonder why it's an incentive fund rather than just a...
It operates like an incentive because it produces revenue that otherwise we wouldn't get.
Okay.
This is a convenient place to put it.
Thank you.
Correct on that? Finance? Yeah.
That's correct. It's an interlocal agreement that's been in place since 1998.
1998.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And how long is the Texican sales tax contract? Is that a 10-year?
That's a property tax. Is it a sales? It's the state. It's the state sales tax.
So how does that? Tell me how that works.
I've got to get my wits about me here. It's because we have a qualified hotel project. We have a hotel within 1,000 feet of the convention center.
Okay.
We're able to capture the state's sales and hot tax that hotel produces, and that's fed back to the city. We pay 90% of that out in the form of a grant to the Texican, and that was one of the deals.
So that's revenue we wouldn't have gotten anyways.
Correct.
That we're giving out, but as an expense. So I just...
Yes, in order for us to qualify for the entertainment center state taxes, we had to have a qualifying hotel. Our initial thought was it was going to be the Westin. The Westin was a little bit delayed given the Marriott merger that it was going through, and we were literally waiting for approval from China to get that done. So we were needing that qualifying hotel. We put together this incentive with the Texican to serve as such as needed. We went back and forth, had a couple of other energized conversations with them, and in the end, this is where we ended up. That's about as simple a summary as I can put it. Is that right, Janet? Thank you.
And that rebate will end here in about, well, it's a 10-year agreement. We're probably 5-ish years into it.
So that'll drop our revenue down also, because we're not going to get that revenue.
Right. We're keeping about 10% of that revenue, rebating 90% back, so it'll drop that revenue down a little bit.
It should drop it to zero, right? Because we're not going to be getting into the state still.
What we,
It's state, we won't get the state at all, state,
it's
or
the,
state
it,
sales
Right.
tax.
Right. Is that on the top line revenue here in the sales tax?
go to your revenues.
Right.
It says, yeah,
It's the state.
That's the state portion.
So that'll drop off to zero.
that'll drop off to zero.
Okay, gotcha.
As
Thank
will
you.
the expense will drop off to zero as well.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I'm going to hand it off to Jennifer Ramirez, who will go over our entertainment venue.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Ramirez, Senior Economic Development Coordinator. I'm here to present on the entertainment venue operating budget and work plan. As an overview, there are three main revenue sources for the entertainment venue, and they include the 2% hotel occupancy tax that's assessed on all room nights across the city, a 10% admission tax assessed on revenue-producing activity or events, which admission tickets are sold at the entertainment venue, and sales and mixed beverage taxes. This includes city and state sales taxes generated at the venue. There are a variety of restrictions on the uses for these revenues. The type of expenses that can be covered are venue construction costs, maintenance costs, and operational costs. As we receive these funds, the priority is first to fund the debt service, then the city's administrative costs, maintenance and operations reserve, to reimburse the company for construction costs, and then any lawful venue project costs. In April of 2008, the city began collecting a 2% hotel occupancy tax to provide funding for this project, and that was collected up until August of 2013 in this reserve account. And the collection between that time frame can only be, the funds for this collection can only be used to pay costs associated with construction, maintenance, and operations of the venue. In September 2025, City Council approved a resolution to authorize spending from this account up to $2.4 million for security enhancements at the Music Factory. So this includes the big baller project that was presented, and that project is complete now. Reimbursements are still being reimbursed, and we fully anticipate to reimburse that this fiscal year. So that would leave approximately $108,000 left in this fund. After the execution of the agreements, the hotel occupancy tax were saved to this fund account, which is the primary fund account. We anticipate approximately $7.7 million in hot tax to come in, saved here. And as these funds come in, we first transfer to the debt service, which will be $4 million proposed for next fiscal year, then to the admin expense funds and the amount of $330,000 to cover some of those expenses. The next expenditure would be to cover the reserve maintenance and operations, but it is fully funded at this time, so no additional funds will transfer out to that fund. Then anything remaining is considered excess Brimer fund and will be reimbursed back to the company for eligible costs. The city's administrative expenses include staff time dedicated to this project for approximately $330,000. The audit of the subleases for $7,000, the annual physical inspection of the venue, approximately $89,000, and then legal services for outside services, $500,000. And then this is just the fund sheet showing the transfer in from that primary fund account to cover some of these expenses in the amount of $330,000, and those expenditures we just discussed for outside services, legal services, and personnel services. The maintenance and operations reserve, the minimum amount is established in the lease agreement. The minimum amount required is $1.1 million for next fiscal year. The fund balance in this account is $1.5 million, so meeting the minimum requirement. The admission tax is a 10% 10% collected for ticketed events at the Pavilion, Alamo, the Plaza, Rayleigh, and now Punchline. By state law, these revenues must be expended for maintenance and operations at the venue. The company submits a work plan and budget to show this revenue and the expenditures. City Council does review this work plan and budget separately at the same time that the general budget goes to City Council. At this time, the city staff has reviewed that work plan and budget from our tenant operator. It does include all of the maintenance items that were identified in the annual physical inspection earlier this year. So that work plan includes revenues for excess primer and the amount of $3.1 million. Our tenant operator Music Factory portfolio estimates admission tax revenues of $1.9 million, and a third revenue stream that they use is for advertising of off-premise businesses in the amount of $607,000. And this revenue can only be spent on capital improvements, maintenance, and marketing of the entertainment center. So all of that goes back into the property. And this is just what that budget sheet from our operator looks like. This next fund is the sales and mixed beverage tax. So this is just a pass through. What comes in is reimbursed back to the company in the form of a grant. And then this is the sales and mixed beverage tax, additional tax, so the second half of that revenue stream that comes in from sales and mixed beverage that is reimbursed back to the company for eligible expenses. So this is the TMF 2.0 expenses where they spent money for plaza improvements and tenant improvements. That gets reimbursed back to the company as well. Are there any questions?
Any comments? Yeah, David.
Mayor, just one question. Thank you for this.
Yep.
If you can go to page backwards, I don't see page numbers on this. 23? There you go. That bottom requested construction cost reimbursement hot of $3.1 million, what does that go to?
That is basically a reimbursement from the original construction costs that they incurred to build the whole music factory. So that's just like a reimbursement back for those eligible expenses.
And they had, it was 90, almost $100 million worth of identified. It'll be a long time before all that will be caught up.
Any other comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have our TIFs. This is Brad's shining moment right here. This is what he's been waiting for.
Brad Duff, Finance Director. This is a tax increment finance funds overview, primarily TIF 1, but we'll touch on all of them. Just as a reminder that you'll hear it both ways. If you're down in Austin, you'll hear TIRZ, T-A-R-Z, Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone. Here we just call it a TIF, Tax Increment Finance District. And it's simply incremental taxes from increased value in the zone gets reinvested within a defined geographic region. This is what the mathematical calculation looks like. You simply take your base value, whatever year you established the TIF, that's your base value. And then you take your taxable value of future years, take the difference, that's your increment, hopefully. If it's a negative, you have a decrement. If you have an increment, then you apply your O&M rate, not the debt service portion, just the O&M rate. Apply it to the increment, gives you a sum, and then you take your participation percentage, which in our case is 60%, and that gives you your TIF revenue. Works that way for all 6 TIFs. And 100% of the debt service goes to debt service. So we have 6 TIF districts. TIF 1, Las Colinas TIF. TIF 2, which is Irving Boulevard. TIFs 3, 4, and 5, those are the combination TIFs and public improvement districts, which we have a separate presentation on here in a second. And we have TIF 6, which is the stadium site, which does not have a project and financing plan, it's just accumulating cash. So a little bit of history on TIF 1. It was created back in 1998 in response to the real estate crisis of the 80s. Dallas County Utility Reclamation District, or DCURD, had a very high tax rate. It was a burden to development. It was $1.59 back in 1998, and today it's around 70 cents. I don't know what the current tax rate is, or what they're proposing, but it was 70 cents last year. So it's been successful in getting the values up in that area. And at the same time, Legacy was coming online. Frisco was starting to bubble. So things were happening in other areas that we had to kind of keep up with if we wanted to compete. TIF goals remain the same, really, even with the extension. Address disincentives to development burdened by DCURD debt, which will be paid off in 2028, I believe. And address future planning infrastructure needs to assure TIF tax base is fully developed. And it's getting close. And in the first 20 years, we had the school districts with us, Carrollton Farmers Branch and Irving ISD, and they benefited greatly from participating in the TIF. They couldn't come with us in the extension because they're prohibited by law. But in the first 20 years, they did very well. The original 20-year term terminated December 2018. Council extended for an additional 20 years through 2039. And back in the initial 20 years, we could only do developer reimbursements, but amendments have been made to this extension to where we can not only do developer reimbursements, but we also have 380 powers now as well, and still prohibited from issuing debt. The TIF 1's been very successful. This is a list of, I think I got everybody, but this is a list of all the reimbursements that we've done to date in order of magnitude. So you can see there's a diversity of different types of projects here. Entertainment, corporate, reimbursements back to the city for our costs of putting in some of the infrastructure, lots of multifamily, Levy Plaza, Convention Center Hotel, Christus Health, the list goes on. Council extended the term. Okay, yeah, so in 2018, the council decided to go ahead and extend the TIF for another 20 years. This time around, we're the only participant, and as soon as we extended it, we began to amend it. So the first amendment was approved in 2020 to include Chapter 380 economic incentive powers. The second amendment was approved in 2022 that reallocated the $37.1 million originally allocated for the APT system, reallocated that to reimbursements for public improvements and Chapter 380 grants. The reason for that was COVID shut down APT, and it hasn't opened since, and so we moved that money to someplace where we could actually use it. Third Amendment was approved in 2023. This was just a wording change. We think we took the word developer out and just used public improvements and Chapter 380 grants. Nothing major there. And the Fourth Amendment was approved last year in August, and if you recall, we expanded the boundaries of TIF 1, and we included 12 additional parcels. Just as a reminder, we included Mustang Rec, the Exxon, all the parcels around the Exxon property, some of the parcels around the old Pioneer site that was initially for that project, 909 Hidden Ridge, and the old Cool River site. And the intent is to provide TIF 1 resources for future development, particularly these parcels here that we included in the expansion. We talked about another amendment back in May at the Audit and Finance Committee meeting, and Chris has already mentioned it today, that the idea is to maintain the contribution rate to TIF 1 at 60% through termination to generate increased revenues to support the project and financing plan. And that was kind of the point of expanding the boundaries so we could have additional funds to help out with those whenever those are ready to go. We would also extend the life of TIF 1 by 5 years to 2044 and scale down the contribution by 10% each year to avoid any adverse effects on the tax rate. It's the same ratchet down, just a quicker ratchet down. We don't want to dump that much increment on the tax rate in 1 year, so we would still want to scale it down, but we want to extend the TIF by 5 more years to ease that blow. This is a portion of a pro forma that we're kind of tracking at the moment. You can see the second column there is the fiscal 27 proposed for TIF 1. And at the top in the red, that's the participation percentage. And you can see this is next year is the last year at 60%. Then we drop down to 40. Then from there, it locks at 20 through termination. And so you can see at the bottom there, your fund balance numbers just start to drain away. So in order to have sufficient funding for things that are probably going to come down the pike, we're recommending the TIF participation percentage be frozen at 60% through 2039. The only major expenditures that we have on the books now, Wells Fargo, $19 million paid off, initial $10 million to Urban Towers, got that out. So now we've got an additional, you'll see that it's on my spreadsheet, it's called Floors. That was the old code name. You can see we've got $4 million next year, $2 million, $1 million, $1 million. That's the additional $10 million that we owe to Urban Towers. And then below that, you'll see the transfer to TIP project fund for AWM, Accelerated Waterway Maintenance, and Lake Wall. Those are the decurred expenditures. And these amounts here make up the bulk of what we have committed to decurred on the TIF project and financing plan. That's about $40 million. So the goal was to get that funded within the first 10 years, which we can probably do. And then after that, as we stand here today, there's nothing else on the books. So if we change this, if we lock this at 60%, we should start accumulating cash in the TIF pretty quick. This is what it looks like as we stand here today. We're at 60%, and then fiscal 28, big drop off to 40, and then it locks down to 20. This is the TIP project and financing plan. These are the estimates that we came up with in 2018. These are just estimates for each project, what we thought they would cost then. So you see the first 3 projects there, Lake Wall, rehabilitation, APT system, accelerated waterway maintenance. Those are all decurred projects. Yeah. Then we have the public improvements for Chapter 380 grants. And then you have the public improvements maintenance related to Williams Square Plaza and Museum, and then admin support. And at the time, we thought the revenues would generate around $163 million. With the amendment to freeze it at 60, you're looking at more like $363 million. So, just as a reminder, TIF 1 is the only TIF that has its own external advisory board, and they meet maybe 3 times a year. But their job is to review development, make periodic reports to council, prepare annual report and submit to council, review work, and make recommendations to council on the timing of project and reimbursement. Essentially, they review things that we're going to bring to you. 9 times out of 10, you've already seen anything major before they do, but they still are required to review it and make a recommendation to you. Your role is to prepare and approve, keyword approve, and implement project plans, enter into agreements to implement the plan, acquire, construct, reconstruct public works. In other words, TIP board recommends, council approves, nothing goes forward until you say it does. And the last bullet there, before any board agreement is binding, it must be approved by you. TIF 2, oh, we combine these. Oh, hey, Melda. Any questions about TIF 1?
Do you have a map, an updated map?
Other than the one we gave you? Available to show? Actually, not on the S drive.
Okay.
Yep, you know what?
Because it would show the additional, that's the
You know what?
good news.
I got you. Hold on.
Because I think you're going to have a meeting next week, so I know you're probably ready to go.
Yes, we will have a meeting next week. It's on the 18th.
Stretch.
I'm sorry, I can't see, and I am going to find this. I got you. Hold on. Bingo. So this is most of TIF 1. The bottom's cut off. But this was the map we showed you when the purple are the new parcels that we added last year, but this is the majority of TIF 1. It goes down to Cistercian, and that's Northlake College. Does that help?
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Any questions? Yeah, Mark.
So Brad, you said the proposed amendments have have us keeping the 60% through 2039?
Yes, sir.
Was that on your slide, one of your slides?
No. I was just mentioning it because we haven't done it yet. We talked about it back in May, but we talked about the numbers at that point, and it generates a significant amount of income to the TIF if you do that.
Okay.
There are a couple of assumptions. The first assumption is taxable values in TIF 1 continue their annual growth, and it's usually like clockwork, 6 to 7%.
It works?
Do what?
The TIF works?
It does work, yeah. Yeah, and then the second assumption is our O&M rate. What's that going to look like in 10 years? That's 3 legislative sessions. Who knows? But we're leaving it as is for now. So those are 2 big assumptions we have in there. But, cross that bridge when we get. It's still 60% is a lot better than 20. So the point of all that was we expanded the TIF to include these parcels. One was the site for maybe a future library. The other Pioneer sites or Pioneer thing. And of course, you have Mustang Rec up there at the very top. I mean, you could use TIF money to do things with those parcels, but there's no plan yet. But sure, it'd be nice to have the funding in place should you decide to.
Thanks. The boundaries were expanded to allow TIF funds to be spent in those geographic areas where the expansion occurred. You said it was to bring in revenue. It's both.
Both.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, because if you leave it at 20, I mean, you'll have money, but you'll have a lot less money. So it's your decision. It's just.
No, I mean, I think you showed the success of the TIF, and it gives us a fund that's available for future development, whatever it might be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there's a more fundamental, and that is you're able to maintain more money so that your sheltering is a better way to say it from the state subvention. So by going to the 50-50 makes a lot of sense. So good. Okay, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on that comment, are there any the restrictions on the TIF funds? They have to be, if I'm understanding it correctly, they have to be public works, and they have to be in the boundary of the TIF.
Within the boundary of the TIF, yes, but you do have 380 powers.
So it could be economic development or public infrastructure.
So you can do things on the private side now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And the 380 was Wells Fargo was a good example of using the 380 as well as just one-time TIF dollars as well for infrastructure.
Okay, any other questions? Great. Thank you, Brad.
You bet.
Thanks, Brad. So I'm going to provide just a quick overview of TIF 2 because we do have some supplemental requests that would be utilizing TIF 2 funds for this next year. Let me make this bigger for you. So just for background, TIF 2 was established back in 2010, but was expanded in 2018 to include some parcels that were left out of around the downtown area, some of our land bank properties. And that's also the year that we approved, or council approved, the project and financing plan so we could start utilizing funds towards projects. It is a 30-year TIF, so ending in 2040, and the main purpose here is to help with the revitalization along Irving Boulevard and Heritage District, specifically downtown, investing in public infrastructure improvements and other private development. The items that we can pay here are public infrastructure went towards the Irving Boulevard reconstruction. It does have Chapter 380 powers as well, and other development projects, as well as planning and administrative costs. So for TIF 2 this year, we will be both the city and the county contribute funds into the TIF, and so we are anticipating just over $1.3 million coming in from both those contributions. The main project out of TIF 2 is funding the Irving Boulevard reconstruction project downtown, and we have an ILA with COG who advanced $12 million towards that project, and within that ILA, we have to pay 80% of the revenues back towards COG until we pay that back. And so for this next year, we're anticipating a payment of just over $1 million. For this next year, as I mentioned, there are 4 supplementals that we are proposing to include as part of the TIF2 expenditures, all 4 coming out of recommendations from the Main Street pilot, and I'll go into more detail here in a second on those. And then, of course, some administrative costs also coming out of this fund. So for total expenditures of just over $1.26 million, leaving a cash balance of $1.5 million for this next year. So one of the first supplementals that we're requesting is the median tree lighting. This again comes straight from one of the recommendations out of the Main Street pilot. There was 13 recommendations, if you recall, and several of those had to do with the street design. Feedback from that pilot was comments on how to enhance the ambiance and the environment of Main Street and the Main Street Plaza area, and lighting was one of those areas. We already have a contract through Parks Department who installs lighting around the holiday season, and so what this supplemental would do would be to basically extend that contract where we'll pick up the portion to include the routine maintenance and replacing of any lights, so that way the lights on those trees can stay throughout the entire year, helping to enhance the, again, overall design and ambiance of the Main Street. The second supplemental would be the Main Street Plaza branding and signage. One of the other recommendations that came out of that pilot was improving wayfinding. We heard from several of the survey respondents, they didn't really know where Main Street Plaza was, so this is an opportunity to really designate and the identity of Main Street Plaza and where that is. And so looking at either putting in a monument sign or partnering with one of our next door neighbors by the plaza and maybe having the sign come off of the building. Looking at a one-time cost here for $20,000. The next one is a temporary overhead installation over the Main Street Plaza. Again, this would be adding additional art and some an ambiance to the area for placemaking purposes. This supplemental would help establish what would be a rotating placemaking installation over the Main Street Plaza area. Whether that's the full space, probably not, because as you recall, we still have that shipping container, but adding some visual enhancements for whether we're to help support markets, performances, and other activation strategies within that plaza area. And we are estimating a recurring cost of this to be $30,000, as this will be, again, rotating throughout the year. And then our Main Street median, looking to enhance and improve the Main Street the median appearance. Right now we have these Nadina bushes that are there and have been quite a bit of upkeep and maintenance for our Parks Department. And so looking at removing those and installing this rubber mulch product that we've done over by the clock tower, which would help to clean up the area. And then installing flower planter boxes that would be there for the seasonal planting. So again, this would help be some short wins to enhance the overall look and feel of the Main Street area. And this would be a one-time cost of $75,000. And so all 4 of those would be coming out of the TIF2. I do want to note it wasn't included in the TIF, but is another item coming out of the Main Street pilot that will be starting next year is the Main Street Market. We'll be aligning that with our Parks and Recs series that they already do in the spring and the fall. So looking at basically starting a market to align with those and expanding what we saw as successful as part of the Main Street pilot. Those would be hitting some non-bond CIP funds that are already in the budget, so no new funding to have to allocate towards that, but a project that's also coming out of the pilot recommendations. So any questions?
Questions? Yeah, let me ask a question, if I can, Imelda. For that median on Main Street, had we contemplated actually opening it up where there could be kiosks going in there so that there could be more enhancement of, because one of the things that hasn't happened is how we can actually help the restaurants that are along that one block in Main Street. So anything go.
Are you talking
there were
about
some
kiosks?
discussions on that, so I don't know if it went any farther than that.
Kiosk was information, or like the parklets that we had during the pilot is which one?
Kind of like during the pilot.
In the pilot, one of the recommendations coming out of the pilot was to look at a potential parklet policy. So that's going to be on the list of things that we're working through. Probably in future years. We're not targeting that for this next year. We wanted to get some of these short and easy wins on just helping the street design. And that's what we're focusing with these supplementals, but that is on our to-do list, is looking at that, because the feedback we got from the restaurants was that they really did like the parklets that helped to extend their restaurant service into the outdoor areas, which created its own ambiance, if you will, an environment that customers really liked. So it is on the list.
Good, thank you. Okay. Nothing else? Chris? We're into
We're still
bids.
going to go through our PIDs, I believe. Yep.
Yeah.
It's down one more. There you go. All right, Brad Duff, Finance Director. This is the presentation on our 3 public improvement districts. Just as a reminder, you have 3 residential PIDs, about 1,400 accounts. Bridges of Las Colinas is PID 1, has 401 properties. PID 2 is Ranch View, also known as Campion Hollows, 121 properties, and PID 3 is Parkside Estates with 888 properties. The purpose of the residential PIDs was to create was created to finance public improvements to benefit properties within the PID. In order to fund those improvements, the city issued a significant amount of bonds, roughly $8 million for Bridges, $3 million for Campion Hollows, and $20 million for Parkside. The bonds are repaid by an annual assessment paid by the homeowners and offset by a city contribution in the form of a TIF. And you, the city, are the governing body for all 3. The city contributes 50% of the M&O tax on the incremental value of properties located within the PID. Annually, a service and assessment plan, also called an SAP, is issued to recap activities in the PID and calculate the new year and estimate future year's assessment. This is required by law. The debt associated with each PID, we're getting close. We're halfway done with these. So you've got $4.8 million outstanding on Bridges, 1.5 on Ranch View, and roughly 13.8 on Parkside, and they mature here in a handful of years. So that's good. And when the debt's gone, the PID's gone. So it's a 3-year look at the average assessments for each, and as well as the 2026 proposed for Bridges, Ranch View, and Parkside, with the exception, Ranch View is the only exception this year that's going up. The debt service increased by $5,000, and there's only 121 parcels there, so it went up. A collections update. Even when we first started this, and even when it was new, and they really weren't very pleased with it, we still had a really good collection rate. And here we are, halfway through, and over halfway through, and we've only got a handful of unpaid properties. So you look at the year-to-date as of June 30th for last year versus June 30th of this year. You can see we're in the we're low of 98.56 in Bridges, and I'm sure that's gone up since then. So collections are good, they're consistent, very predictable. And on the right-hand side here, you can see our TIF contribution, and the TIF contribution really helps offset the PID amount that they're paying. So without that TIF contribution, it'd be a lot higher. So I know they're appreciative of that. In fact, those that have asked to pay off their PIDs early, once we explain to them how the TIF works and how much we're putting in on their behalf, they decline to pay it off because they're leaving a lot of money on the table. So it's going well. That's it. Any questions?
Questions? Yeah, Mark.
How much is in TIF 6? What's the balance?
I think it's around $300,000.
Thanks.
What's the total impact on these three PIDs as to, and if I'm not mistaken, they're 20-year bonds, is that correct?
Correct.
What's the total impact to the city over that 20-year period?
They're paying for the debt. We're not paying that.
Well, we're
paying
paying 50% of it through
Well,
a
okay,
a collection
sure.
of it.
No,
yeah.
thank
Right,
you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll pull that number together.
No,
the
just, we can
cumulative
just
total.
do a fast finger
Okay.
calculation, because if you start to look at it, and you're looking at probably a budgeted amount for this, I guess, 2024, 2025, and you're talking about somewhere in the vicinity of about a little over $1.2 million, and then you multiply that out by 20, you get up there and then cut it in half. Okay, but that doesn't count also the maintenance and the desilting that we end up doing, am I correct?
That's over on the MDU side, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So when you look at what we do with a TIF versus what we do with a PID, PID is a very costly development, and I think these are the three. So just a comment at this point. Thank you. Anybody else?
I need to make a correction, Councilman Cronenweth. It was $399,000, but that's the annual incremental revenue. We'll get you the information on what the cash balance is.
Yeah, that chart is not showing, it's in the PowerPoint, isn't showing the current balance for those different TIFs. It's a different number.
I have that here, just let me pull it up.
Okay, Brett, you got it?
I think so, yes, I got it. So PID 6, we're estimating, TIF 6, at the end of this year, current, we're expecting 1.6 million, and we expect by the end of fiscal 27 to be up to 2.1 million in fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Chris?
We'll be able to spend all that in one place over there for sure.
I will point out that Dallas Flood Control 3 is a contributor to TIF 6, but the condition of their contribution was that their contribution can only be spent on drainage, stormwater improvements. So it's a minor amount, but that's one caveat.
Okay, great, thank you. Shall we move on?
So, yeah, so Mayor and Council, I think just as I'm looking at the time, may I recommend this? Let's finish out with L, cost of municipal service benchmark. M, the community budget input. I think it's important for the community comments to be heard by the council so we know and understand what their focus is. And then we'll wrap up with O, the council action, the 3 action items that you have there, and we can push E, F, G, and H to the work session here on the 27th. I believe that's our next meeting on the 27th. I believe any one of those would be a little bit longer than what we'd have if we wanted to have a hard stop at 5. So let's just do L, M, and O, and we'll wrap it up.
Good evening. Frank Slaughter, Senior Budget Analyst. I'll be going over the cost of municipal services. Today, I'll just kind of briefly walk through the cost of municipal services, comparing us to some of the surrounding benchmark cities, with the main goal to see where we fall in terms of property taxes and the overall cost of city services. All right, on this first slide, property tax rate, here we're looking at the proposed property tax rates for each of the benchmark cities. As you can see, there's quite a bit of variation with rates ranging from 0.4122 to 0.7047 per $100 of value. This gives us a good starting point for seeing where we compare to our other cities. The average market value. This slide looks at the average market value of homes in each city. This is important because the tax rate is only a part of the picture. Property values also impact what residents actually pay. And you can see in the red for the city of Irving. Proposed cost of services changes. Now we're moving from property taxes to the cost of city utilities. This shows the proposed residential utility rates for the upcoming fiscal year and how those costs compare across the benchmark cities. As you can see, basically the difference from current to proposed total monthly, roughly $13.82, annually $165.81. Combined city services. This probably is the most important slide because we're combining the two pieces, the property taxes and the city utilities. As you can see, the property taxes in the I guess the orange yellow tint, and the city utilities in the green. For overall combined, you can see right there we're kind of basically right there in the top, or you can say the low four, or the fourth city range compared to our other cities. As far as the combined amount, and I would want to say probably the second lowest as far as for the property taxes, and kind of midway as far as for the city utilities compared to other cities. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Questions? Okay, thank you. Next.
Also be giving the community budget input. The agenda to kind of briefly go over the public input process, number of comments submitted, as well as input focus areas. The public input process fosters better decision-making, increases community trust, and promotes a more responsive and accountable government. Our residents have multiple opportunities to do this by the citizen comments during council meetings, as well as the Ask the BFF email, city secretary office and city manager's office, as well as the 4 public hearings, June 12th, June 26th, August 27th, and September 3rd. Public input received is sent to the appropriate department director and to council. So far, we received 41 comments. 39 of those came from the Ask the BFF's email, as well as 2 from the public hearings. The first concern was sidewalks. Residents are concerned about the quality and safety of sidewalks and want the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget to focus on investing more into sidewalk improvements. The concern focus was the lack of sidewalks, unevenness of sidewalks, the width of sidewalks. It looks like we received 10 submissions regarding that. Roads would be the next concern with the quality and safety of neighborhood roads, and requested for the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget to address the road improvements. The main concerns are the road surfacing, potholes, and road conditions. We received 6 submissions from residents. The next concern would be traffic lights, wanting to address addressing light improvements. The main concern here as far as traffic light timing, as well as traffic light outages. We received 3 submissions from residents. The next one would be sky bridges. Residents suggested adding sky bridges across Irving for pedestrian safety. The key areas here were across 114 and Northwest Highway by Convention Center, as well as across 183 in MacArthur by the Baylor Hospital, across 183 from Story Road to south side of Crockett, Beltline Road crossover from east to west of Country Club Road, Conflins Road to Georgia Farrow Recreation Center, and we received 1 submission from 1 resident. The next concern was in the Parks and Rec with providing additional green and nature recreation space around Irving, more amenities for adults with disabilities, and upgrading athletic fields. And they would like that to be addressed in fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget. with the main focus areas to enhance green spaces, the awareness of recreational amenities, as well as the athletic field upgrades, and we received 4 submissions from residents. Code enforcement, residents are concerned about the aesthetics of the neighborhoods and the need for more code enforcement. The key areas were single-family homes with too many residents, too many junk cars, overgrown yards, and too much trash. We received 3 submissions from residents. The Irving Arts Center, the residents are concerned with the maintenance and upkeep of the Arts Center and would like the Arts Center to address these improvements with the main concern with the conditioning of the building, new amenities, and we received 2 submissions from residents. Homelessness or homeless residents are concerned with the homeless population in Irving and would like to address the effective homeless solutions with the main concern, homeless residents taking over parks and pavilions, wraparound case management, and other services. We received 3 submissions from residents. The animal shelter, residents are concerned with the lack of space to house animals and would like the animal shelter space needs addressed in the proposed 27 budget, with the main concerns to increase space to prevent killing of animals and selling available space to warehouses in lieu of prioritizing resident needs. And we received 1 submission from 1 resident. Residents are concerned with the drainage infrastructure improvements for MacArthur High School athletic fields. The main concern, the alley degradation between Bella Court and Plantation Drive from erosion and frequent flooding, and concerns have been submitted in future planning but has not been included in the budget the last 3 years. And this was 1 resident submitting that. Staffing and the no new revenue tax rate. We had a resident concerned with the city staff outgrowing city population and the impact on the city budget, and would like the city to look at this request with the main concerns. Again, staff should be reduced to be in line with city population. Social Security recipients and struggling young adults can't afford to live in Irving. And city should adopt the no new revenue tax rate, and we had 1 submission for 1 resident. Other suggestions: create a resident relief fund for resident property damage caused by inclement weather, support wildlife conservation and public education on Irving ponds and wetlands, no data centers, warehouses, or other things that take up a lot of space and energy. Properly fund libraries, prioritize transit-oriented development in the Heritage Crossing, bring better attractions and establishments in downtown Irving. Lastly, increase frequency on 230 bus route. Any questions for me?
Okay. Mayor and council, excuse me, you have the actual email submissions from the residents in your binder.
Any questions for anybody? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item.
All right, let's go to item number O, and you have 3 action items, Mayor and Council, for your consideration. 1 is expressing an intent to consider adopting the proposed tax rate. Brett, do you want to walk us through this final discussion? Again, we're at the 5891 as opposed to the 5835. Would you please walk through council on that one again, just to be sure?
Let me bring my presentation back up. That might be easier.
You bet. Mark, if that's okay, just to bring it up, just to make sure that.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
I think I closed it out. Sorry about that. Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Brett Starr, Chief Financial Officer. As I mentioned earlier in the day, much earlier in the day, we were able to go back and have the county recalculate our effective and our voter approval and our adjusted voter approval rate. The voter approval rate now sits at 0.589174, which is slightly above our proposed rate of 5891 that we've been budgeting for since May when we presented that to you at the Budget and Strategic Planning Retreat. Our recommendation today is to adopt the updated agenda item in your packets for an amount not to exceed 0.589100 as the tax rate not to exceed for this year. You'll adopt this rate today, and then that will be the highest rate you all can adopt in September as part of the budget adoption process.
Okay, questions? Yes, John.
Not a question, but unless one of my colleagues would like to raise the tax rate, I would make a motion to express intent of adopting a tax rate that will not exceed 0.5891 per $100 of value.
David.
Second.
Okay. We taking a vote here? We are. Okay. Mark?
You call the vote?
Yeah, okay, fine. Go ahead and vote. Great. Dennis is out there taking a call, so we'll be. That's passed.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, next. Ordinance amending City of Irving Code for Civil and Criminal Ordinance, Chapter 11, Long-Term Care Facilities, Chapter 13, Child Care, and Chapter 18, Food and Food Establishments to repeal certain fees established by resolution.
I have a PowerPoint if you want to go through it. It's pretty quick. So essentially, just like we do with our consolidated fee schedules, as we've been going through, we have an ordinance that repeals the fees that are currently in the code, and then we have a resolution that adopts them in. So essentially, these are the fees that we presented back on June 11th. I don't know if you remember Kat's presentation, but we followed it up with a read file the next day with the fee schedule that's in these slides. Essentially, these fees are to move us to a risk-based inspection model, and it essentially changes the way that we are currently doing the fees, where we're basing it on just the number of employees that are in the establishment that is getting the food permit, and changing it to essentially the number of times that we visit the establishment based on their risk level. Essentially, it's once per year, twice per year, 3 times per year. So the other thing that these fees take into account is the Senate Bill 1008 from the previous legislature, which has a few fee caps, and it tells us that we do have to have a stakeholder notification of 60 days. And that's why these fees in particular are on this agenda, and not with the rest of the consolidated fee schedule that would be coming alongside the budget process. So once these are adopted by y'all, we'll essentially push this out to the state and file it the way that we need to formally, and then we will let all of our stakeholders know as well so that they have a 60-day notice period. And so these fees would take effect November 1. So briefly, you can see on the proposed fee structure, essentially we're going to establish that risk level 1, 2, and 3, and you'll see that some of the fees are going down as well as some of them are going up. And that's essentially just based off of the actual cost recovery methods of the time that we would spend there. We're not charging more than we need to in those fees. Let's see, fee structures for food. Childcare is having the same situation. We used to charge childcare facilities by $60 a flat rate plus $1.20 per child. Now we're charging it based off of the actual time that it takes us to inspect those areas. And then nursing homes did not have that same, but we did reevaluate just cost effectiveness to be there at the facilities. Our cost recovery, just so y'all could see the numbers, what we're projecting for fiscal year 27 is essentially a 95% rate, and that's because we're taking effect on November 1st. So we've backed out 1 month of potential revenues. Next steps, so hopefully adoption of the ordinance and then adoption of the new fee schedule resolution. And then again, we're going to upload that to that state database, and then we will email all of our stakeholders that would be affected. Questions?
Questions? Okay. Chair will entertain a motion. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Signify by fingers. Thank you. Does that take care of both, or we need to do, okay, fine.
Mayor, just point of order, there are 2 items, so
That's
that
why I brought
takes
it
care
up.
of item 2, so if we can do item 3.
Okay.
Just for the record.
That's what I thought. Thank you, K.O. All right. Is there a motion?
Motion for approval.
Is there a second? Thank you, David. All signify by your thumb, up or down. Thank you. David, where's your thumb? Thank you. Okay, 8 out of 9. Okay, so thank you. I think that takes care of us for right now.
It does. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for your time today. We definitely appreciate your thoughts, your input, and you're willing to sit here through death by PowerPoint. It's very much appreciated. We know it's a lot of information.
Yeah.
But it's hopefully been helpful and understanding of how we're going to be spending the dollars. And again, thanks to staff for putting all this together. Definitely do appreciate it. Thank you.
When do we anticipate having the 3 that we missed today that we'll be able to pick it up at the next
Yeah, at
session?
the work session coming up on the
great.
27th.
Everybody good on that? Yes. Okay, good. See no further business. We are adjourned at 4:40.